It is episode 230, the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is.
Whatever. You're right.
Mr. DeBrell.
You're right.
Yes, it is. It is. Mr. DeBrell, how are you?
Very well. Very well. It's been a busy week, and things are going well. I've been keeping very busy within the hobby. It's been, quite busy considering, all that's going on. And they've always said, as history has proven, that, when you get on tough times in the economy, the hobby thrives. And I think it's thriving right now in certain areas.
Could very well be. Could very well be.
No one's buying catch anymore, so it doesn't matter. The pogs.
Listen, I wish they were pogs. I think catch worked out well. I've got most of the ones that I need. I need one or two more though. There's a couple of variants, but I'll get them when they arrive. Josh says it's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos is live. Thank you, Josh. By the way, that for the record, I think this is a new record. That was at 9:32 a.m.
What?
That was pushing. That was 11 hours early.
I better copy and paste that early.
Yeah, I was going to say. Paul says, thinking about going to the Chicago Spectacular, talk Eric's Boston to fire him. And he'd have to work in order for them to fire him. And good evening, Baz. So real quick, we actually heard from Eric that he was sick. Like, look, this looks like a guy who's faking it.
I think so.
This is the, it's absurd. It's ridiculous.
There's no mercy.
You just stay there, Eric. We'll get back to slandering you shortly.
See what happens when you watch Emmanuel in Space.
Yes, I know. Listen, too much Emmanuel space. There's too much of a good thing. Sometimes you have to hold back. Well, let me actually, there's a couple of things I want to touch on. On the thumbnail, I put a little newspaper there, going a little old school. I did a video earlier talking about that new venture, Collect, Geoff, and then a couple of other ones that are in the Yahoo Sports collectibles page. Did get some good feedback on that, though. Did get some good feedback on that, some good comments, because I actually thought some good points were made, and I want to touch on that. So real quick, Dom here says, Happy Friday to you, Dom. Thank you. But there was something I was listening to. So let me start off with this. There was something I was listening to before I went live. I was listening to a Sports Card Madness episode. Some of their episodes are hit or miss for me. It tends to be a lot of the same themes, complaining about the same stuff. However, they were interviewing Rob Veras of Burbank Sports Cards. And I was listening, basically just, a lot of it was just the generic stuff. He's hyping up the new store build out that they're doing, which, whatever, it's work in progress. They're trying to do some stuff. And then we'll see. Good evening, Sean. So they're doing their stuff, all good. I like to at least listen in the background. I was just kind of listening on the side while I was doing other stuff. But then he added in a couple of little details that I thought were interesting. One of them I had heard already, which is they've got a little office area, where they may end up doing some on-site grading. So there may be some graders there that may end up participating. Yeah, he wants to have basically the space built out in a way that you could basically do like little card shows on a semi-regular basis inside of their own store, because they've got 14,000 square feet. 14,000 square feet.
That's a lot. Oh yeah,
so they got a decent amount of room. Yeah, so they got room to work.
That is
and they can and they can move things around. And they can move things around and reconfigure things. And so we'll see. We'll see if that's what ends up happening. Yep. Kathy. Good evening, Kathy. It's like, this is what happens when you have another birthday. He's such a baby. Exactly.
See what ice cream cake does to you?
Yeah. See, Ham says fishing. Says Eric must have been smoking whatever Pepino Man was smoking earlier today. He wishes.
What was that?
Good evening, Kamikaze. Yannick, if you're good, give me a thumbs up. All right, sounds good. We'll get to making fun of Eric here in a minute, but I want to quickly finish this. So he's talking about the store doing the usual thing. All good, fine. But what I thought was interesting was that obviously one of the things we had talked about a while back was that they were doing that exclusivity deal with Fanatics to go on Fanatics thing. And by the way, I did actually get a Burbank package.
Mute.
Wow.
All right, I'm going to mute him. Anyway, so I was saying I got a package from eBay, and I did get the same card that I had showed previously. So it was the same thing where they're kind of telling you you're going off of eBay. I was curious, though, because one of them I bought through Fanatics directly, and I assumed that they were going to include this with eBay packages as well, which makes sense. Just throw it in every single package to advertise that they're going to move over. But here's the part that I didn't know that was tossed into this conversation. We knew that they were going to start moving over a bunch of the stuff into Fanatics Live in their auction platform, and they've got some buy it nows as well, because I bought one of them on the platform to try it out, so that's fine. And they're fulfilling their own stuff, which makes sense. But one thing that Rob Veras threw in there that I was not aware of is that apparently, as part of their deal, their cards are also going to start appearing on the regular Fanatics site. So when you buy merchandise and things, the cards are going to be part of the searches for the different teams and categories, and the team stores as well. So Rob
Wow.
Vera's used the example. So he says,
Huh.
you know, say you go to bluejays.com and you're going to get your jersey and whatever. Well, the cards are going to be there too. So you can literally throw it in the same shopping cart and it can
No
get
shit.
thrown in. So it's one of those things, they're throwing it into these other places where they're basically going to have an exclusive window where they're providing cards for the stores and those other platforms.
So realistically, I could go in and go, hey, you know, I just bought a Bulls jersey. I'll take that PSA 10 Jordan there. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I want exactly.
Add to cart.
Yep.
So now you can watch the game, bet on the game, buy
Yeah.
memorabilia from the game,
and buy some cards. One-stop shopping.
And get game used.
Yeah. But I think that's smart though, because you can do it as a toss-in. That's one of those things where, like, if you're already buying some stuff already, it's one of those things where if you're already filling a shopping cart with stuff and then you want a couple of cards on the side there, and then the meantime for them, it's just additional spots to sell it. At the end of the day, they're just selling cards. They don't care. But it gives you additional spots where it could suddenly appear, and spots where it makes sense. On a team store, them having cards is not wacky. It makes sense.
It's sort of like I forget what my wife calls it at Winners. I think I forget the line. What they do is they fill up the line with chips and chocolate bars and little knickknacks and stuff, and you know, all through the line before you go to pay.
Spare change expenses. You're on there.
Something,
Wait.
whatever. So you know, you're just adding stuff to the cart because you're standing there and going,
Yeah.
hey, you know,
It's basically to take
candies
advantage of
would be
impulse
kinda
purchases.
nice.
It's to take advantage of
They make you
impulse
wait.
purchases. Yeah.
They make you wait. You wait.
It is.
Now
So-
you're bored. You're
Yeah.
like, oh man, that would be great in the movie
Mhm.
tonight.
Imagine if you started looking, you started going into the cards and going, oh shoot, oh hey, while it's here, you know.
Yeah.
When in Rome, and I always say that that's the one benefit of Facebook, is that you're putting things in front of people's faces without them searching for it. So it kind of puts it out there, and that's actually very attractive because somebody doesn't know what they want until sometimes they see it. So
Yep.
yeah.
Now imagine that Burbank
Good
has
idea.
an exclusivity thing that they're the only ones getting thrown in. So if their cards there, they're coming from Burbank. So that's a nice toss in for them as part of a deal to put it in front of more additional. So I wouldn't shock me if that allows them to score some additional sales from somebody's not going on to
It has
Fanatics.
to.
Yeah, it's giving you some additional places to potentially sell some cards.
I wonder what kind of traffic they get there.
Well, the Fanatics page definitely gets a lot of traffic. The regular
Yeah.
one, like for merch and stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
And the team stores get their traffic as well. So it's, and also since you in this case, like he used the Blue Jay example,
Mhm.
but if you're on the Blue Jay page already, showing you Blue Jay cards makes all the sense in the world
Yeah.
because you're already in that mindset, you're already in that spot. That's very clever
So you
way
can
of
buy
putting you in front of
cards
the right.
and then get a jersey.
Yep, it puts you in front of the correct eyeballs, so it's
Yep.
it's clever.
And that's
It's
really
clever if nothing
important. That's great marketing.
Mm-hmm. Good evening, Orlando. Yep, more eyes, more buys. Yep. Listen, we assumed there had to be something more. It wasn't enough. The Fanatics Live thing wasn't enough. You assumed there was going to be some more to it. If you put it on some of those other platforms as well, and they have some exclusivity there, and they're the only ones that get pushed to the top of the algorithm, that's very advantageous, especially in those additional places where some eyeballs can go. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with them. And then we'll see about the store build out because some of the plans and things he's describing could be interesting. And it sounds like a very large space. So they've got the ability to do a lot of things potentially.
There's a guy who lived in my building. He always, when he said monopoly, he would call it monopoly. Anyways.
Good old Monopoly.
Monopoly.
Give me a name. Happy Friday. Thank you. Been a fan
We
of
have a
BIC
funny
since day
word.
one. Appreciate you. Dennis here says, first time watching live instead of replay. Thought I would say hi. Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate you. Ben Ryan says, being sick is like taking a day off, but in a dead person's body. Eric is always dead on the inside. Much like Zombie Rayborg. Good evening, Dan. I miss Eric. I cherish your time together. Eric misses Eric. He's in the bottom corner. He's there. He's sort of there. In spirit. We don't need to listen to his coughing and whining, so, we're sparing you all that. But I figured we would at least start off. So, Yannick, how are you?
Pretty good. Yourself?
I am doing well. I wanted to make sure I finished talking about that because I literally heard it minutes before we went live. That part I didn't catch originally, and I thought it was interesting. And I was like, okay, good. We're starting to flesh out a little bit more about this deal, and they're starting to put some more stuff.
I knew about Burbank's move to another warehouse. I saw something about like a month ago. So he was
that part.
explaining it.
Yeah. But I was curious more about them, more
yeah.
of the plans fleshing out, and I was curious also, like I said, the Fanatics deal. We knew they had an exclusive of some kind. We knew they were going to be on the Fanatics live auctions. We knew they were going to be the buy it nows and all that. But the question was, okay, but then what else? The question was always, what else? There has to be more because if you're going to take a bunch of stuff off eBay, you want to get something in return. And it sounds like there is some more things they're going to throw in there. And then, of course, let's be honest, Fanatics has a lot of these licenses, and they're going to have allocation of product. And Burbank does sell boxes, so
that they do.
Yeah.
I can always tell when Yannick visited his parents because he has a haircut. Did you not? Mm-hmm. His mother.
Aerodynamic. How you cutting down on wind drag?
Yeah. It's like summer haircut, helmet haircut.
I'm going to visit my parents. I'll get a free haircut. Man.
Yeah, I got a haircut and I got a free refrigerator and an oven. Used, but I like free. So
free's good.
Needed one. Timing is good.
My favorite part about all this, by the way, for the record.
Yeah.
Need them, yeah. My favorite part about all this is that literally in the chat, I said to Eric, I was like, you don't have to come on, and we'll cut down on the slander by 5%. Literally, he's not going to be contributing anything other than just letting us watch him suffer. Like that's all that he's going to be able to contribute.
He might chirp up and say something,
He's gonna marshal all his energies so that he can say one thing. The moment will be huge. You all got to brace for it when the moment comes.
It's funny. I was looking at this one's for Eric. I was looking at this tape thing, and it had top scorers, and it had the whole list from 68, 69, 70, 71, and it's all Phil Esposito. There's no Bobby Orr on there.
Okay.
Wonder what happened.
Indeed. Good evening, Jeff. So real quick, I want to touch on one other thing as well, kind of an aside, since obviously something pertinent to us. Our friends at the Sports Card Expo, Menzie and Company, have added a lot of names. The autograph list is starting to pick up. It's starting to get long.
The email.
Big wrestling name this week.
Yep, we got. So I'll actually show real quick. I'll go through it and just go in. Some of them we already knew. We had all the Toronto Maple Leaf captains, obviously. There is more Toronto Maple Leaf representation, but we've got other stuff on there. So I'll quickly go through it. Just highlight high level. We'll just touch on a few. All right, you got Hacksaw Jim Duggan. So we added Hacksaw. You got Lindros, John Anderson, Mike Walton, Mark Giordano. As Eric corrected me on the pronunciation, G-Rye Cheevers. Eric is into the G-Rye, Gilles Gratton, Ron Lowe, Ron Tugnot. So we got some goaltenders. So we got a little bit of a theme go there. We got a little bit of a theme there. Jeff Frye, which is a bit of a random name. Oh, former Blue Jay, but it was kind of a random name out of nowhere. I'm like, Jeff Frye. I can't remember the last time I thought about Jeff Frye. I do vaguely remember Jeff Frye, but it's been a long time.
I remember
Larry Murphy.
Name. Yeah.
Larry Murphy.
Murphy.
Angela Ruggiero. So, like I said, some of these names do feel a little bit random, but again, you're filling in, the hockey thing. Vincent Danfus, Hasek, right now is listed on here. Richter, Bernie Perron,
Zombie Raymond,
Alan Bester, Paul Henderson, Zombie Ray Bork, and then and I think the rest of these are kind of the ones we knew: Tiger Williams, Keon, Stottlemyre, Gruber, Sittler, Vibe, Gilmore, and Clark.
No, that's a pretty stellar lineup.
Yeah, so far so good, and they've still got time, to fill in some more names. Usually they'll throw some more in as we're getting a little bit closer, but that's a pretty sizable list.
No key, but and I think that's what we usually base the other ones on. The key signers used to be Beliveau or Howe or what have you. We don't get keys now. Now we just get a whole bunch of everybody. It's good. I think it's better.
I think for the spring, if you're you never know. Like Menzie can always surprise us and pull a name out of a hat.
Wow, but he'd have to pull it pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, he's got the it doesn't hurt him to. Right now, we're on March 14th. If 2 weeks out he pulls a big name out of his hat, it's not going to hurt him. He can still promote the hell out of it in the last couple of weeks. It just depends on what they want to do. Yeah, but regardless, it's a pretty good list of names, especially for spring show. It's a decent amount of signers. Gives you some people.
Surprised there's not more Blue Jays, old Blue Jays they would bring in, considering it's spring.
You mean Jeff Frye doesn't do it for you?
Well, no. I do remember.
I gotta go look who that guy is. Remember?
I see. So the thing is, Yannick, I remember Jeff Frye, but vaguely.
I remember the name.
No, Jeff Frye was definitely in the early 2000s.
Yeah, look at the uniform. It's back in the
he was wearing that hat that they had for a very short window of time.
Pictures are this big, fuck, I can't see shit.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Pictures are this big, I can't see shit.
Yeah, he played in Toronto. He played in Toronto for a grand total 74 games.
What?
In 2001. In 2001. I nailed it. Early 2000s. I nailed it.
Wow. That was his record.
Let me tell you. I have incredibly fond memories of his 74 game stint with the Jays where he hit 246. Let me tell you.
Not bad.
Those were wild times. Wild times. That was also the last season of his career.
I guess Menzies said you want to make an extra $50, and hey, whatever.
Well, here's one thing though. I'll be honest with you. One thing though that concerns me with a lot of these, I'm not a big in-person autograph guy. I don't like getting in lines for that. That isn't my deal. That's more Eric's deal. But I'll tell you this, so Jeff Frye, for example, the regular autograph is $30. And I'm like,
what?
Yeah, that's what they've got on here. And I'm like, why?
For how many games did he play? Not even half a season.
74.
78.
74.
74.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I was like,
he's going to get his mother. And maybe, I don't know who else is going to show up.
Well, Eric already had demanded that I pre-order a bunch of stuff for him. So, he's basically going to be most of the autographs.
I could see him being there if there was, 2 or 3 other guys, but...
right now, that's why I say, I'm wondering...
name of the show.
Right now, it's him and Gruber. That's it. For Jays, it's him and Kelly Gruber.
Oh, Gruber's
and Kelly Gruber at least makes sense. Gruber,
later.
okay.
Yeah.
Gruber. Yeah, but Gruber was at least on the World Series team. So, okay,
yes.
I'm fine. Great.
Mm-hmm.
That works. And he was a good player for the Jays. So it's no complaints there. And both those guys are on Saturday. So I'm assuming they're going to put Gruber and Frye beside each other. I don't know. Maybe sit them at the same table. Maybe that's the only way you make this work.
Which one's Frye? I don't know.
It feels a little random right now. I got to see. I'm wondering if there's a little bit more fleshing out to do, but you got to do something else to fill that in.
Something to that.
Regardless, though, the list is starting to fill out a little bit. That's a pretty decent sized list so far. So
it was almost like he was the only guy to put up his hand or something in the class or something.
Could have been Luke Prokopek.
Frye, do you want to?
Yannick, it could have been Luke Prokopek.
Oh.
Damn. Listen, at least with if they had gone with Luke Prokopek.
I remember that name, but.
Yeah, but listen, at least if they had gone that route, they could have been as mentioned on Carlos's video a couple of months ago. He's like, no, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Let me tell you, I brought up Luke Prokopek. No one else will, so I will.
No. Or Frye. If you didn't read it,
I think Jeff Frye was a bridge too far. Jeff Frye was I knew the name, but that's a name I hadn't heard in a long time.
I think you bring bigger baseball name a bit, but not really.
Yeah. Well, if you didn't read out Frye, you would never say his name the rest of your life.
No, probably not. I will say that's where the Ferguson Jenkins Foundation used to be good for that. They used to be the ones that would bring some of the Hall of Famers and some of the name guys. So that's where they would get a couple of the baseball folks in there. Good evening, Philly Joe. So yeah, so interesting. I'll say interesting if nothing else, and it means we're a little over a month out. So we've still got a little bit of time left. I think it's the week of the 27th, give or take. So a month and a couple of weeks, so about 6 weeks, give or take.
Hey, did you know that Rob had another show there at the Monte Casino? Very surprised. Another sports card show.
Oh, okay.
Well, he has extended it, so now he's using the last room too. So, it's more than half Pokemon. So I think you better change the name of the show because
Pokemon.
It's kind of funny because he said to me, and I said, Rob, why don't you open up that last room, get some more people, maybe get a couple autograph guests, whatever. And he said, no, I just want to build a community. And then after he had 1,500 people go through at $10 a head, he said, I'm going to do one every month. And then he opened up the last room.
If you're getting 1,500 people, yeah, you're going to do one every month. You might as well. Listen, maybe you might be able to afford Jeff Frye. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Nope.
Good to be Rob. Ham says, can we confirm that is Eric? Allegedly. Hope our wife is okay. Well, listen, you're all heart. You're all heart, Ham. All heart.
I don't know. It looks like 8 Mile and it's imminent. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Mom Spaghetti might have helped him at this point. Josh says, good evening, gentlemen. And Eric. Yeah. The hooded one is, he was Eric at one point.
Have you seen those things that came out recently? It was like, they're like cheese slices, but they're spaghetti and sauce that's kind of congealed. It's like
that sounds like an abomination against the Lord.
Oh, for sure. That they manufacture that is beyond me. It's almost like Alphagettis or whatever, SpaghettiOs, whatever. And it's kind of like a rubbery, like a piece of cheese, but it's thick. And you put it between the sandwich and you eat it. And I went, where do you get that shit? And who wants that? Anyways,
that's one of those situations where there was a food scientist somewhere out there who's like, I can do this. And somebody didn't walk by and go, but why would you? Why would you do that?
I saw kind of like mac and cheese nuggets this week in a pub, like pub food, whatever. So you order.
That's old.
it's basically a ball. It's freaking
Yeah,
battered.
you guys are too heavy on poutine, so we've been doing the nuggets for a long time here. So
I was like, holy, they're shaped like they're just basically a deep fried ball of mac and cheese. But I was like, interesting.
I think at this point you
didn't
can deep fry
try it.
basically everything. At this point you can deep fry basically everything.
Yeah.
Carlos said that someone beat Eric with a chocolate stick. That would heal him.
Oh.
Every day.
If somebody hit him with a chocolate stick, that would heal him. That would get him closer to it. Yes, Eric told us earlier that he was sick. He's been sick for a couple of days, and he insisted showing up. I don't know why, but there he is. Bubbles says Eric is physically exhausted after watching Emmanuel Space for the first time. I know. It's a lot.
First time.
It is a lot. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Eric pumping the vid, zinc, vitamin C, and Schweppes tonic water. Nice.
Schweppes.
Some references there. Schweppes, yes. So there you go.
Like
so quickly.
No.
Listen, at least that was a great movie.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Good times. What I was going to say was that I'll touch on now for this one for the moment, and then we can come back to it later. I did have that video where I talked about the whole thing with Yahoo Sports and their attempt to get a foray. And there were some good comments on that. That's why I want to make sure I touch on that, because it was actually some really good stuff there.
The new hubs.
Let me pull it up here. And by the way, and it reminded me about the Sports Illustrated one. And what's funny is that Dan obviously had read a little bit more about the Sports Illustrated one. I remembered it because I know that Danny Black moved over to become the editor from Hobby News Daily. And they actually have a Hobby News Daily
Well, he didn't
tab.
move over. He did both at the same time.
Yeah, but Hobby News Daily is kind of slowed down. Like I checked, and like there's been gaps between articles, so it's pretty much most of the focus is now on the Sports Illustrated one. That's where he puts most of
that's
his
why
energy.
I left, because he dedicated most of his time to that, and our chat went down. Nobody was saying anything. Nothing was really going on. People's articles weren't being listened. I'm going, what are you doing here? Oh, he took on the SI thing. Oh, okay, yeah, well that's fine. You're going forward with that, but you've let your own baby. I don't know. I kind of didn't appreciate that, and that's why I left. So
that's fair. I get
because it's not fair to let the people down that you build up, and you're trying to build something, and then you just kind of let it slide. And you're in your first year?
Abandon ship.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Abandon ship.
Yes.
Abandon.
Yes. Exactly.
So I did end up getting a couple of different comments from a few folks, because I posed a couple of questions. I was curious, kind of my thing. So I'll quickly highlight kind of my main thesis. My thought process really was, I wasn't offended by it. The point, though, that I was trying to make with it is I said, it seems strange. I was poking fun at the whole 90s-ness of, Yahoo being involved at this point. And, nostalgically thinking back on some classic 90s stuff for the internet. But I wasn't in any way offended. You want to do it, you can do it. My question really came down to this. They're trying to create a hub for these articles. They're trying to create a homepage for it. And Dan's point was basically that the SI one is a little bit more curated. The articles there are kind of original from that perspective of it. I did finally get around to reading a couple of them. I'll agree that some of them seem to be researched a little bit, which is fine. But I'll touch on a point about that in a second. This other one is going to be more of a content aggregation thing. It's because Geoff is literally taking videos from from the YouTube and literally just re-uploading them into this other place. It's the same video. For him, it's just another opportunity to potentially get it in front of more eyeballs. Really, that's what it is. But again, I'm not offended by that. But my question was really down to, at this point, how many people are reading articles in this format, or how many people are even looking to it with all the other content options? Even if you're interested in the news or interested in the topics, where are you getting your information? That's basically kind of some of the questions that I asked. I got a couple of different answers, and I thought there were some interesting ones that I'll share here that were kind of in the comment section. So Josh actually touched on one. Josh says here, I'm so old I remember reading the sports section every day when I got home from school. So I do. I can tell you I live the same. I feel this is why I still enjoy reading articles. No homepage for me, though. So I'm making a distinction. Articles, yes. Homepage, no. So I thought that was interesting. Good feedback. So I thought that was interesting to throw in there. So that's what I was looking for. That's what I was kind of interested in getting to people's different thing. This one here, this individual here, Bobby Burrell something. Let me read the comment itself. I'll read it just the same.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, trying to be everything
First
to everyone.
Victor, now it's you.
I know, it's wild. Trying to be everything to everyone, you end up being little to anyone. As you clearly state, Carlos, can there ever be a dominant force in the hobby written news media again, especially with the sheer volume of individuals creating video content? which is a valid question. AI has already begun and will take over the space in the years to come, albeit it will lack the personal touch only humans can uniquely convey. By then, who will ever recall what it was like to write without perfection? I think a valid comment. That's why I say, like, I appreciated the engagement. This one actually got some pretty good comments. I appreciated that people actually gave me a little bit. That's what I was hoping for. I wanted a little more information here.
Yeah.
This one, I was happy to throw out some thoughts, but I also wanted to get some ideas and thoughts from other folks as well. So speaking of Victor, Victor also commented on this one. And his comment actually touched on a few key points that I think are worthwhile bringing up as well. Victor said, I didn't even know Yahoo was still around. Kind of laughing emoji on that. Personally, I don't have a homepage on my browser. I use Google and only see a giant search bar in the middle of my screen. So for me, when I open up my browser, I get the little Google search bar. That's basically what it is. Although you can set a homepage if you want to. Back in the day, I would set a homepage because I would want to start off on a certain site.
Doesn't it have suggestions below? Like you can go to YouTube, you can go to this or this.
Yeah,
or this. So
exactly. That's kind of kind of your cookie cutter out of the box. But you use like in the 90s, I actually had
it used to be the whole page, and then there was shit going on everywhere.
Exactly. But you could also pick anything you wanted. Like say for example, you did, back then when Yahoo was the dominant search engine, I would go out of my way to put Yahoo on there because you'd have little news articles, you'd be able to click on this, click on that. It made sense then at that point. Now today, I just want the Google search bar there so I can just type whatever. But he puts on here, I use Google and I'll see it. And then I go, only articles I read are through emails that I get on a daily basis. So newsletters kind of more directly to him. And even then I only look at the titles and only read whatever interests me, which I think is fair.
Well,
now, one other thing that I thought about, actually, that I have forgotten about, and I didn't mention in the video, I wanted to quickly touch on it. Another thing that some people do, not everybody, because you have to set it up. Some people use RSS readers. And what that is it's something where you can actually set it up to pull newsletters and kind of articles that way. If there's certain websites that actually do produce things you're interested in, you can have the RSS reader let you know when updates have been made. So that if they publish a new article, it'll actually send it to you like in this condensed format so that you can see it on a reader. So it aggregates these things from these sources so that you can scroll through. So again, you're not using the homepage though. So all these are creating these hubs, and I'm sitting there like, I feel like you guys missed your window. Like you're about 10, 15 years late on this. Like,
well, it's
people
sort of
aren't
like
looking
now
at it
we
this
have
way.
shorts, right? Opposed to the whole videos, you can just see somebody short and get the condensed version, right? Ask Jeeves, boy.
Yeah, there's some good ones here. That's why that's the reason why I thought it was interesting. And I just posed the question. I said, in 2025, is this how we're looking for? Even if you are an article reader, even if you are, this is probably not where you're looking.
No. Well, where can you go from here? To be honest, other than content, is there another level above that? No, not at this point. I did mention that AI is coming and a lot of things will change that way. But I don't see any other, what other resources are you going to get? And someone like me who writes something vintage that's new information, how do you ever get that out there? You have to make a video. There's no way. That's why I went to the app. The books are no longer, nobody wants to book anymore. Actually, everybody wants the book now, but they don't want the app. So anyway, sure.
Yeah, but one thing I'll throw out there. So I did touch on them. I said videos is one format that people use. The shorts is another format that people use. But I'll throw this out as well. So for example, let's say sometimes when I'm online and I'm checking something else, or I'm kind of logged into my office computer, I'll quickly check on here. I'll pull up Instagram, and then sometimes somebody will post that there's a certain topic or something that came up, and they'll link it to something. Well, there you go. That's my first step, clicking on that. And then in turn, I'll see the video or the article or whatever it is. So my source is I'm not going to a homepage and scanning through to see what's on. I'm getting it it's circulating through social media. And in turn, you're then connecting to the next piece, and then you can start down that rabbit hole. So maybe you watch the video, or you read the article, or you skim through it, or whatever the case may be, or listen to a podcast, for example. That's another one.
The pages like this, or hubs, the way you call it, to me, it feels like, and I've never been a forum guy, like those Net54, or like, to me, it's too much reading, research on a screen, doesn't feel right, but that's just me. So even like now to this day, when you bring, let's say, Sports News Daily or other, like, to me, as soon as I go to the first page, half of it, and I click to something, then I'm gone to something else and I don't come back. So it's kind of like
yeah.
But that's
you think you think you have a focus, but once you get, it's sort of like a dog chasing a tire. Like, it's like, hey, what's going on? Hey, bang, bang. Yeah,
I didn't
it's
look
like-
at it, but I watched your video, Carlos, and that's exactly how it feels. Like it feels like
Yeah.
one of those old.
But Facebook is still like that, Carlos. If you open up your homepage, you're going to get, what you watch. Here's some groups. Here's some stuff that's going on. There's lots going on. It's almost like a homepage in a certain sense.
There
If
is,
you
but
open it up
I'll
the
tell
way-
you, in the same vein as the other ones, though, and actually one of the comments here touches on it. There is still a fatal flaw to that type of setup for it, and I'll touch on it real quick, but I'll read a couple. Dennis here says Frye was the second J to hit for the cycle. Ah, interesting.
Oh,
Well,
Well,
at least that gives him a distinction. Then with Gruber being
now
the
the
first,
$30 is starting to make no sense.
I don't think we get there. I think maybe I'm
I
up to
said no
$3.
sense.
I'm up to $3. Like a solid $3.
Yeah.
Hodges here gave the video a like. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bob also said, Bobby, heavyweight Aristotle. Burrell, yes. Ask Jeeves, greater than the rest. Good old Ask Jeeves. That's why as soon as I saw the Yahoo thing, I was like, listen, I became an Alta Vista guy. Alta Vista web crawler for
Hey,
the win.
that's my.
I'm on
that's my
Yahoo
jam.
right now. I'm on Yahoo right now, and I was just like, how the hell do you even find that
Anything.
page?
So you got to
And
specifically, so Yannick, if you go
You
to my
gotta go to the
video,
last
in the,
three little dots there, and it's just collectibles.
you got it
basically.
exactly. That's the one you need to go to. That's the specific hub.
But you
So that was
have
just
to you have to think to go through like the first 20
Yeah.
tabs and go to
Yeah.
the last three.
Oh
little
my
dots.
God, really?
It's not very
There's no
convenient.
way.
You got to go straight to it. Otherwise, it's worthless.
That's
Yeah.
insane.
I love the re-support. Working up a random thought in my head. I could just scratch an itch. Yes. Dan here saying, yeah. And I also like that Ziggy is using both of his accounts simultaneously and flipping back and forth between them. I was like, okay, fair enough. Bubbles is saying Ziggy and Authentic Sports Card Dad are launching a new breaking platform any day now.
Oh my
Dan
God.
here says, I feel like the decline of Yahoo is a direct correlation to the impressive number of ads they run. Yahoo. So this is the one I wanted to touch on. So yes, but the other piece is that Yahoo kind of let themselves fall behind. They didn't never adapt it. So they just kind of let, and then they lost the cachet. Once Google kind of really started taking over, these other search engines, like I said, I moved on to AltaVista and WebCrawler. Both of them did a better job of finding pages. You type in whatever your search query and it was easier to find stuff. Yahoo was good originally because it had lists and categories and you could search down that rabbit hole. And originally when we didn't have a lot going on, it indexed things for you. But then later on, it's like, I don't want you to index it for me now. Now I actually want to search. That's
Well,
the
what
next
happened? It started to get scripted. It seemed like it was more. It used to give you your algorithmic, things that you would see and stuff, and then they started going off into their own little land. So then I started going, I don't want to see this stuff. I'm tired of getting my my weather from bigbadbutts.com. So sorry. Go ahead.
Tough times. Eric is you're giving Eric nostalgia vibes right now. Serious nostalgia vibes.
I like
But the other piece here is that, and I actually noticed this when I went to the Yahoo page and also the Sports Illustrated one, it tries to play videos. Like it automatically tries to play videos on it, but they have nothing to do with it. They're either ads or unrelated to something else or whatever. And then what happens is on my tab, I can scroll over to my tab and see how much space it's taking up, basically. How much memory it's using. And because it would keep trying to run videos, it would immediately start scaling up into 1 gigabyte after a couple of minutes.
Really?
Because it would just keep trying to run videos in the background, and I would keep pausing them. I go, I don't want to watch your stupid videos. You're just worthless. Get out of here. So I'm sitting there like, just let me read the one article I'm trying to read. This one silly little article. I want to see what the hell this is. And that's why I say, like, because of the nature of it, I used to remember blogs when people would write blogs and they'd type out maybe their own articles or their own thought or whatever. Look, I read one of the articles in the Sports Illustrated one, like Dan was talking about the thing. And I think Danny Black wrote an article, I think it was about Moberg. Just a quick thing about Moberg. And I'm like, fine, sure, I'll skim it through it. Just out of curiosity. I copied and pasted all the text on it. And I put it in a little word count thing. It was 288 words or 289 words.
That's it?
And that's it. Now he did write some interesting things about it, but the point is that I'm sitting there like 289 words. Bobby, that used to be an opening paragraph.
Basically,
On things that I used to write. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with what he wrote. He was concise and to the point. But I'm sitting there like, did I really need to read this? You could have given this to me in 3 minutes in a video.
Yeah.
And you could have shown a little bit more information. You could have put some stuff on the screen, play a clip, something.
Yeah.
It would have added a little more entertainment value to it. But otherwise, it's just there's not much there. Like I don't know what to tell you.
So, going forward, are they going to be successful doing this? Are they dealing in archaic methods that's really going to set them back? Are they going down a path where they think they're going somewhere, but they're really not? And I think they're really not. I think they're trying to, you know what it is, a lot of it, and I think it was part of Victor's thing that he read about what I was saying, is that a lot of people are looking for, some sort of posturing into this hobby to a certain degree, and looking for the new thing to reinvent something. And you can't really, because really it's all about videos and short videos now. That's just the way it's going. And we don't know where it's going to go. We know AI is coming in and a lot of stuff like that is happening, but you can't reinvent the wheel on this hobby. It's really unfortunate. If you really want to read great, interesting articles, you can just look at the write-ups in the auction catalogs. Those are thrilling.
But that's the thing. So I'm looking. So like, in being 100% serious here, the reason I posed the question the way I did was because I'm looking at a model that there was a time when it made sense. There was. And I remember it because I was here during that time where you were able to have the blogs had a place, the message boards had a place. You could have a hub that would connect you to all these different things. That Yahoo started off as a hub. That's what it was. It was categories and subcategories, and you'd be able to find all these things. And then they would show news, but they'd also show, like, I want sports cards. I could go sports cards, and then I could go baseball, football, basketball. So they'd sub-index it. And then there would be different pages that would be associated to all of these. And to get on the Yahoo engine, you'd have to fill in information to give them the category so they can index you properly in the category. But again, once the algorithm got better at being able to just search for the keywords, the indexing became less important because now it was SEO. What things do you put on the site to help people be able to find you with the correct keywords?
Yeah. And then we got into Net 54, and that kind of changed things a lot.
Yeah. And it was another thing. So that's why I say, like,
but it was a limited thing. A lot of guys didn't know how to post pictures. It was just kind of sad, really.
Yeah. But now what I'm looking at here is I'm looking at, articles that are written, but they're articles that are written online, that are taking into account the diminished attention span of the audience. So you can't write this massive thing. So even if you're researching it well, and I'm not doubting this well researched, you're only going to be able to give so much information because you're going to want to get the audience in and out. You're going to want them you want them to get to the bottom of the page somehow so that you can show them the additional ads. Because literally I'm bombarded with these ads all over the screen as I scroll down, because I have a paragraph, a block, an ad, a banner, another paragraph, a banner, another paragraph, an autoplay video, a banner. And I'm
cookies.
This is really annoying. This is actually, this experience sucks, Bobby. The point is the experience sucks. It's really annoying.
Well, that's what I actually told people when I first joined Hobby News Daily. I was sitting there, goes, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Why don't you put a couple thousand words in there? Like, they're not doing pictures, they're doing writing, thinking that everyone's going to read it. If you put some writing and pictures with the writing, honestly, it really helps. Like, if you look at my Parker's thing, it's like boom, 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 boom. There's like pictures for every paragraph, basically. And that holds the collector's hand to maybe read on. And actually, I think it really did. I had a lot of hits with that one, but, people want to see pictures, and you want to be entertained. They don't mind reading a little bit, but they can't read a lot. They can't read, 3-4 paragraphs with no pictures. Then you're just like, what am I doing here? I'd rather flick through the funny videos on my phone. Anyways.
Yeah, but that's where the algorithm goes, and a lot of people go in that direction. Timeless here says, my freshman made his high school team today, one step closer to MLB debut patch charge. Congratulations. Bob Jackson says, autoplay videos are off. They are. But that's why I say, like, it actually was using up a lot of space. It was actually using up a lot of memory, and I literally had to close the tab and reopen it because all the autoplay videos were making it.
Back, yeah.
That's a lot of memory. Bobby, it was 1.6 gigs before I closed the tab. I was sitting there like, I have a lot of RAM here, fortunately, but damn, that's a lot. That's actually a lot. That's wild. My wife emails me more words than that when she's on the toilet. You see, Bob Boozle? I'm telling you, she should write. She should write for SI.
The funny thing is, I just went to come online, and it wouldn't let me come online, which was very surprising. But my Wi-Fi wasn't on. And I'm going, when did my Wi-Fi get turned off? Never. It's almost like these things happen automatically. Maybe it's an update or something, and you got to turn it back on. It's almost like they're doing it on purpose. Anyways, just saying. So, I'm sitting there going, why is my Wi-Fi off? So how long has it been off for? I don't even know. It's like, yeah, when you get this bill at the end of the month, you go, hey, yeah, you're kind of blew over your. It's like, yeah, I guess. Because you had an automated whatever shut me off because I didn't turn it off. Why would I turn it off? I never turned it off. It's not like you can go into your settings and go to Wi-Fi and throw, that doesn't happen. Anyways,
Mhm.
I'm just
Joshua
venting.
says, remember when people had attention span? I don't recall.
What? What did he
Exactly.
say?
Bob Boozle says, the hobby's on life support. We need a doctor. Paging Dr. Beckett. I don't think he has the prescription for us.
Yeah.
Simulation hockey cards. Any card you want to see or brought to you in an alternate reality? Maybe. Maybe.
I think Dr. Beckett just did one on the centering issue. It's rather interesting.
All right. Bob Boozle said, I don't think the hobby's on life support. I just wanted to make a Dr. Beckett joke, as you should.
Oh, there's
That
nothing
was
like
good.
that. No, we're good.
Yep.
We had enough tag last time. Well, actually, there's still some leftover tag. Yeah, we'll get to it.
There's no news. It's not news. Ziggy here says, what happened to Collectibles? It's just the parent company of Beckett. They're still there. It was never going to mean anything. That's why I thought it was funny. Look, the Collectivist joke was funny because it gave us Festivus jokes.
Yes.
But it was a rebrand on the
over.
parent company so that they could get some additional financing. And that's it. That's all. And they did. That's all that's happened.
Now it's Ramadan.
Yeah. The funny thing is like, yeah, it's still the same company run by the same people. So it's not,
Nothing's changed.
what would anybody think has changed? Name says, if I got to scroll for an article more than 3 finger swipes, it's too much for me. It's over. We're done.
I agree.
The attention span of people now is horrible, isn't it?
So I'm on
And
the
we
Yahoo
still
thing
do a
now.
4-hour show. So go figure.
Well, we can't listen. Bobby, there's all kinds of wackiness happening here. Like we're catering to the short attention span generation. It's like Eric over there is Mr. Excitement. He's been keeping them all engaged and entertained all by
I think
himself.
so.
See?
Yeah.
Hoping to watch some Yahoo autoplay videos while in the bathroom at the National. Wait, no bathrooms, no Wi-Fi. Damn. Go ahead, Yannick. You were going to say something?
Like from the collectible hub, let's say every article that you click on, if you go any one further click, then you go to collectible. Is that how you say it? CLCT.
Whatever.
It's like a
collect, whatever.
It reminds me of the Flintstones, Mr. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So they're like it's basically promoting another page.
Yeah,
from there.
That's why I say like all it is that like when I made all my reference to the whole homepage thing, the reason I asked the question and that I was happy when people were giving me the feedback on it is that I can remember in the 90s and early 2000s when a page like that would make sense because as soon as I open up my browser, you would choose one, you would set it up. Like for example, simple example, when I was watching a lot of the sports more closely, I would tell it to put on tsn.ca as my homepage so that it would automatically open up and then I could immediately scroll through and start looking at it. That's a homepage. So, and then I could click on and look at additional things, read a couple articles and do all that and get caught up on everything really quick. And that's as soon as I open my browser. And by the way, you can still do that today, but Victor's comment is an indicator. Most people are not even doing that anymore. They don't even care. They as long as it opens up the browser window, the search bar for Google or whatever, that's it, because that's all they're really, they're going to go and type in whatever they need to type in to find the thing anyway.
After that. Yeah.
Yeah. So they don't need a homepage anymore. That's why I'm looking at Sports Illustrated, who basically I don't think they print the printed version anymore. I think the printed version's dead. The only thing they've got is the online. And I'm sitting there like, you guys are way late. You're about 10 years late, 15 years late. And why are you trying to do it now? Like it's over. And look, for all the jokes, somebody actually made the reference to it as well.
Well, let's gauge that over the next 6 months. Let's just mark it today.
I'm not too. Look, I forgot.
We'll just gauge it and we'll revisit it in 6 months and see how they're doing and see what's happening.
Hasn't the Sports Illustrated one been going longer than 6 months?
Yes. Oh yeah. No, I meant we'll gauge it from this point forward and go in 6 months and say, do we have a hit number for their website, like their homepage?
We have no idea. We on our end, we can't see it on the back. On
really?
The front end. It's the back end. The information, they've got the info. They're the ones that can open up
because
their
they don't want
data.
to share it, obviously. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be curious how many clicks they're even getting on these articles.
We're getting 100, 10 clicks, whatever it is.
You would need a lot of clicks to make it worth your while.
And click is just a click. Like honestly, clicks mean nothing. It's actually the engagement that really counts. Because everybody clicks on something and goes, I don't want to see that.
Well, they got a free click out of me when I was looking at it just to see, but then as soon as you play me an autoplay video, I'm off because we just forget that.
Whatever, yeah.
Bob Boozle actually had a good comment that I enjoyed on this one. It said, reading Yahoo Sports while watching Friends, listening to Nirvana, and thumbing through overprinted sports cards.
Basically, that's like
my response to that was fire up the Winamp, Bob. A wave of nostalgia hitting us all. Good old Winamp. Let's go. Loved old Winamp. That made me feel nostalgic. That was a good one. So yeah, I read longer articles if it didn't feel like it was written by some 19-year-old using a bunch of goofy slang terms and references. Yeah, most of them are not very well written. It's not much. Just write home about. Bob also says, I'm re-releasing classic Beckett magazines for modern era, saying "Sheesh" and "Let's go" to every other paragraph. Yes. Sheesh. I was actually one of the 4 original software developers that created the CNN Sports Illustrated website in 1997. Love it.
Oh, shit.
Love it. Winamp really rips the llama's ass. Man, wild. Good times. I loved old Winamp. Apparently Winamp still exists. You can get the OG Winamp still, apparently. I did not know that. I don't think it'd be worthwhile, but apparently you still can. One thought that somebody threw at me that I thought was funny. The great irony, Yannick, for all the jokes we make about it. The ones that should have done this media content hub years ago should have been Beckett.
Yeah.
They would have been the ones that made the most sense to do this. They were
already a magazine.
Yeah, they had the magazine. They are already Beckett Media. They should have been on the front end of this. They're the ones that should have done this before everybody else.
Right. Yes.
So
I agree.
You literally again, to me it's late now, but you let these other people do it when it's like, it should have been you. You were the one who made the most sense. At least you had a brand that Sports Illustrated is like having to do it backdoor. And then, like I said, Yahoo Sports is just shoehorning it in there as part of their other stuff.
It could have grown organically that way, being Beckett Media, paper to the whole. Yeah. Would it make sense?
Heaven forbid. And by the way, they were one of the early ones to have a sports card or sports collectible podcast. So they were first to market, and they completely squandered that up. They should have had a podcast empire because they were first out of the block. It didn't make sense. So I don't know what to tell you. So it's like, I don't get why you completely squandered that opportunity. You were the one. It should have been you. Winamp is still the best music player. It was classic in its day. Classic.
It was.
Now, one other thing, Carla. Like I said this is very good to know. But I do have a question. You did say there were 4. Is this like a Highlander thing? Can there only be one? Did you take the other ones out? I'm just asking questions. Asking questions. Am I the only one who can see Eric? If you pretend he's not there, he's not there. Eric reminds me of Russell Crowe at the end of Gladiator. Maybe.
The dead part?
All of it. Yep. Very dead. Google is complete garbage these days. Google is just a search engine. It's pretty much has slowly been inshitified. Same with everybody else, man. All of them are going to get worse. They're not going to get better.
No.
That's what happens when you have control of most of the marketplace. Serial Schiller is coming after the CNN SI webmasters. Maybe. Just saying. So Eric, I do have a question. I do have to ask. I am enjoying your suffering. Yannick, I'm not gonna front here. Eric's suffering kind of fills me with joy. It fills my Schadenfreude cup up.
It's actually even a nice touch on your birthday too.
It's amazing. Sensational. That is true. Yeah. We did say that with the week off. So this is actually Eric's birthday. And on Eric's birthday, he is sick as a dog. I love it. Hold on. We got to make sure.
Birthday boy.
Here. Yep. I'll make sure we give the proper acknowledgement. There you go. Half dead birthday boy.
Happy birthday, Good. Eric.
Yeah. Why is Eric suffering? Eric's life is suffering. Did someone give him mayo? Somebody forgot to give him mayo. He needs mayo to fill his soul. So, Eric, I must ask. So I think now is a valid time to inquire. Happy birthday, by the way. Hopefully your suffering's going great. I must ask, though, outside of our entertainment, how long do you plan to sit in the corner and just flail?
10 more minutes.
All right. We'll see. We'll find out. Eric wishes he was hungover, Dad. Apparently he's been sick for a couple of days. So you're getting him on like day 2, day 3-ish.
Eric is a huge drinker
of the sickness. It's all about the sickness. Yep. Reminds me of MJ flu name and a wrong fake injury after he lost. He could have a fake flu game. Who knows? Yeah, he wishes he was hungover. At least he could have had the enjoyment on the front end of it.
You're the only one in the whole house is sick with you.
Ah.
So I would definitely just lock you in that room, keep you there.
I just assume. Listen, I just assume the bicycles are all diseased. Sounds to me like the bicycles are diseased. Eric looks like he just opened a case of AEW Black Diamond. Ooh, I know that reference. Probably not wrong. Probably not wrong. Happy 65th, Eric. Ah, if only to be 65 again. Eric just looked like DDP. Bang. Exactly. He's firing up for the diamond cutter. I like it. Rob here says, I just had a tooth fixed and another pull today. What's up with the hoodie guy? Listen, nobody knows what's up with the hoodie guy. Nobody knows.
Just trying to look homeless.
I love some Disturbed. A little Disturbed down with the sickness. I like it. Eric has more ailments than fat, unhealthy people. I know. Yeah, like I said, for the record, let the record state, did I or did I not I let him off the hook for the week?
You did. Totally
I did give him a chance. So he chooses to broadcast his suffering for our collective entertainment. So I don't know what to tell you. Someone took the mayo. Exactly. I don't know what to tell you. Happy birthday, bud. Good times. All right, so we got that. Let me just double check here. So we got that covered. So good luck. I gave good luck to Sports Illustrated on their 1997 idea. So good luck with that. And then good luck to the Yahoo on its attempt to revitalize a 20-year-old idea. I guess. Ish. Jeff says Detroit Lions wish Eric a happy birthday. I bet they do. I bet they do. He goes, you will suffer as we have suffered. Eric is a man of the people. Perhaps.
It's always there.
Yep. Perhaps. So let me kind of ask an open-ended question. I'd be curious. There were a lot of activity. I know on the Discord, the football tab was going crazy because obviously there was a lot of stuff going on. We still don't have an answer in the darkness, though. Will friggin' Rogers figure out which CP he's going to screw over? Could he just make up his damn mind? That's kind of what I want to know. 2. Sounds like
V,
huh?
like
Viking. Does he go to the Mayo Clinic? Always. Listen, that's what the prophecy foretells, but like he needs to get on with it. Like that's what we all need. He's got to follow in this footsteps of the Nassau fella.
Minnesota's. Oh, we know people there.
The thing is that the Vikings are decent. They had a decent season with Sam Darnold. All I'm saying, listen, nothing would make me happier than if the darkness goes to Minnesota and all of a sudden they're trash. And I'm like, you all asked for this. Why would you do this to yourself? Do you really want to tempt fate on this? I'm just saying. He is the darkness for a reason.
He is the darkness.
I don't know what to tell you.
There's baseball this weekend in the Tokyo.
Oh, are they doing the Tokyo games? These are the ones that are like regular season games, but like weeks before the regular season, right?
Yes, basically the week, the opening day is a week before, ahead of time in Tokyo. I think the Cubs are playing the Dodgers, but as far as I know, and I saw a couple of commercials, it's pretty cool because they're obviously having. I think there's like 6 Japanese players in both teams.
Well, I was about to say, the Dodgers, just with Shohei and the other guy, yeah.
Yeah, they even did like a MLB commercial that it's all like anime. So that was pretty neat just to, being Japan and the whole.
It's smart. Look.
I traveled twice there. It's a whole other world, Japan, for real.
I would think so, yes. I would agree with that. I would say, though, look, if you're going to pick teams that you're going to market and sell that game, that's the one to do it. You send Shohei over there. Like, that's money right there. That's money.
Exactly. They got like I think there's like six players or some big guys. Yeah. So
makes all the sense in the world to me. Regular season 18th and 19th. Very nice. So I think that works out.
And then I guess you'll be able to watch the game and buy cards at the same time. You know, Fanatics.
Spectacular.
Drop in your cart.
Listen, Paul, I think what you need to do, I think you need to put Eric on, I think you need to convince folks to put him on sorting baseball cards. It's the thing that Eric lives for. He should just sort nothing but 86 Red Sox.
86 Red
Say it
Sox.
with me. 86 Red Sox.
Red Sox.
All the 86 Red Sox. All the Bill Buckners, as far as the eye can see. All day, all night, Bill Buckner. I like it.
Every single one of them is off center.
just center it in such a way where the bottom doesn't have enough room. Oh man, there's not enough. Oh, never mind.
We'll send it to
30-90s fair baseball seems like a fantastic idea. It's exactly what I'm saying. You get it.
Yes. Truckloads, like just endless.
So, Bobby, I have a question. I have two other. So, obviously, we'll go through a couple of different topics as we go through the evening. But should I be mean to our friends at Upper Deck first, or should I be mean to some questionable? Like for me, I was watching some auctions this past week, and I got questions. I'm not going to accuse anyone of anything because I can't say definitively, but there were some outcomes that I thought were intriguing.
I think Upper Deck holds the hierarchy there, so go that way.
I think we got to do it. We got no choice.
Everything else is downstream from there, so
yeah. I was just going to say, I want to thank our friends at AMG Collectibles, AMGcollectibles.ca, the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. In the most recent episode, see this, there is a segue. There is a reason why I'm bringing it up. So, in the most recent episode, this week's hockey card drop was Bedard Rookie Year EX 2000. So, now let me explain. EX 2000 is a 90s retro design based on what they did in 96, 97 in basketball. They did it in baseball. They did it in football. You've got those. They've got the very nice looking base cards. They've got the essential credentials. Some big time cards came out of that year. I want to say one of the Kobe rookies is in the basketball one. So that's a big one. And there are some very nice cards that came out of that. Very nostalgic for a lot of collectors. It never happened in hockey, though. So the story behind the set is that obviously Gene McLeod is involved with Upper Deck at this point, and they were involved in a lot of those designs and a lot of the ideas originally. But what's interesting about it is that they never got to do that particular set originally. It never happened for hockey. So we didn't have it. The same way that the PMGs didn't happen in 97 in hockey either. Didn't happen at that time. So I'm watching this. And here's the thing. See, I have to set myself up for this, Bobby. It's just position myself accordingly so that I can just
clear your throat. All right.
I understand what they were trying to do here. I'm trying to be nice. I'm genuinely holding myself back. I'm trying to be nice. I understand what they were trying to do. I sincerely believe that doing the base cards the way they do them, because in reality, because what it is, Bobby, is the base card, the way it works, is that they've got this foil treatment on the front. Mm-hmm. And then it's actually like 3 layers. It's sandwiched a layer on the front with this foil, a layer on the back, and in between they got the see-through acetate with a die cut thing happening in the middle. It's actually and this is a base card. This is actually very complicated. Yeah, and then you have to press it. Yeah, exactly. That's the baseball variant. It's actually very nice. It's see-through on the inside. It's die cut. It's multi-layer. It's actually one of the really cool. To me, it's one of the coolest base cards that they came out of the 90s with.
That's a base card. Wow.
It's just the base card, and then they got parallels with different foils on it as well.
Go to the 9s then, eh?
Yeah, but the thing is,
the credential, and then you had the essential credential,
which took it even a step further. But the point is that all the cards, including the base, have that multi-layer design where they're actually compressing the card together. So it's this layered design. It's not something you can roll off the regular printing press for. You need very specialized equipment to do it properly. Now, here's the problem. Number one, you can't do it properly. You look at it, and it's an approximation. It's like the Tenacious D song. It's a tribute. This is not the greatest song in the world. This is just a tribute. This is the tribute of EX 2000. You can tell that, the attempt is there and the layered design and everything is there. But here's where the problem kicks in. And like I said, I'm trying to be nice. The thing is that because of the nature of the way you have to assemble that card, it's not a normal printing process. So it likely costs
No.
much more per card to develop, to actually do it. So as a result, you're paying more to build these base cards, but you're still not quite getting it right. I've watched a lot of breaks. There's a lot of QC issues that I'm seeing, quality control issues that I'm seeing with these. And the problem is you're putting all this energy into these base cards that not a lot of people are going to appreciate. Almost all the inserts are die cut, even when it's not necessary. Several of the cards look nice.
That out? Like, rather than just using the printer, do you think they sent that out to another company to do? And
I don't know for sure, but I would not be shocked if you needed multiple suppliers to do it. I don't think one can do it.
You know,
I don't think you can't use a regular printing press. It's very specialized kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
And like I said, even then it's a tribute. I don't think they quite
put a sheet and then the other sheet and then the middle sheet and put everything together and cut it. It takes basically
it's a very specific thing, and it's very easy to get it wrong. The point is, because it's more complex, it's very easy to get it wrong. There's a lot of ways it can go wrong if you don't do it right.
Nightmare. Wow.
Now here's your problem. So you do all this.
You have problems?
Oh yes. So like I said, the QC is not leaves something to be desired. There are, so to be fair, Eric will pretended he was doing it.
To be fair, Eric.
Yeah. So just imagine. Maybe I'll just do the recording and I'll save it for later. But anyway, so there are several inserts that legitimately look very nice. That actually I do think they did a good job with. So Josh is pointing out one. The double helix, I think those look fantastic. So the point isn't that it's all bad. The point is that clearly you put a lot of effort into doing the base card. You didn't quite get there. It's more of a tribute to the original idea. You know, you got 70% of the way there. So not quite, but you know, whatever. I get the attempt. But these are still going to be base cards. So it's still going to be a couple bucks. Because of the way you did it, you tried to stay faithful to the original, which is you get 2 cards per pack. So there's 24 packs in a box, 2 cards per pack. Okay, fine. But because of the way you did it, like I said,
per pack?
It's 2 cards per pack.
Per pack.
So most of the packs are going to be 2 base cards.
Oh shit.
So when there's no QC issues,
nice.
when there's no QC issues, so the cards look pretty nice. And like I said, I will grab a couple of the singles. I've got the Jake Ottinger. I went and got one of the parallels. I bought it on eBay just as a single. I'll probably get the single base card. I'll combine a couple of them together. Doesn't mean that there's nothing of value there. Like there's stuff there that's still of interest, but I'm buying it as a singles buyer. I'm not buying a box. 2 cards per pack, 24 packs in a box. It is 300 Canadian a box, and you're not guaranteed any autographs in the box. There are autographs there. All the inserts, some of them are nice, but all the inserts are die cut. Whether it's necessary or not, one of them I argue is completely not necessary. I actually think it detracts from the card. It doesn't add. It actually makes it really annoying. I think it actually takes away from the design. So you've got all this happening, and then you've got these boxes.
$300 then.
That's the problem. It's not a lot. Oh. You're just looking at it. So unless you happen to pull like the double helix, the case hits or whatever, the autographs are very tough to pull. They're like at least 1 in 140 packs. So it's not easy.
So you got like 1 in 6 boxes, yeah.
Yeah. So they've got a couple different autograph versions. They've got a couple different ones. They've got some numbered cards, but basically you're guaranteed 2 numbered cards and a couple of inserts in a box for $300.
Wow.
So look, the point is
go buy the cards.
that's basically the thing, but it's a double-edged sword, right? Yep. If you get enough breaks that are not satisfactory, then how many boxes are going to get open? How many singles are going to hit the market? So there's going to be the folks that open up cases, and that'll help. That'll get some of the singles out of there. And so, like I said, I'm on the lookout. The only one that I really wanted. So a couple of the Ottinger cards that I just mentioned, I'm going to get. Like I said, I think they look nice for what they are. But the only thing I'm really looking for, one of the inserts they've got in there is Autographics, which is an autograph insert set. It's a very clean, classic design, faithful to the original. They did a good job with those. They're on-card autographs, which I appreciate. Medano's on that checklist for the Legends. So I'm like, all right, you give me one card specifically that I want to chase. So that one specifically for sure I want to get. The other ones I can take or leave. I'm kind of like, whatever. So, but...
Are the breakers breaking those boxes or no?
So the breakers are doing it. I have been enjoying, though, watching the individual box breaks. And what's funny is almost every single time I watch... Ziri entertained the hell out of me because he was just complaining for like 10 straight minutes. He was just opening like, what are we doing here?
What is this?
What is this? Now, here's one thing, though. I want to add one more piece, though, that actually makes it worse.
Oh,
There is something that makes it worse.
it
And
can't
I'll touch on it here.
Come on.
Oh, I can. Yes, I can.
Right.
Baz here says, do we need to put Eric in the mirror deprivation chamber? Maybe.
Maybe.
Waiting for the blah. Yahoo's living in the 90s. Upper Deck still thinks it's 2023. I wish it was 2023 at this point. I watched a couple of breaks. You should do the AW Black Diamond face about the product. Valid. Ham says, EX inserts this year. Wow. It's a miserable rip. Again, I'm reading Ham's comments. People from Upper Deck who might complain to me. I'm just reading the comments.
That's it.
It's a miserable rip. 2 cards per pack, 3 autos per case. Way too expensive for what you get. Like the 90s PMGs handmade. Yeah, there's a lot of complication to it. Upper Deck makes 40-year-olds feel love bringing back these designs. I think though some of them are going to be a little disappointed even then. Like I said, the double helix card do look nice. I agree with this. Jeff here, good evening. Beware of the jet wash as the card manufacturers suck every last dollar out of your wallet. Maybe. Okay, but there was one thing I did want to share. Go ahead.
It's a question I have to what the comment was and everything else. Sure. It's just like, can they not put more value in the box for you? It doesn't cost them anything to add an extra number to a card, or, you know, I know what with jerseys and autographs, but really, can you just add some more number cards, like, to give you that value? Like one of 5s, one of, you know, 10s, 20s, 30, whatever. Why can't they just add it? It's just an extra stamp. Honestly, why can they not give you value? Everything has to be a lottery pull. Everything has to be a lottery pull. Why can't you just have a great product that sells and people are pulling stuff and they're happy and it keeps things moving? I think it's more advantageous in the hobby.
Well, the thing is, Bobby, every box has, well, every box has a couple of numbered cards included in as part of the pulls.
Yeah.
So those are the ones that kind of fit what you're talking about. The great catch-22 is if you put too many numbered cards in it, then none of them are worth anything. Then it doesn't accomplish anything.
Autograph, 3 different series, jersey, autograph, you know, common, and then parallels, and then all your other stuff.
Well, this particular one, you can't really put jerseys in it because it never had jerseys in the first place.
It's see-through jerseys. That's where the acetate comes in.
Very see-through. You know what the irony is? Have a good night, Eric. Yeah. No, I think he's finally taking
the mommy thrives.
Yeah. What I was going to say was the irony on this is that because they're invoking the EX2000 ethos, they can't put jersey cards in it because it didn't have it originally.
Yeah.
But one tactical error I will say they made though in choosing to do this, and I'll give kind of my overall takeaway on this, and I'll show you the other thing that makes it worse in a second. But my takeaway though is that you actually took bullets out of the chamber, kind of to your point, because of Metal Universe. I'll explain what I mean. With Metal Universe and a lot of the sets they've created with those, they use a lot of the skybox inserts in those. Well, the thing is, in the original EX2000, they would have a cut above. And they've used the cut above in some of the Metal Universe ones. Well, cut above was actually available in the EX2000. So what I'm going to do is I'll actually link you guys to a video from 14 years ago. So ye old YouTube. Somebody did a box break of 96, 97 basketball EX2000. This is the OG version, the original. And it's in glorious 480p. Glorious 480p. But even in 480p, you can see the thing that I'm about to share with you that actually is one of the things that I think was a tactical error from Upper Deck that they missed the boat on here. And I'll actually share it with you. So again, this is 96, 97 EX2000. So here's the break. The gentleman here is French. So this is en français. So as you listen to the commentary, it's all en français. So here's the important thing.
Translate for us, please.
Yeah, I'm not going to hit play. The important right now, this still though shows what I want to get to. So right now, if you see on his left hand, there is that little white card there. That's a kind of a filler card, basically. In each one of these packs, you had a white filler on the front and a white filler on the back, and the 2 cards were sandwiched in between them.
That's smart. No, I remember that too.
It is.
Yeah.
In the current version, those white cards don't exist. They just put the 2 cards in the pack.
No way. You can blow
which exposes them to potential damage, which is one of the QC issues. So I'm literally sitting there, guys, if you literally want to rip off the original idea, then put the white cards in too, because they actually protected the cards.
I think I got 500 white cards here in this box, just left.
It actually, but Bobby though, that edition would actually protect the cards. So since you spent so much energy and effort to make these cards fancy, give them the extra protection. Then be faithful to the original. If you're going to be invoking it, be faithful to the original, and give me the whole thing. Give me the 2 little white cards that add some additional protection.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I'll share here, like, I'll see if I can go back. There is a specific spot. Let me see if I can find it here. So this person, here we go. This person actually pulled the cut above that I was talking about.
Oh, look at that.
So this insert is actually was a tough pull back then, and he was very excited when he pulled this card because this was a big pull. Again, remember this is OG. Yeah, and you can damage that with all the die cut. But the point is, he pulled this Grant Hill cut above card, which is a big pull. This was actually a very successful. That's why in the title it says Break Mojo. He's very excited because this is a big pull here. Yeah. But here's the thing: this insert is not available in the X2000, the new one.
Of course not, because they can't make it.
Well, it's not that. It's that they used a lot of those designs in the Metal Universe.
Oh, so they can't duplicate it.
So the problem is you used it in the wrong product. If you were going to do this other product that's an homage, so then you should give me the same inserts that the homage had, so that I have all my options available.
They'd already go. They're throwing a thought like 2-3 moves down the road. Say, hey, maybe we shouldn't use mixed products.
I think they're going to lose control of what's going on at a certain point in time. We're going to hit that road, and then we're going to say, I can't really remember what it was, because honestly, if you talk about 50 issues per year for, just hockey, at what point can you not retain enough information that, of what went by in the next 10 years? And continuing on with your 90s stuff, it's going to be like, I don't know,
Well, I think the big thing here is that,
but that's manufacturers too. I'm not just saying you yourself. Yeah. I'm saying manufacturers are going to go, didn't we do that or something? I don't know.
So Bobby, the thing is, they waited all these years to invoke this design and to bring it in. Fine. All right, now you did it. Okay. But I'm just going to point out, now you can't do it again. Because now you've already done it. Yep. And the price point to me, so I wanted to share that information with you, give you a little bit of context. My takeaway is this. And again, I'm going to be as charitable as I can.
Please.
Here it is. I understand. For the sake of to be devil's advocate, I'm going to give you credit to assume that because of the nature of those base cards, like I explained, with all the different layers and everything, I'm assuming this is probably one of the tougher and more expensive base sets to build, because you have to do you might need multiple suppliers to do it, whatever. The point is, if in order to do that and provide what you did provide, it costs whatever it cost, to the point that box price wound up where it wound up, and this is what you get out of these boxes.
Yeah.
If I'm in the boardroom, I'm killing this project where it stands. Yes. Because there is no way that anyone is going to feel like they're getting value out of what you're pulling out of this box. And if you're telling me in 2025, the costs are such that I have to price it at X, and this is the price it has to be in order for us to produce it, then the answer is don't produce the set.
I think that's the biggest problem going forward, is that there isn't enough value in a lot of products. You can't spend $500-$600 on a box and only get $200 on product back out of it. It's almost ludicrous at that point. Why would you even bother engaging? Gambling is the sad, side of the hobby. But at what point do you start saying, I'm not buying that shit? And maybe that's what this product's going to do. It's like, I'm not buying it. I'm sorry. Cards look nice, but how am I going to do a set? How am I going to do forget it. And they didn't protect it, so I get damaged cards because I pushed on the pack or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a nostalgia trap, which I got, but the problem is that it didn't hit enough of the notes to hit the nostalgia properly. We also didn't have the original set in hockey anyway, so we're invoking other sports nostalgia. We're not even doing hockey nostalgia here. We're borrowing nostalgia from basketball, baseball, and football.
I know,
because in hockey we didn't have it.
So do they need to expand that? Like, do you have to go beyond parallels, jerseys, autos, and you can say die cuts too? Like, what else is there? What is going to change going forward? Something else has to happen.
Yep.
I don't know what it is. I'm just saying. Anybody have an idea? Because there has to be something to change go forward. Because when do you outplay the jersey, the double autograph, dual autograph, numbered, limited number? It becomes monotonous after a period of time. And then you say, they borrow this from this and this from that, and it's just like the Wild West again. So
the thing is, the borrowing is not the part that I have an issue with. The issue that I have here's the thing. I don't even mind that, Bobby. But my point is, if you're going to do it, then you'd better nail the execution.
Yeah.
Because look, if you're going to do it, then you better nail the execution. Then the execution better be on point. You have to hit it.
It's not nostalgic. It's sort of nostalgic.
Yeah.
And then it's sort of like, well, they kind of didn't do this and they didn't do that. I've never seen that before. What's that from? So
you're basically trying to appeal to other sport collectors who are familiar with this, and you're trying to offer them something that would be familiar to them and maybe would be nostalgic to them in a different sport.
Yeah, but if it goes off the rails from what it originally was, then you get negativity because everyone.
That's what I mean. Like, it actually is worse. My point.
You know,
my point is, it's actually worse to do it poorly than it is to not do it at all. So if you're going to do it, you better make sure you nail the landing. You have to stick the landing. If you don't, it's not going to work. It's the opposite.
Exactly. It's like when they do a remake of a movie, you know, The Wizard of Oz or something like that. It's just like, you can't match the original. And why bother? Why bother doing another one? It doesn't make any sense. Yep. Snow White, whatever. Just saying.
Oops, they can keep trying. Yeah. So Brendan Ryan says, never say to Tops they can't do it again. 52 Tops is done to death and still going. Also 87 Tops. 87 Tops is another one they like to go back to. So the difference, Brendan, here is that Upper Deck doesn't have the same legacy to put. Remember, in this case, Upper Deck's not even giving you Upper Deck's legacy here. This is Skybox. It's not Upper Deck. Upper Deck owns the Skybox branding and the designs and the ability to do them, but it's not theirs. For Tops, 52 Tops is theirs. They can do it 100 times if they want to. They can have 52 Tops set annually and call it 52 Tops, 52 Tops 2, 52 Tops 3, 52 Tops 4.
Where do you
like
stop?
They can keep doing it. Yeah, you can keep doing it for the next 100 years, and it'll all be 52 Tops.
Season, just do a new set with 52 with the season players.
Well, Yannick, instead of Tops flagship, it'll just be Tops 52.
Yeah.
It'll be 2025 Tops 52. 2026 Tops 52. 2027 Tops 52. You can do that forever. But at least it's theirs. The point is, it's theirs. They own it. If they want to do it, it's their design. Again, you're not borrowing somebody else's. It's yours.
Yeah, true.
Josh says, I'm looking forward to thermal threats becoming nostalgic. I think it's going to take a while for that one. I want to show here something. See if I can find the picture. There's a picture of one that I want to showcase because I think it kind of conveys the point as well. And also kind of make my point. Let me see here if I can find it. So yeah, bottom line on that one is, even as being as charitable as I can be, that one probably should have stuck on the cutting room floor, my opinion. I'll get a couple of the singles, but again, being that I am a singles buyer in this case, it's not going to hurt me one way or the other. So I'm fine with it. But
pick and shoot. You always do. Yeah, that's fine.
I sympathize, but I sympathize with somebody who opens a box is disappointed. I understand. I don't blame them.
I laugh.
I don't think I can at that price. I'm sorry. But
so that was the problem. Well, so on the Discord, Yannick, we were having a debate because out of morbid curiosity, there is a price point where I would try it. And if it doesn't sell well, it will start getting discounted. So we were sitting there and I was kind of thinking, like, to me,
like wrestling,
I'd take a flyer at $100. At $100, I'd buy a box. Sure.
Yeah, but right now that's 3 times that.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah. So like you'd have to drop it down to like a third. And then I think about it, I grab a box. Because then at that point I'm not really losing that much. So I can have a little bit of fun. And if I pull something interesting, I pull something interesting. If I pull one of the autographs, that's cool. But if I don't, not a big deal. At $300, I would be very disappointed if I didn't pull something good. And that's kind of your problem. The price point is everything on that. So that's why I said I don't know what the cost was on developing it, but if the cost played into why you ended up at the price point you did, then if you can't build this set for less than that price, and the only way you could build it is at that price point, then it tells me that that's one that you need to say no to. Just don't do it then.
Yeah, no.
Sometimes it's better to think the idea. So
I
get
would
it.
take that same $300 and buy a whole lot of other stuff for me, but that's just me. So, like hobby wise, but you know.
Well, so that's going to be the thing though. Like the Ottinger cards that I'm going to buy, the handful of them, and then that Medano autographics. I bet you I'll be able to get all the ones that I want from this set for less than $300.
Yeah.
I'll literally be able to get every single. Literally, you could put those in a box, and it would still be not worth my while. I could probably get all the ones that I want for cheaper than $300.
hey, like, as gambling that way. I mean, if that's what floats your boat, that's what you like, that's what gets the thrill, go ahead. But me personally, I'll take my odds to casino. But
Hey, look on the upside, Yannick. It's okay. We won't have too long to dwell on it. Soon, we'll have SP game used. 24, 25 SP game used will be coming up in a couple weeks. And then 2025 AEW is coming in beginning April. Oh my. Listen, this is all before Spring Expo, Yannick. We're getting very excited. I like it at discount price too. I'm waiting for that one. And then I think this one, this one's also before Spring Expo. Apparently SPX, middle April.
Oh, SPX. I like that one.
Yeah. So we'll see. They'll have a couple more chances to disappoint us.
All on sale in November.
Who knows, man? Who knows? Like, look, Yannick, I don't know if you caught it. I was trying not just to be mean for the sake of being mean. Like, I'm just trying to be honest with my feedback on it. Like, I watch breaks and I'm like, whoo.
He was trying.
Well, Bobby, you know full well that if I want to be mean, I'll just go in on it.
Pretty easy, yeah.
I'm trying to be nice because I do like some of the folks there, and some of them do ask for feedback, and I try to give it to them when they ask.
Yep.
I try to help, but it's look at the price tag. Look at the price tag. Look what's coming out of the boxes. We need a calculator. All you need is a calculator. The answers are all there. The answers you seek. I don't know. Like I don't think I've seen a single box break where anybody gave it rapturous praise.
Happy, basically.
On this product, no, probably not.
No, I haven't seen one yet. I think the closest,
the one guy who has.
I watched one. I watched Ziri, and he was fun just because it was. Just like,
yeah, it was Ziri. Did he not complain for like 10 straight minutes? It was hysterical.
The whole thing, and usually he's not a guy. At some point, you'll try to say something positive. Okay, this is like, no. I was just like, what the hell? Like, 2 cards, 2 more. So he wasn't even sure which one were the base or which one were supposed to be the parallels or.
Well, I think that's where just I'll say this. I think that's where being too young to remember the original is going to mess with you, because the original, all those colors were the spectrum of colors was part of the base set. That was normal. But if you don't know that, it's going to be like, oh, this must be a parallel. No, actually, that's part of the base set too.
Mm-hmm.
The man of peace abides. I'm trying, Brendan. I'm trying real hard. I'm trying to be a man of peace on this one, buddy. Yee. Look, like I said, my Schadenfreude cup runneth over watching the breaks, and I cackled every single time. I'm like, wait, it's like, and then I literally would watch them open these packs, and it's like, oh man, this card's damaged. Oh man, I'm like, what's this?
Yes.
I was like, okay.
Sensitive.
Because of the nature of the foil, yeah, it didn't shock me that it was always going to be super condition sensitive. It was going to be. It had to be. There's no way you're going to be able to avoid it at that point. But anyway, I don't know. Now you got those other products coming, so that'll be next. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. There was something else that I wanted to touch on as well. Oh, yes, I remember. The auction thing. Okay. So, interesting. Our good friends of Slab Sharks. So they had another one of their weekly auctions with 1,018,000 consignments. And so of interest for me, Bobby, this week was that there was a Jamie Benn collection, one of the people that I collect, and a couple of different high-end Medanos. Yeah, some very nice high-end Medanos were in this one. And I got to say,
on your want list?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely some of the high-end ones, especially. They're tough. But I'll say this. The prices surprised me. Very aggressively high. Like aggressively high.
Like aggressive, or we're talking.
So here's the thing. I'm not going to accuse anybody of anything.
We're not.
I'm just saying, because we got evidence, Bobby. Evidence is probably
to show or not to show is the question.
I can tell you on the Jamie Benns, I can't justify the prices on those. So one of them in particular was particularly hilarious. So let me share one with you so that I can.
You have this one, Jamie Benns, do you not?
What's that?
You have Jamie Benns, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I've got like 300 or 400 in one of my he's one of my side collections, but I've got like 300 or 400.
Was it you?
No, that's the thing. I didn't even bid on it. But the card that sold, I have a copy of. So in this case, I can speak apples to apples on this one. I can actually share some information. So I thought it was interesting. Let me quickly go here and share one specific one.
So
I'll read Josh's
where was this auction? On eBay?
It's eBay. Slab Sharks is eBay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I knew it was Slab Shark. Yeah, okay. Is that all? Yeah. Is that the only platform they use?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do their consignment through eBay. So Mike here, good evening. Just got here. No Eric on Tuesday drop, and no Eric tonight. Please tell me to hurt Rennie's bike. No, he has the bubonic plague. Yes. On the Tuesday episode, he said he wasn't going to be available to do it. He would have done it if we had done it on Sunday, but I wanted to keep the normal schedule. And then today, he was dying of the bubonic plague. If you check at the beginning of the episode, he's literally just sitting in the corner. He doesn't say anything for the entire time he's here, and slowly dies.
I think it's Ebola, but anyways.
Ribbonless, good evening. Is this live? No.
Yes.
Just says, dear fellow Canadians, do not get anything shipped from the U.S. I just paid almost $500 an $1,100 package due to taxes and tariffs.
Yes, you have to keep it under $800.
Yes, there is a limit to it.
Yeah. That's the limit. So, you know, you don't even want to insure it to that amount because you will pay even duties past.
Oh, you'll get destroyed. You will get demolished on that.
Yeah. So, you know, I just FedEx it next day and you'll save so much. You know, you'll have that guarantee, I guess, that it's, you know, it's not going to be in the warehouse sitting around being kicked around for a couple of days. So that's all I do when I do that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, so I don't know what Josh sent. I'll say this: even if I had $1,100 worth of stuff, and even if you want to insure it a little bit, I would have broken it up. Because depending if it's like a ship my cards thing, you could break it up into two pieces and get it under the limit, and then pick your total if you really want to. It would still cost less because he paid $500 and $1,100, so like it would still be substantially less.
That hurts.
Breaking it up into two pieces.
Sometimes it'll just go under the radar anyway. So sometimes they don't, you know, duty it up. So
yeah, well, right now they're definitely not letting anything under the radar, Bobby. Right now, if they can take a buck, they're taking it
under that level, right?
Yeah, under the level. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Fanatics vault shipping. Yeah, then you're screwed. There's not much you can do there. Yeah, not much you can do because they're going to declare for the full amount. They're going to hit you with the maximum.
Yeah. You have to get Fanatics to
get it out of there and
ship my cards and then do your own from there. Right?
Yeah. You probably honestly that would probably still be cheaper. At least then you have some more control over it.
Yeah.
So let me go.
What's this worth? $8.
Yeah. Well, I do that sometimes with Compsy as well. They're like, "How much is this worth?" It's $1.
Yes,
the dollar.
It's
$1. I swear.
Charges.
It's a piece of paper.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so here we go. All right. So first, I'm going to share with you the auction. So this one was in that Slab Sharks auction. So I'll show it to you, and then we'll go in here. Let me go. Here we go. Okay, so here it is.
Is there something going on with Karn right now?
Oh well, that is, if you talk about Rattle Pokemon, like that's perpetual. So anyway, so here is the Jamie Benn card. So this is the gold prism of 2013 Panini Prism. So the final sale price was $222.50 Canadian or $154.10 US approximately. Okay, so that's fine. So when I looked at this, I was like, interesting. Okay, you know,
that's kind of a
Jamie Benn hasn't
or something.
Well, the gold prisms are out of 10. So they are nice cards. Gold prisms tend to be fairly popular. However, here's why I kind of like here's why I kind of shifted up my eyebrow. So this one sold obviously in this auction. Now I'm going to share a different one with you, and I'll show you this one. Let me go in here. So there was another one that sold about a year ago. Let's see here. There's Jimmy Benn. So I will pull this up.
Well, there's happenstance where you get two people going at it. You never know. It's hard to take the sample size of two and
yeah, well, the print run's only out of 10, so you're not going to have that many sales.
No, but even still, you know, I mean, like, even at 10, you know, a lot of people don't want that card and they just pulled it and want to sell it. So, you know, there should be a few in the last few years.
So that's kind of the thing. There are a few, but not that many. So I can actually show you. So from Terapeak here, I'm going to show you the sales. So the pertinent ones are the second and the fourth. No, I'm going to read it.
Just tell me the numbers. Yeah, please.
Yeah. So the one of them sold in August 7th of 2022. So August 7th, it sold for $81 in auction.
That was kind of the height of the pandemic, I guess, prices.
So same card. This is number 7 of 10. So that was the card that sold in 2022.
Same card.
The same 7 of 10 sold in January of 2024 for a fixed price of $60, $59.99.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Now, I know specifically about this because the person who bought it for $59.99 was me. That was the copy I bought. Now, I know the seller.
Cheap son bitch. No.
It is what it is. Listen, they lost money on that deal. So anyway, so the thing is that I know the seller, and it had actually been listed a number of times, and the price had been reduced several times before it finally sold. Now, Jamie Benn, between 22 and 24 and today, has not done anything. He's playing. He's okay. He's the captain of the Dallas Stars. The Dallas Stars have not won the Stanley Cup, to my knowledge, between the years 2022 and today.
Yeah.
He is Art Ross Trophy. He won an Art Ross Trophy, by the way. He did, in fact, do that. This was back in like 2016.
Prime is
so that hasn't happened recently.
Long time.
The last couple of years, his scoring and production are down. My point is that there is no actual reason for that card to have sold for almost triple what I paid for the same card.
Like you
especially
said,
since nobody wanted it last year.
If that's their rookie and you get
it's guys
who really collect,
it's not even close to the rookie.
No, if that's their rookie, guy that they collected since he was a rookie, and they went through and followed him in his career, then that's not that much of a real fluctuation. We're not talking thousands and other shill bids, but why would you want to shill that up like $40, $50? It doesn't even.
Well, it's $100.
It all adds up.
It's $100. It's $100, Bobby. It's triple. It was triple.
Oh,
it sold for $160 US.
Yeah, two guys going at it. And like you said, they don't come up very often. So it's a very hard sample size to go with. But yeah, I understand that. And it's Slab Sharks, so who knows?
Yeah, that was kind of the question that was brought in there because, like I said, the same card was available last year, and multiple people could have bought it for less than that.
Yeah,
it literally sat for a while because I was watching it for months. I didn't make an offer on it because I didn't like the price point. In my opinion, it was overpriced, and I waited until it got to that, and then we settled on the $60. That was the price point at which I was okay paying for it. I saw no reason to make any offers on any of it. So that was one that I saw after the fact. Wes shared that one with me, and I was sitting there like, they sold it for how much? Listen, I'll sell it to you for 140.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
If you want it that bad, I'll sell it to you for 140. I'll take the profit.
But I do see that a lot in the collectible market too. Is like you'll see the same thing come up, and then someone will pay 300, and the other guy will pay 150. It's that variable. When we get into the thousands or the 4 digit, 5 digit, then it's no contest at that point. You can really tell, why it's going and what's going for. But then again, you never know the motive of somebody, right?
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is in the same auction, somebody else could have bought one of Jamie Benn's one of ones, also from Prism. The one of one sold. One of the one of ones sold for $300.
So
instead of buying the out of 10, you could have bought one of the one of ones for $80 more.
Well, I think some people don't even collect one of ones because they can't get them all. So at least they can get out of 10 they can get, right? That's at least a pursuant, right, for them. I would think. Yeah. Pursuant.
Yeah. So this one here, it looks like, again, we can't see what the actual names are, but we have an interesting voting pattern leading up to.
Oh, that's always interesting to look at. Yes.
So right here, up until $50, we've got this one bidder here, and then, but all the bidders here, 449 feedback, 286, 4,035. Then the 449 comes back in here at $75. Then 125, this other person comes in at $80. Another person, 2,396, comes in at $96. And then 286 comes back at 150. 602, which is somebody else, comes in at 155. 1796, which is another person, comes in at 160. So a bunch of different people came in, and then a bunch of them kept giving up, and then somebody else would take over. So 286 guy was the one who ended up winning for the 222, and outbid this person with 453.
So that guy who has the recent the lowest feedback won, right?
Out of these, other than this 125 guy, yes.
Okay.
But the 125 guy only did once.
Because newbies will pay more for something than somebody who has 2,000 feedback, right?
Yeah, and most of the heavy activity was between 7:41, so 10:41 p.m. and the end of the auction about around 11. So that was the heavy bidding at the end to get it, to jump it from about $75 all the way to $222.
So what was the last bid that was over its mark, you think? At what time or when? What day?
You mean over the price point that I think it made
Yeah,
made sense?
Yeah.
I think once you clear 100, so this one here was at 10:56. So this was late,
Same
and
day?
then it jumped. Yeah, these are all same day. These last
Okay.
couple ones.
Got it. Okay.
So there's a lot of different. So they kind of jumped around. But what I thought was interesting, again, and to be clear, I'm not accusing anybody of shilling anything here because I don't have any information to the contrary, and there's high enough. I just think it's weird that these random individuals showed up out of nowhere when this card again, the card isn't available all the time, but it has been made available multiple times, and it was available privately as well. If you had your eye out, you could have just bought a copy. They were out there.
So
I had multiple chances to buy the card.
Test the marketplace and put yours out there.
Yeah, might as well. Seems
because the second bidder has got to be wanting it, right?
Who knows? I guess so. Seems at a value compared to other sports. Depends though. Like on a lot of the hockey ones, honest. Look, you'd be shocked how many of the gold prisms I bought for nothing, for peanuts. No one cares until suddenly they do. And again, I don't see why suddenly you would care about that one. If you're doing the set, I kind of get it, but I don't buy it. Yeah. So the bidding, like I said, I just shared it there, so I have no idea. Sometimes you're two bidders and no one wants to budge. Yeah. The problem is it wasn't two bidders. It was a couple of different folks that just playing around. So I have no idea. The auction of extended bidding? Nope. That's just a standard eBay auction. No extended bidding on that one.
I think if I have about three different people going. Sorry?
Now you're good. You were muted for a second.
Somebody called. That's why. Sure. I think that if I was a bidder, I would definitely want to have 3 shills in there because you don't want to do 2 and you don't want to do 1. So I think the third shill, that takes the shill out of the shill at that point. So it's because you're trying to go deep, right? And saying, well, I can't be shilled because there's 3 different people with 3 different whatever, I have 2 accounts. Not to say that I would or did or ever did, but just saying, it's not hard to go a few deep and just, eliminate the shill.
Mm-hmm.
It's so easy.
Makes sense. Now, one other thing as well, just so we're all on the same page. When I shared those other previous sales, I pulled it up in TerraPeak. So with TerraPeak, that's when it's been paid. So we'll see what happens. I'll monitor it and I'll let you know later. That Jamie Benn auction has not been paid for yet.
Oh.
Because it wasn't in my TerraPeak list there. It hasn't been paid yet.
So that's a good thing that TerraPeak does do that, is that they don't mark down if it hasn't been paid. Because if you go back and look at the comp, okay, whatever. Yeah, it's got to be sold and got to be paid for. Let's do that. And I think that's a real key component when you're talking about stuff like this. Because I understand that if you give people the opportunity to shill or cheat or whatever, a lot of people will take it, especially today, will take you up on that offer and they'll just go forward. And like I said, you go 3 deep on a shill, no one will ever figure that out. Really? Yeah. How many people are tracking that? Can the algorithm even track that? Maybe when we get super AI, maybe, but other than that, you won't. So interesting.
I'll need to repurpose my coaster making AI and maybe we can get it done. Josh here says, keep an eye out Thursday if it gets relisted. So that's basically what I'm saying. I will reserve judgment. Like I said, for me, all I'm saying with this particular one and a couple of the other ones I was looking at, the numbers don't jive for me based on the market I've seen. Especially since some of these cards that I'm talking about, they're nice cards. And some of them are tougher and rare cards. But I literally go to Expo and a bunch of other shows and buy rare Jamie Benn cards for like pocket change. And I'm sitting there like, who is this market? Because trust me, these dealers, they would be happy to mark it up if they could get the money. So where are you supposed to? They're like, where are these bidders? Where are these people? Why won't you buy my stuff?
Has this been happening with a lot of Jamie Benn cards, or is it just
not that I'm aware of? Look, I went through some of the other ones, and it was just interesting to me. And a couple of the other Jamie Benns in the same auction went for around what I would expected, which is to say almost nothing. So I actually was mad at the end. I was like, actually, I would have been more than that. That was that one. I'm like, yeah. Number one, I have a copy, and number two, I was like, yeah, I'm not interested in bidding on that.
And that does happen. Like, I remember my friend bought something, a rare North Star thing, and he paid the full price. And this guy never pays the full price, so the guy listed another one, and it's just like, you fucked it up for everybody now, because you had to buy it now. He goes, I was busy. I was at a game. I just hit the buy it now. And I said, you never hit the buy it now. You're a cheap asshole. So you paid $100 and it should have been like 40 or 50. He goes, yeah, I know. I said, now the guy listed another one, which I need one. Now I got to pay the piper because he's sitting there going, hey, I got 100 for the last one. So now I got to wait him out for about 6-8 months until he realizes that nobody's freaking bidding. And he got that one guy. And that one guy was my friend. So that stuff does happen. Stupidity.
Yeah,
that's
Landon,
why
I just
Landon of all people.
I just enjoyed very much that it just seemed like a couple of them went out of whack, and then the other ones kind of fell in line with normal. And I was just in there like, huh, okay, interesting. All right, sure. Yeah. We'll review. We'll look at it again later. That's when we were looking at it on the Discord. Wes brought it to my attention because I wasn't watching that one originally. I was watching some of the other Ben ones just to see what they were going for. I did bid on a couple of the other ones, and those ones went for like around what I would expect. You know, which is fine. Again, if you're buying certain players and certain things enough times, you get a pretty good sense of around what the going rate is. And it's just a matter of, do you want to pay it or not? And as long as it goes for about the going rate, okay, yeah, I can see that. That sounds about right.
Were the other ones 1 of 10s or anything like that?
A lot of them were out of 5s, out of 10s, yeah. Rarer cards.
Wow, okay.
Well, specifically, there was a collection. Somebody had I think there were like 8 1 of 1s in that collection. Wow. It was a lot. And some nice stuff, actually. It's nice stuff. I wasn't in the market for it, but it was nice. I thought some of them looked pretty good. So Sean said, opinions. Why do football and baseball cards PSA 9 sell well in the U.S.? So, Sean, be careful always whenever you pose an open-ended question, because I can find football and baseball cards, PSA 9s, that wouldn't sell if they paid you. So I'm sure you've got examples that have sold, but it depends. The answer is, honestly, the true answer, it depends.
It's because they don't have to pay tariffs. There you go.
No, but it's also like I said, sometimes somebody will pose a question like this, and it's like, you're giving me based on you've seen a couple recently sell, and you're asking this question. It's like, I can go on to eBay right now and punch in PSA 9 baseball and football, and we can find them all day for like $5.
Yeah,
and they're not moving.
Rated.
So it depends. So the answer is it depends. Depends on what it is. Yet a can of PSA 9s no one wants. Again, it depends. There are PSA 9s that I know for a fact can sell, but it depends. What are you trying to sell? What is in the slab? And that'll answer the question.
And it's timing too. I think a lot of that, because there's so many different platforms now. There's so many different auction houses. There's only so much money that people have. And I think we've reached that point with just, how many auctions does Classic have now? 6 a year? They used to have 2. And then Heritage, and then their little mini auction, and this Wheats auction, and they do all these little, and then you add all the other auction houses, and then you add eBay, and then you add Fanatics, and then you add, it's just like, wow.
I bet if they promoted it on Yahoo Sports Collectibles, they'd be fine.
I would be on it because it would come up on my homepage.
It would totally come up on the homepage.
It'd be right there. I wouldn't have to do anything. I wish we had homepages like that, and I could read articles and do all the fun things.
It'd be crazy. Yeah. It'd be wild.
Someone just thought about it.
I know. Shelley McDougal. Zachary says, I'm a little confused by Eric's appearance. I'm always confused by Eric. Tonight, no podcast either. So just to recap, Eric told us he wasn't going to be available on the normal recording date for the podcast, so it was fine. Tonight, he told us he was sick. I told him not to show up, but he insisted. So he was there in the corner. So you all got your fill of seeing Eric. Remember to hit the like button so that either he'll get sicker or get better, whatever you prefer.
We saw his thumb in his hand.
Yeah. He gestured and he gave people the finger a couple of times.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, yeah. He's got always enough energy for that.
Yeah. He marshaled all his energy for that one. Mm-hmm. It's a pattern. Should be easy to watch the sellers of the card, similar results. Yeah. That's what I say. My interest level, I don't specifically seek out the Slab Sharks auctions. The only reason I was interested this time around was because they had a couple ones for players that I collect. So I was specifically keying in on these ones to pay closer attention to it than normal. So I was genuinely curious if how some of them were going to go. And I'll share a different one with you that actually, the Medano ones I was following, I think went for about what I think is appropriate, given the cards themselves. Again, I follow that market very closely.
But they don't do Medano. Come on.
Well, you know what's funny is that the person, whoever sold this card, I think lost at least $100. It went the opposite.
Like on average sales?
No, current? Well, the card's out of 5, so there aren't that many.
Oh.
And this specific copy was sold previously about a year ago. So this exact copy. So I'll share it here on the screen. So this one here sold for $817.98,
Wow.
which works out to $566 US.
Holy.
The same copy, the 5 of 5, sold for $650. Buy it now, about a year ago.
Could have bought 2 boxes of thing for that.
Could have.
Yeah.
Now, so they actually lost about $100, and then don't forget fees and all that. So you actually lost even more, really.
Yeah.
So in reality, you didn't get close to it. Obviously, still a very aggressive number. $817 is nothing to sneeze
Yeah,
at. Like, it's still
that's
pretty good. Yeah, I will say, I know who the underbidder was. Me. I was only willing to go so far. I thought I made a very. I was hoping. I was like, oh, can I win it? Can I win it? I want to win it much cheaper. Can I win it? No.
Yeah.
I have no idea how much further they're willing to go, but
It's
obviously
good
they're
when you
willing to
can
go further
say,
than I was.
no, I'm there. That's it. I have
Yeah,
enough.
like that's as far as I'm willing to go. It's a nice card, not that nice. There was a second Schiller on the grassy knoll. Exactly.
I knew it.
I thought he was down the surrender. And listen, there may have been multiples. The Schiller did not act alone.
Mm-hmm.
There goes molting from Bruins fan to a Blackhawks fan. Like Bruce Willis in Unbreakable. Dang.
Wow. Oh, that was, yeah. I'm dead. Oh, no.
Eric may not be a good person, but he is a great friend. There you go. Not swell fella.
Not so swell.
Yep. Falling apart, that bougie Eric. Falling apart. You know, I think he's lacking some vitamin mayo. I'm just saying, mayo might boost the immune system.
Might.
Just
throwing
like
it out there.
open the lid, huff
I
it
got
a
some
little.
I'm going to get some show and tell.
Go ahead. So, yeah, so I thought it was interesting. That card, that was a very nice one. I really was interested in that one. But unfortunately, like, I could only go so far. So did you see the card I was showing, Yannick?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
I liked it. But like, Spring Expo though, like, is coming right up, and I'm like, I can only go so far. I was willing to stretch a little bit. I would love to have taken it down, but couldn't make it happen.
I did picked up some money today for the expo.
Oh yeah,
because like a lot of people, I'm sure you're the same. It's not like you go to the bank every day, and then you just so much cash, let's say, that you'll carry or you'll have available to you. And so in between, sometimes when I go to the bank,
yep,
you know, it could be weeks sometimes. So today, planning on, and I said, like, you know what? So I made a stop, grabbed some money for the expo, put it in the envelope.
Nice.
And I would probably do that exercise one more time before the expo. So that'll probably be about my budget for the end of April.
Nice. Well, I was able to, I talked about it on the
Cash flow is
podcast.
king. We all know that. Even if you can, you know, in Canada, for our American friends, like EMT, we call it here, which is like, there's no fees as long as you're within.
Yeah, electronic transfer. It's an electronic transfer. Yeah.
Exactly. So there's always that, but of course, everyone prefer to have pesos.
Yeah, you always want to be careful. You always want to be careful with that because, so for example, I talked about this before. So if I'm doing a deal with Steve, so Steve Angel, who I've talked about, obviously good, but I've known him for over 20 years. We've been buddies a long time. If I want to do a transfer like that, he's like, yeah, no problem. No questions asked, done. But with a lot of dealers, they're going to want to confirm that it went through. Like, you know, there's a cover. Like at the end of the day, it is, once it's in the account, it's in the account. But the thing is, you still want to make sure it goes through.
There's a 30-minute, I would say,
sometimes.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of an anxious time. It's a little uncomfortable kind of
uncomfortable time when you don't know the person, and now you got to do a nice chat. You got to of like, hey,
that's
like,
right.
Everything's going to be fine. I'm sure that money's going to be in your account right away. I'll just stay right here. Here's my bag if you want. Right, I'm not going anywhere.
Yep.
See, I made last expo, I ran out of cash on me. So basically now I could give half to the seller, and I was buying C57, so it's a higher budget. So my envelope now was empty of cash, which is basically was my only pretty much deal. The whole expo was one transaction. But fortunately, we have friends that were they had that kind of cash available on hands.
Mm-hmm.
So they were able to front me the cash. Then right away with them, I did the electronic transfer. So that 30-minute period of wait, that wasn't too bad because they were friends of mine, friends of ours. But yeah, so this time, basically, I had to reload the hobby envelope. Like there's always so much I give myself, let's say, per month or per show. And if I don't, and I think you guys touched it on your last podcast or 2 podcasts ago, like if let's say like you don't spend the money, like what do you do with it? Like you just put it onto the next show.
You can carry it over. Yeah. Look, I'm bad because I like buying shit. I do too much.
Me too. I don't necessarily have an envelope, let's say, like I do for when I do local here, and when I go and travel, let's say to smaller show that sells other stuff than necessarily sports card memorabilia. So that's definitely place I go. I don't know the people, so cash is always king there. But yeah, I buy a lot of stuff like you, Carlos. I don't necessarily have myself a budget. Like I want it, I just freaking buy it.
Yeah, I will say what's helped this time around is that I'm starting to move some of the not so fella cards. So I've got some extras that I set aside that I went through, and I was like, these ones are ones that I like, but not as much as the other ones. Because my goal with that collection was never to have a ton of cards. So I reached the point where the box is starting to get a bit full, and I was like, all right, we need to really narrow this down to the ones that we really like. I really want to focus and key in on the specific one because I've got ones that are nice, but they're not as nice as the other ones.
Like a binder of not so swell fella? Or
no, I got a 1600 count box. No, I got a 2-row.
A 2-row. There you go.
Yeah, but it's a lot of stuff's in 1 touches and such. But it's like, it's still a 2-row, and there's still plenty of cards in there.
Still have 200-300 cards in there.
Yeah.
Right?
So I'm like, I don't need that many. So for me, the goal is to be like, all right, let's cull the herd a bit, and then we'll go from there. Let me read a couple of comments here because there's a couple of questions as well. So Josh here says, does JFK references count as political discussion? We'll allow it as long as you agree that they did not act alone. Moving on. Mike here says, Yannick, did you add to your vintage hockey set, or are you still waiting for the expo?
Yes, but in a different way that we can actually touch. And I got something to show here. It's pretty cool.
All right. So let me finish reading these comments and we can share. We can do some show and tell. Yeah. MTE, Mayo Traumatic. I'm not going to try to pronounce the last word. Should have borrowed cash off Eric. He's loaded. Facts. He likes paying for the like button. Yannick's all on cash because he's been buying ooh la la hockey cards. We do like the ooh la la. Have to say sorry, Spicy Eye. Not a big fan of the ooh la la cards or the 1 chase card. 1 card in 13 cases. Yes. It's a bit rough. Dan says, I haven't seen a single vintage card tonight. Alas. Was last week the full yearly allotment? Listen, if you left it up to me, it would be the full yearly allotment. I'm like, we barely acknowledge the vintage. Listen, we're lucky when I even allow the showing of cards. Well, listen, this is not a card show. This is the longest weekend episodic. We don't know what it is. We still don't know what it is. That's the point. No one knows.
Started over 4 years ago now.
Haven't missed a single week of lives since October of 2020, and we still have no idea what the hell this crap is.
Even when Eric is sick.
Yep. Even when Eric was on his deathbed and dragged himself so that he could be hoodie man in the corner. But no vintage. Bobby's going to do some show and tell, so I'm sure that'll be vintage. And then Yannick, I assume this is vintage that you got here, right?
I do.
Yes.
And it's
okay, so tell you what, Yannick, do you want to share? I'm caught up on the comments. So here you go, Dan. This is probably vintage. Whatever it is, it's about to be vintage. So Yannick, do you want to share? And then I'll quickly grab my refill?
Yes. 100%.
Go for it. All right. One second. And you go for it.
On my quest of vintage, especially in the pre-war section, the last, I would say now, just over a year, I started collecting the C57 set, which is the 3rd set from 1910s, I guess, Bobby. It would be the 3rd set if we count the Sweet Corporal.
It would be.
So I have an interest in the set. I'm trying to find new ways to find information. Basically, I want to know how these cards were distributed and how can you obtain them back in 1910, 1911, 1912, 1913, and so on. So
well, I think we have a general understanding, but I think you're digging deeper and trying to find out a little bit more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but I got my hands on an auction I won about a month ago, and I got the pack of cigarettes that the C57s were distributed. So basically, you had to buy a pack of Derby cigarettes this way, and these packs came with 6 cigarettes inside, and that's how you would actually get your hands on a C57. And now I was curious to trying to identify which of the pack, which era, because of course these packs were distributed on other years, but when you start to get into the stamp here, which is now, if I would have to pull the whole thing, actually there's 2 sides, and the pack is actually very nice for being over 110 years old now. So there's a different denomination. So this one is the 6 cent. There's some that are 5 cents or even more. And Bobby's helping me into all the questions that I have, and the things, clues that I'm trying to find here. So Bobby actually did wrote an article. I would say now probably a year.
But was the article on a homepage? That's what I need to know. Is the article on a homepage?
Oh, you know where it was. It wasn't on a homepage, but it was on one of those pages.
But one last thing, so I don't talk too long on this.
Yep,
but basically, this book here that I'm holding, it's a collectible that's pretty hard to obtain. But this date from 2008, and it's basically Imperial Tobacco Canada that made a book for their employees only. So it explains, and
they went through the whole archives,
details basically everything that is tobacco related that was distributed ever in Canada. So all the advertising, and basically details too on like population, plants, the organigram on all the companies, who bought who, and how stuff was distributed. So it's kind of a new rabbit hole I got into.
Isn't it interesting that in that book they have the Allen and Ginter advertisement there?
Yes.
Which is very,
very nice.
Interesting why it would be there. Were they doing that for competition? Was it available in Canada? I don't know. I don't think so, but you never know. See, these are the questions that we don't have answers to, but this might actually lead us in a direction that we might come up with some kind of semblance to what really happened. Because we only have these things. You can look through the newspapers. You won't find anything information-wise about, other than the company being sold or something like that, or something being bought. Otherwise,
not much advertising. Some, but not.
It was all done within the stores, because they had tobacco stores. You know, Hamilton Gum had their Hamilton Tobacco. They had their own stores. You know, and they actually had Philip Morris, which was the United States brand, but the Canadian brand was run through the Hamilton company. There's so many things that were going on at that time period, so it's very difficult to parse it all together, really. But it's coming slowly.
Nice, good stuff. I like it, Yannick, including the second combination there. Yannick saves day first. That's right. I also appreciated this. This was my favorite thing when it went full screen. Was the 17-second delay between live Yannick and over the shoulder Yannick. I did enjoy that.
It's that Matrix, right?
Yeah, nice sweet Corporal pack there, and the Derby cigarettes. This one I'm not sure, but something non-sport was distributed in this one, and that's another one I found like years back. But I always kind of enjoyed the.
I would almost say that every pack had either a non-sports or a sports card in it in that time period. It was nonstop. Because you always wanted the leg up on your competition. So,
I mean, come on, just look at the art and the print work. These packs are over a century old.
Yeah.
So,
and then some.
Anyway,
Mike here says, "Congrats, Yannick. That book's probably hard to find. A nice piece along with the cigarette pack.
It's not cheap. It's not cheap. It's a $200 book.
And formation is expensive."
Look, I'm willing to go on a limb and say that's slightly more interesting than the Shaw family memoir that I just narrowly avoided getting. If I had started working at Shaw a little bit earlier, they would give you after like a year the Shaw family memoir, and I just missed the window when they were doing that, which is basically this gigantic tomb that you could murder someone with. And I'm like, who would read this? Who wants to read this? And why do you think this is a gift? Why would you give it? You work for me, and now I'm giving you this.
Owners think it's a gift. I'm going to do this for my employees and let you know how good we are.
You know what you know what this employee wanted? Money. Give me a check.
Basically, yeah.
I would like a bonus, sir. Many of our fathers scored our hockey games and baseball games in their Dumouriez and players. Dumouriez and players cigarette packaging. Yes. Live games in the 80s and 90s. Homemade notebooks. Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Allen Ginter's. Yes.
There's the Allen and Ginter, which is so and it portrays the cards too. So why is that in there? Is there any reason for it? Or I did see it when I had that book. I borrowed it from a friend and I looked through the whole history. Well, most of the early part.
That's just like in between chapters, but they show example here of all the cards that there was distributed in the Imperial tobacco packs.
Yeah.
So, those are basically Canadian smokes only. Other than that, no.
And you see they're all the same size.
So, and another interesting fact that you see and realize through those books is how many cigarettes were distributed to soldiers overseas.
Tons.
So lots of these cards, basically, even if they were made here and meant to be distributed here, they never made it here, basically in America. They just were shipped to
France, wherever, Germany, Russia.
Some probably ended up in battlefields and stuff.
Yeah, South Africa, whatever.
So,
Shaw family memoir sounds like the original coaster. The problem is it's too damn big to be a coaster. The thing was like, it's not even a coffee table book. The damn thing may as well be in the coffee table.
Coffee table, yeah.
You could probably put the legs on the side of it and probably use the damn thing as a table. Good Lord. I'm just trying to imagine, like in the back of my mind, I'm sitting there like, I can imagine what would happen if somebody had actually, and I was sitting like, and I asked some of the ones that were there a long time, I was like, what would you do with that? And I go, I just put it in a box somewhere. I go, yep, sounds about right.
A big box.
Yeah, it was.
Mm-hmm.
It just, it was so random. I just thought it was incredible. I was like, all right, guys, whatever. Sure, makes sense. So you had a little show and tell as well, Bobby? Something you wanted to share?
Sure. You can put me on the screen there. It'd be great.
Sounds good. Yep, all you. Go for it. Just going to crack open my beer while you do that.
I did pick up this is Goldie Prodger. He's actually in the C50 6 set. I think he is. And there he's with Hamilton Tigers. It's very rare to find that. It says on the back. It's a real photo, too. It was stuck in an album at one time. It says George Goldie Prodger played hockey for Quebec, Canada. He played for Quebec.
Way.
Yeah. So he won 2 Stanley Cups, one with Montreal, one with I think Victoria. I think they won.
Covers.
So it was kind of nice to have. It was almost I guess it was from his family because they actually made postcards. See, what they would do is take photographs and they would make postcards out of those photographs. This happened, the AZO that runs around there, that usually determines that it's 1910 to 1930, the postcards that were made. So you can go into a sort of a drugstore at that time and you would put a photo in the machine and they would make a postcard out of that photo. So you could send it off to somebody. So what they did is they took this original photo and then they said, so here he is. He's Goldie Prodger's there, and he's got a V, like for Victoria, on his jersey there. He's the tall gentleman right there. So that's a nice family photo. Although it's on postcard, it's not a real photo, but it is somewhat documented as that. Another family photo too. Different people in the family, but this is actually the really nice part of it. It's a little album, a little mini album, and what it has is his military photo. It's real photo. Look at that.
Wow,
that is beautiful. So there you have pictures that you never see of players who played in the NHL, and anytime that you can pick that stuff up at a half decent price, I would suggest you go for it. But that is the key picture to the set, because we don't have any pictures of the Hamilton Tigers uniforms. They were all destroyed as they went to where did they go? they only played from 1924 to 27, 28, and the New York Americans took them over at that point, as they disbanded because they actually went against the. This actually ties into the what was it? The champs.
Cigarettes.
There was an issue between them and going on strike, and they didn't want to play. And the first place team took over, and then they went on strike. So then Montreal came in. Very interesting part of it. Anyway, so that's that, and then we get into the 80s. So these carded cellos would have a pin back button on the top. This is all carded in plastic here, and then you would have a bunch of different sorted players. Now this one is a little different than this one. Now this one is Edmonton Oilers, but it does say on it says official team logo button and 20 genuine O-Pee-Chee cards. So this is pre-pack after the fact, but just after the fact. So there's a Gretzky in here.
Yeah.
If there's 20 Edmonton Oilers, because they all did them team specific. So these little carded cells are very difficult to find. Like the pin back is like a bonus, but I mean, this was an aftermarket product, but not soon after. So, and
Makes
this
sense.
is actually a great one because it's Edmonton and you have Gretzky in there somewhere. I wish he was showing it. It would be much better.
I was going to say, yeah, if you put it on the front, that would be much better. Yeah.
But they didn't care at that time, right?
Yeah.
It was just a matter of, hey, it's 20 O-Pee-Chee cards.
Now, I think the important question here, Bobby, is
Yeah.
do you anywhere in your findings or your holdings have any fake O-Pee-Chee cards? Because those are the genuine ones. I always enjoy when they put the word genuine in the front of it, even as opposed to the fake ones. Like,
Yeah, actually,
what are you
I do have
comparing
all
it
the
to?
fakes. I have a fake, a couple fake Gretzky's, Lemieux, and a Patrick Roy, because those are the main.
I just like when they put as a marketing thing, they go, genuine O-Pee-Chees. Like, yes,
It was.
thank you.
It had to be genuine at that time.
Thank goodness. I was getting worried.
It's a selling feature. You can only write so much on the side of these things. So I guess it was something. And one of here's my coup de grace is this came from Maple Leaf Gardens. This was the box office. They would have this advertisement in the box office so you could get your tickets. It would describe which two you could get. And, that was a children's ticket over here. And then it was an adult ticket over here. And this was in Maple Leaf Gardens. So they would change them in and out for the game. So this is the original plastic thing was right in the box office, 1975. I think it says what ice show on it. This is not a Leaf game, but even still, this was when they sold the tickets in the box office at Maple Leaf Gardens. Anytime you can get arena or stadium stuff, the original stuff, that's it's one of a kind, right? So what are you going to do?
Yep.
That is a key piece, and I was very happy to acquire that.
Very nice. Let me quickly read. I'll read a couple comments here. I'll get caught up. Bob Bozo said, I'm releasing my picture book of my cousin Carlos' hobby. Talk live screenshots on Amazon pretty soon. I'll buy that. My good says, Carlos, what's the ray of sun beaming over your left shoulder? It is the radiant light of the content God shining upon me.
That's it.
See?
It is.
It's a floor lamp. Just I found it easier. I actually
kind of gets in your eye a little bit when we keep on staring. So just saying.
Oh, I was gonna say, don't stare at it too closely. I actually like when they did this because this one you can actually change it. You know how you can switch the lighting from warmer, cooler, and all those. This one actually can adjust a couple different ways. So it's actually very smart in terms of what it allows you to do.
Annoying setting, right?
Yes,
I know. I figured it was.
That's exactly that's what I'm shooting for. I could always lower it and make it more direct if it'll help.
Would it be cooler or not? No.
Listen, it is what it is. Very cool, Yannick. Do love Yannick's book. Put it on a coffee table.
That's a nice one. That's a nice book.
And it goes through postcard collection.
It goes through the best part. There's a diagram in one of the pages that kind of tells you where it came from, England, and when it became the United States, and then when it became Canadian, and that's when British American tobacco and then Canadian tobacco took over. So it actually goes through there and it tells you all the products that were associated. It's a very detailed guide that is amazing. Amazing information wise, just to understand it a little bit better.
Makes sense. Bob was I've been wanting to start a postcard collection for a long time. Mike says, nice Bobbies, have your PC or possibly for a book in the future.
Everything I get, I high-res scan and put it in files. So, the Prodger, I would put it in the 1910s, and I would put it in the oddball section and just leave it there until, you're writing an article, and then you can talk about maybe him, his couple Stanley Cups, put him in an article, and then I have a picture of his military photo, which is, who has that? Nobody. I do. Just saying. That is the stuff that really makes an article great, is the unique pictures. And I have so many that I've collected over the years for the last 25, 30 years. I was good at doing saving photos. It's a daunting task because you got to find a file. You got to, it's a pain in the ass, but you do it and you just keep doing it. And eventually you have this nice archive of photos. And that's what I've done for a long time.
Makes sense. Rick Vintage Oddball Cards, good evening. Crack that open, Bobby. See, if Bobby cracked it open, we find out it wasn't genuine O-Peachy. We'd find out, G.I. Joe, it could have been anything else.
Do you think? Could that be? Would it? Like, honestly, the Gretzky I could get out of here? If I got a 10, it had to be better than 60-40, but if I got a 10 out of this. So how many Gretzky cards in here?
Well, the problem, Bobby, what happens if you opened it up and it turned... What happens if you open it up and the Edmonton Oilers card is the only one on the front, and inside all you got is Cobra Commander? If you got Cobra Commander and it's G.I. Joe, we got a problem.
Jeez.
Steve Hart is going to have to show up and say we all got duped. Agreed.
Well, how many players of Edmonton? There got to be at least 20 something in the set.
It would actually be funnier for me if it was like the same player. They gave you 20 of the same guy. It's like just the same. You know what? And Al Hamilton. So fuck you. There, Al Hamilton. Done.
You're a Slab Puzar. You're a Slab Puzar. You're a Slab Puzar. He's like, oh my God. Well, who's on that?
Dylan? Those are awesome, Dylan says here. Brendan Ryan said no yellowing on the plastic. Very nice.
No, these ones are still new enough that they wouldn't yellow. But they are two different brands, but of the same kind of, like they're identical in size. They have the dental punch out, die cut. They have the pin back. It seems like this is more of an American issue. It says, with 20 cards featuring players from your favorite sports team, official team logo button. It says collect all 21 teams, which this one actually says collect team sets. And it says 20 original Peachy cards. This one does not. So two different. So I think one's American and one's Canadian. No, it says made in Canada. They're both made in Canada. One's sports services and the other one is Vista.
The Edmonton one, you probably have 2-3 Gretzky's in there, because usually you have the points leader one or the all-star whatever, or
there was a lot of them
on top of his card. There's 2-3 sub cards
in 83. There's how many Gretzky's is there in 83? 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's a ton. 82 there is. 83, did they have a lot? Anybody know that out there offhand? I haven't looked at that set in a while.
Only had an app. Hang on.
Damn.
Probably help, right? Probably help. Rick says enjoying the show and tell. That says nice pickups, Bobby. Mike Good says you're right, Bobby. I love seeing picture players that I have not seen before in different actions, poses, and shots. Yes. Yeah. I joined a hockey ticket stub and program collecting group on Facebook. Pretty cool stuff posted there. Nice.
One of the big collectors, I did post that on my Facebook. He said that is awesome. That is an awesome piece. So it is, for the right people who collect tickets, it's a perfect time to have that piece. Will I keep that piece? More than likely, unless somebody offers me stupid money, which I've already been offered and I'm considering, but I'm pretty, and because of my living situation, I don't have the leaf room anymore. I kind of tend to sell stuff because I don't like stuff being in a storage locker for who knows how long. Could be another 5-10 years, who knows. So we'll see what happens.
Makes sense. All pretty good stuff, but I gotta say, I don't know if it's quite as exciting, Bobby, as Above and Beyond, the J.R. Shaw story. I found it on eBay. I forgot that it came with a slipcover.
Oh yes.
We got it. Listen, you got to go. Listen, if you're going to give employees a present that isn't really a present, we shall spare no expense. And you can tell it's legit because it's from Shaw Communications in Calgary.
Oh my God, you found it! Oh my God.
Oh, it's the Shaw. Okay.
This is the Shaw.
So Shaw. How is Shaw related to Rogers then?
Well, there are two different families that owned it, that owned the
Yeah, I
companies, and
understand.
then they were rivals for a while there, and then
But
they
then
did
one
come to like a
changed
verbal
over
agreement.
into the other,
Shaw
like
Cable.
Western Canada and
Yeah,
Eastern
Shaw was west and Rogers was
West.
east.
Yes.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
it changed.
You can have it for the whole $35 or best offer. Ooh.
What was my email back in the day? It was in 90 something. It was like coffeeman@shaw.com. I got coffee, man.
Well, so the thing is,
Because I was selling corporate coffee at the time. So,
but one thing that happened there is, Shaw had a foothold in the West. Rogers was the East, and the cutoff line was basically in Ontario. So that, now what happened though, and this is while I was working there. What happened there is Shaw bought Mountain Cable, which was in Hamilton, infringing upon the territory.
How dare
which
they?
made Yes, how dare they? So it was actually a bone of contention at that time. And what happened was they still had kind of a verbal agreement in place. You got to remember, it was the original patriarchs. It was the Rogers and the Shaw that originally had kind of the deal. And they said, all right, we'll slice this in like this way. You'll go west, we'll go east, whatever. The satellite company could go wherever because it's satellite. So
Wasn't
it
there
wasn't as big a deal.
CRTC involved in that too? Something going on?
There was a little bit of a discussion about it, but what ended up happening was that what they finally agreed to, I forget what the exact was, but basically Shaw agreed to sell Mountain Cable to Rogers. And in return, they received a consideration. So what happened was there were a couple of colleagues that I had that went over to help out and work with Mountain Cable that then suddenly were Rogers employees.
Oh.
They had been Shaw employees and they're suddenly Rogers employees. I was like, oh,
Fries.
There you go. I see. It was very interesting. It was very interesting being right in the middle of all that. And I think part of it was when they were both jockeying for Rogers was already in the cell phone business, and Shaw had bought Spectrum in order and started building towers to get into the cell phone business. But eventually they gave up on that. And then later on they bought that cell phone company. The name is escaping me right now. There was a discount cell phone company that was there, and Shaw actually bought them.
I know.
Yeah.
What was it called?
Yeah, the name's escaping me. They were like orange logo or something.
Yes.
Yeah, and they were around, and they had like a foothold in Toronto and Ontario, and then Shaw bought them to get into the cell phone business.
It was like a one-word name.
Yeah, and then they changed it to Shaw, Shaw Cellular or whatever it was.
What was the name of that company? Now you got
Shaw, but back in BC.
Yeah, the name is escaping me. So they turned it from Shaw Mobile, and it was part of that. It was Freedom Mobile.
Freedom, yeah.
Yeah. So they bought Freedom Mobile, and then that's and then as of 2023, it was acquired by Rogers. So like they were intertwined. The two companies have been intertwined over and over again for decades, going back all the way forever. So it was back and forth. Here. I've got a ton of Oilers game tickets from the Decade of Darkness. It was so cheap to go to the game. I should look through and see if there's any games of significance, perhaps.
Yeah, actually, there's some good Gretzky games, and when he got the 50-50, a lot of guys are pursuing that from 83-4, 82-3 or 3-4. I can't remember.
Yeah, but if it's a Decade of Darkness, then more than likely it's probably early 2000s. So it'd be after Gretzky. Yeah, the Decade of Darkness was after the glory days. Yeah, it would have been when they were down in the bumps. I don't think.
Any Gretzky days, any
Four
Gretzky
cups in the 80s,
days,
so that's it.
is worth something.
Yeah, and then they won one in the 90s, like a 90, I think 90, 89, 90, 90, 91.
Yeah, and then Gretzky left in 99, and then,
Yeah, Gretzky left like in 88.
88, yeah, because that's when the box changed. Yeah.
Name says we had Shaw Cable when we lived in Edmonton for a long time before switching to TELUS. Yep, a lot of back and forth between TELUS.
Yeah, that's right.
Big out west as well. Evening all, poking for a minute to the metal show from a metal show in Vancouver. Rock on, Paul. And Eric, he was brutally murdered. He's gone.
Yep.
Eric sicker than the dog. Mayo poisoning. Facts. That's correct. Someone put mayo in his fluff jar. Damn.
He's in mayonnaise withdrawal.
Yep. Yeah, Decade of Darkness mostly after the 06 Cup run to McDavid. There you go. So specifically that run. Yeah. So you never know. There's probably some sneaky games in there. But yeah, it was interesting that whole line and even thinking about that stupid book got me down. I was like, I'm curious. I'm sure I can find the damn thing. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh yes, that thing that you with the slip cover and everything. That thing's a weapon. That's a weapon. I just love that somebody put it on eBay for $35. It makes me so happy.
It
Get
costs you
rid of
40
this
to
shit.
ship.
I was gonna say it's gonna cost a fortune to ship. Well, actually, it was funny. And I'm not worried about it. It was whatever. So Josh reached out. He had a want list of some AEW cards that he wanted, and he asked me, "Oh, do you have some of these?" And I go, "I probably got a crap ton." So I went into the box and I started. So I went into that 5,000 count box, Bobby, that was at the card show, and I started flipping through because I knew there would be a bunch of singles in there. So let me see if I can
Sure.
find it. I filled in a bunch of his want list and everything. I forgot how expensive it is to ship like 100 cards in a box, like, from the weight and everything. I just printed out the label. I was like, "Damn, these expensive."
$28.
It was 21. 21 after fuel surcharge and taxes.
Oh, in Canada, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you went
Yeah.
small pack. Well, actually, you buy the prepaid. That's $21. Yeah.
Yeah, I put it in like 150 count box, and then I put the
Yep.
cards inside. But basically, it was like it was almost $15, and then the fuel surcharge was like another $4, and then
It's
tax on
amazing.
top of it. And it was
Yeah.
like that is way more than I remember it being. That is very expensive. Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That fuel surcharge is something, I'll tell you.
It was like $4 with fuel surcharge. So I actually, so even
If
though
you go
so I've got
rural,
two things.
it's
Yeah. With eBay, obviously, you can get a label printed.
Yes.
What I did is I finally set up a Canada Post account because I've been too lazy to do it because I
business?
like printing. Well, no, right now I just set it up as like just an account for myself. I don't think it constitutes a business one yet.
If you
I
go
think,
business, you can get some extra features for shipping.
Is there? I forget though. Is there like is there any requirements to get the business one turned on?
I don't think so. I don't think
I'm trying to remember if there
anything
was
that you
something.
can't get past without saying one
Yeah.
or two things that are maybe.
Well, fortunately for me, I've got an LLC just in case, so I can always get it. I can always use it
okay,
as well.
yeah.
So that would help. Yeah.
So you get the choice of express post at the same price as regular post.
Yeah, which should
faster
in this
service.
case I just went in there just to print a label just so that I could so that because I went to the office today, so I figured, all right, I'll print out the label and that way I could just go to the post office, get it to scan. So Josh, if you're still hearing me somewhere, it's on its way. But the shipping was way more expensive than I thought. In the end, it was covered, and they're cards that were in a box anyway. So I was like, you know what, take them, please. Happy to help. But yeah, so for the record, even domestically, shipping's expensive as hell. Good Lord.
Hell yeah.
It's $20 minimum.
Yeah,
honestly,
it's wild.
anything that's beyond a card, like you know what I mean.
Yeah,
But
at least
still,
it has tracking, so I'm like, all right, at least I'm getting something for my money. But
and
Jesus,
shipping for some reason, like cell services and other stuff, we always manage to have ours costing twice, 3 times whatever else. You would ship the same thing down south. It's way cheaper. I just don't get it. I don't understand. Even if I try to do, paying for shipping, it's part of being a collector in Canada.
Oh yeah. Did he say he was a Mayo addiction counselor once? He forgot never use your own supply. Facts. It's all year long in those days. Very true. Very true. Yeah, it was one of those things where once I saw that, I was like, okay, this is not what I was prepared for. I'll see if I can set up the business account. I'll take whatever discount I can get. Yeah. Even if it's a couple percentage points, I'll take it.
It used to be, it used to be based on percentage points, and then it changed over to based on the volume of business, gave you your percentage points. It used to be 5% across the board, and then they changed that because they realized, somebody who doesn't ship very much doesn't get much, doesn't give them much business back.
Actually, a lot of people, I read posts and I noticed, but I haven't confirmed because I haven't used the services, but a lot of the prices on regular just stamp from, and the weight of the envelopes or what you're entitled to from before and after the strike, price is double.
Yeah. Yep.
Like they have to make up for that month of,
Yeah, whatever.
So, whatever. I mean, we're talking here pennies, right? Like something from like it used to cost you, let's say 22 cents to now it's 40 some cents, but it's still double.
My suggestion was that they deliver regular mail Tuesday and Thursday, and Monday, Wednesday, and Friday is they deliver packages.
Yeah.
And that would eliminate all the bullshit
a lot of problems.
because they're wasting so much time delivering, 5 pieces of mail that's 98 cents down a strip of a street. Like why
I
bother?
see my mail woman every day, and basically she delivers flyers to me.
Yeah, that's
There's
it. Yeah, well, they
now
make me,
comes to my door from Canada
Yeah.
Post.
It was so today was my day to do kind of to clear
All
out
your
a lot of the recycling.
Yeah.
And I basically started filling in the bags and everything. And one of the things I had was all the paper. So I crushed a bunch of the boxes, torn up a bunch of them. But then on top of it, I had actually piled up the flyers inside of a box. And I was sitting there going like, okay. And then I looked at it, I was like, how long have I been piling up these flyers? These are all like the flyers. And it's like this. And I'm sitting there like, okay.
Pizza. Domino's.
Well, the thing is like it's the coupons, it's the pizza.
Yeah.
Well, and of course, because we had the provincial election, I get and it's like vote for me. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, it's all regional, right? So you don't even.
But that's what I mean.
recognize
So,
it.
look, my joke for the longest time, Bobby, and by the way, this isn't the political discussion; it's just a general annoyance discussion. My favorite thing is that all of them would say vote for me, and I'm like, I have never seen you before in my life.
Does that even work? It's almost like it's so stupid. It's sort of like seeing all those people on, where they're selling homes, sold over asking, and they got their ugly butt ass picture on the freaking thing, and you go, I'm not calling you.
But
You're the last
Bobby, at
person.
least once in a blue moon, that person will actually show up with the flyer to at least try to introduce themselves.
Yes.
So at the bare
Blue moon.
minimum, while they're giving you the flyer, they'll at least try to give you the spiel. These guys didn't even try that. Like I know for a fact I've never seen any of these people in my life.
No. Once you get into government, you can make some money and actually get a pension as soon as you're 3 years in, right?
So that's why it made me laugh. The only local representative that I ever knew, and I'm putting that in quotation marks, was in this riding here in this area, was Paul Szabo. And he was the one who was the Liberal candidate for years. He was the one that was here. And he won, and he would win re-election all the time. And the only reason I knew who the hell he was is because his daughter went to my high school. So he was around. That's the only reason I even had a damn clue who this dude is.
The name Szabo, actually, if you look through the 30s, 40s, 50s, every wrestler was named Zab. There was one, at least.
If he had wrestled, that would have at least made it more
Hungarian
entertaining. But the point is, the only reason I even knew who he was because his daughter went to my high school. And she was in my graduating class. Otherwise, I would literally, he could have been a ghost. He could have been a myth. He could have been the Yeti. And I wouldn't have known.
Mm-hmm.
Those folks don't exist. Like that's why. Yeah, that's why when my mom and dad would be like, "Oh, you're gonna go to the photo booth?" I'm like, "To vote for who? Ghost number 1, ghost number 2, ghost number 3, or ghost number 4?" You could literally have made these names up in AI, and I wouldn't know the difference.
Nope.
I've never seen these people. They're all in hiding, Yannick. All in hiding.
Oh.
Yeah. So the good news is now we'll have probably in a couple of weeks we'll have the federal election, and then there'll be a new cast of characters. We also know who they are.
We have a new prime minister, like right now.
Yes, Yannick. Yes, Yannick. As of today.
Yeah, he lives in New York. He's got a house in New York. So yeah.
What? Would I really? Fuck! I could have been the guy.
You could have.
I could have been.
If you had put your head up from your tobacco packs for 5 minutes,
You would have.
it could have been you.
Yep.
I would do the job. I would do the job, but I'm not
bilingual. Get elected.
I was going to say, Yannick, look, I could have done it for you guys, but I'm not bilingual. No parlez-vous français. No parlez-vous français. Can't help you.
You could have Yannick beside you all the time.
Look.
Je parle les deux, donc vote for me.
For the record, I genuinely believe the whole bilingual thing is bullshit. I think we've got good enough translators. I think we should get whoever at this point. Get whoever you can. I don't care what language they speak, as long as someone understands them and they do something. I don't care.
AI is going to take over that in 5 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
you don't have to speak French or you don't have to speak English.
This is what I'm getting at. Like, honestly, like I don't care if you speak Klingon, as long as somebody understands you and you've got an idea. Good enough.
Well, there's a lot of versions of Klingon, so yeah.
Listen, we'll get a translator for it. The point is, we'll get a translator and it'll be fine.
Spock's dead, though. Yeah, I know. Okay.
It's unfortunate. We'll have to figure it out. But yes, sorry, Yannick, you missed your chance. We'll see if we can figure it out later.
But it blew my mind. I'm sorry. I was like, okay, that's for real. Like this is happening.
The other guy retired. He's like, I'm
no,
leaving.
he didn't retire. But
No, he could have stuck it out if he wanted to, but it would have been a bad idea.
his population, his
That's what I mean. Look, but it wouldn't be the first time that one of those guys went, even though he shouldn't have, and actually stuck around and lost.
I think the last time it was his father. There you go.
Well, look, like I said,
That's
we
enough.
got a history.
That's enough on that subject.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Nate says, if you vote for me, all your wildest dreams will come true. That's just about generic enough to work.
Oh, look at that.
Are we going to see name in April? I know he hinted about it.
I think he's non-committal. I think it's one of his platforms. I think we have to vote for him if he's going to come up, if he's going to show up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh.
All your wildest dreams will come true. I love that. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. I can watch that all day.
What movie is that?
That's from vote for Carter.
Pedro?
Pedro, yes.
Is it Napoleon Dynamite?
Napoleon Dynamite, yeah.
Okay.
Vote for
Remember,
Pedro.
he says, if you vote for me, all your wildest dreams will come
All
true.
your wildest dream will come true.
That's it. Yep. And they
Wow.
voted for Pedro. I should get a vote for Pedro t-shirt.
And that might be good. Yeah.
I know you mentioned something about that.
Yeah, I was
So
going to
we
say,
need
you got to
to
talk to the boss. Talk to the boss.
The
The 47 kids need to
talk
be
to
needs to be tended to. As long as they're tended to, you can go.
They just don't
Listen,
make
we
movies like
are
that
we are
anymore.
Eric Free in the Spring name. This is your
Yes.
chance.
That's your chance. That's the best time to come.
It is.
That's exactly it. We get peace.
Free
We don't
from
get whiny.
bother.
We don't get whiny people bothering janitors.
Nobody asking for do you have any more
Marcel
pepper
can
for my
walk
hot dog?
really.
Yeah.
Marcel can breathe easy, knowing he's not being harassed.
Mhm.
Think about
So
it.
do they even have pepper, on a cart for hot dogs? Like, honestly, I'm saying, where else do you get, like, if you're even at a deli, can you say, can I have some pepper on that hot? It doesn't make, I don't know.
Well, the way we're going, Bobby, if this continues, if the trend
And how
line,
does it stick to the hot dog?
we're gonna get to that. If the trend line
Like,
continues,
ketchup's wet, but pepper just,
I believe if the trend line
Mhm.
continues, eventually Steve Menzie will get us a Dijon mustards, pepper that sticks to things. He'll go super deluxe.
actually,
Great call. Only the best
the
stuff.
cart guy wasn't there for this time around, was he?
And this last one, no.
No.
But this last
Or the-
one was
or the one
the
before.
this last one though was the CSC one though.
No, I'm at the expo.
The last expo, the fall.
Yeah, and it wasn't the time before he wasn't there. I wonder if they lost the contract.
Maybe, I don't know.
Because, well, what happens, the people inside kind of complain that, hey, you got somebody outside, and they're going, well, it's good hot dogs outside. It's not good hot dogs inside, and it's a lot cheaper. I don't know if it's a lot cheaper now anyway, since $8.
I was going to say, I kind of doubt it. I think,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
they're both
inflation has
pretty
hit that one.
expensive.
I think inflation has hit that one.
But that old Greek guy, special for you. Hello. He was funny. I got a videotape of him, actually. So I did take some.
Is there a reason why?
Because he says the wildest, stupidest things. Next.
Interesting.
What are you? What do you want?
I was going to
Yes,
say,
my
no soup.
friend.
I was hoping for no soup for you.
He is the hot dog Nazi. Yes.
Ah, well, listen, at least that would be something.
And then
I'd
his
appreciate
son would come there every once in a while. He was, another fine Greek gentleman.
Wow.
I have to use Greeks, and it's my wife.
Well, speaking of Greek gentlemen, your old pal
Yes.
Phil. So I did actually watch the most recent Gong Show episode.
I did
I skipped
not.
through most of it as always.
Yes.
They did have Brian Trottier on it. I didn't hear a word he said, but he was on there, so I know that for sure.
Really?
Yeah, he was on. Yeah, they had Brian Trottier on there.
I
I had no
haven't
reason to
watched
care
him
what Brian
since my
Trottier said.
last
I'm
show.
sure he said some fascinating things, but I didn't care.
I haven't watched him since my last show.
Yeah, it's not much worth. Bobby, the one thing that I'll
It's
say,
a narcissist.
full credit to them, is that they've got chapters.
Yes.
So you can literally
You
go
can
to
skip
the
that, yeah.
segments, and I'm like,
It's
yes, you know what? Take me straight to the hobby news, then shoot forward into the thing.
And they have that list
new
down the
products.
side. You can just go
Yeah,
click,
just
click,
boom,
click,
yeah,
and
just
you-
boom, 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 and then pickups. Baba Louie, show me a Medano. Let's go. That's all I want. That's all
Well,
I'm
he
asking.
organizes all that. He does a good job. He
They've,
does those
I
little
will say,
videos too. Very
yeah,
good.
I will say, I think I could be mistaken. I believe a lot of that stuff in Canva, because I know some of the templates and all that will allow you to do it, but you still have to put in the time and set it
Oh,
up
yeah,
properly
yeah.
and everything. But you can. But very clear. Care has been taken. I will give credit. Care has been taken to do that properly. Very well.
Yeah.
I must say.
Very well done.
So credit to them on that. Credit to them on that.
like the shorts
but I
on
was-
Instagram are really well done.
Yeah, but I will say this. I think since earlier circling back around to one topic from earlier tonight, I want to say the one host was the only one who actually, and he understood the caveat of what we talked about earlier tonight. He was the only one who talked up the AX 2000 a little bit. And it's because he really, really likes the design. So for him, it's like he just thinks the cars are really cool. But he also kind of acknowledges, yeah, the price point, yeah, the value proposition. But at the same time, like, the cars are really cool. It's like, all right, yeah, fair. Hey, fair enough. Fair enough. If you're really into the design of the cars,
Was he
then
paid?
I have no idea. But I'll say this, like, I get it. If somebody, but to me, it's very much a singles brand. But I did think it was funny. Since you mentioned the Greek thing, I just thought it was funny that he was the only one that I can think of that actually spoke of the product in anything but a mutter under your breath tone. All the rest of them are not. It's pretty one-sided. It's kind of going the other way.
Gotcha.
So Name says Trottier was really good. Talked about collecting hockey cards as a kid. Excellent. The importance of putting effort into an autograph and stories about his career. Excellent. Good to know.
So 76, 66, 50. So he was born in probably 56, somewhere around that time period. So he's got a few years on me. So he would be collecting, the early 60s cards.
Nice.
No, just, math. Right? I was collecting the 70s, right? Because, 64, I'm 5 years old collecting. At that time, we're 5 years old walking to school collecting cards because you bought a pack for 10 cents, whatever,
Oh, so it's a July baby too.
And the July baby, yes. Yeah. July the 4th. American. No.
Well, 17th for him.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah. So 5 days after me in that month.
And how many days before me? None.
There's a reel of him talking about collecting on Instagram. Nice.
Oh, I never seen that one.
I assume it's is it based off of this interview though, or is it from something else?
Probably something else.
Yeah.
Brad Park, he did some collecting. He did the sheriff coins when he was a kid. He put those little things he would insert them in the sheriff coins, the papers, the player pictures. There's a lot of collectors who, Patrick Waugh collects, wax. There's a lot of different people. It's amazing. And I think more and more will collect as time goes on, as these, some of the turn of century stuff is really popular. And I think they're going to get into investing into that part of it. I've heard of a few. So that's driving those prices up at the Jamie Benz and stuff. So anyway.
Listen, I can only assume it's Brian Trottier shilling up the Jamie Benz.
I think it was.
Yes.
I think it's obvious to me.
The only explanation.
He said he's collecting cards. Yeah,
but it just means Jamie Benz.
Shilling cards, collecting. They don't know the difference. They're not in the hobby. So.
Look, I just think my favorite thing, like I said, if there's sincere Jamie Benz collectors out there who are bidding on those, fair enough. Fair enough.
Please,
but all I'm going to say is,
let him know.
All I'm going to say, I need this information. I need to know this because all I'm saying is I go to the expo and my favorite thing in the world is negotiating on the Jamie Benz cards because I'm like, y'all know that nothing has happened to increase the value of these cards. He's got nowhere to go but down.
Look at the comp.
Straight nosedive. Oh my goodness. I don't even know. It's wild. But anyway, whatever.
Oh, they just posted. Instagram did a post on Trottier and the interview. Yeah.
Well, they're good about getting the information on there. I think it's and I think it's smart.
Yeah, they're on
things.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, name sent it to me. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad. Like I said, I kind of go back to my original thought. I have no doubt the interview was good, in the sense that I'm sure he had some interesting things to say to that. But Yannick, it kind of goes back to kind of what I talk about a lot of these things. It's like I've got a certain amount of bandwidth and a certain amount of time in a week and a day and everything. Look, I'm just gonna be clear. I just don't care.
No, I don't.
I'm happy for him though, and I'm sure his stories were fascinating. But I don't care.
Same feeling.
Yeah, but good to know. Good to know. That's why we always kind of poke fun at Eric with a lot of Eric wants to sit here and listen to the hockey players, spin a yarn, tell me a story. Oh, tell me about when you grew up. Tell me about when you played with so and so and everything. And I'm like, I don't care.
Nobody cares.
Good Lord.
Some stories are better. Some insiders. There's some of those podcasts I enjoy, but depends on who's the guest and what's the story.
There are some that I will say are better at telling the stories than others. Some of them can bring a little bit of extra energy and a little more animated, or maybe they just have a really interesting story to tell.
One of the best one I've heard in a long time was the one on Spittin' Chicklets, which is I don't necessarily listen to these guys, but they had Mike Keenan about like 2 months ago.
Sure.
Now you hear stories from, Canada Cup in the locker room, or so and so said who when they fought, like other like stories you'll never hear really, other than because now that's the guy the story is all about, and you've been hearing about for 30 years, and now you finally gonna have the truth, at least from the horse's mouth, right? So but some others, depending of it's not something I'm into. But
makes sense, absolutely. But that's why I say, like, it's going to depend on who the subject is and who the interviews are. That's gonna make it or break it. Because the Spitting Chicklets guys, they actually did an interview with Medano a little while back, and I did actually listen to it. And like I said, Medano was my favorite hockey player. Obviously, my biggest collection is Medano. But he's very boring.
Yes, personality. Sometimes, even if you like the guy, don't meet your
and from all the indications, every time I've heard him do an interview, and he seems like a nice guy, but it's like most of these stories, like okay.
You know what kills me the most is when you actually love the guest, but the interviewer, whoever asks the questions, are terrible. And now it kind of just like it turns the whole interview into you don't enjoy it no more.
Yeah, sort of like Sittler. Sittler was very boring. You ever see him on those commercials? He's like, yeah, okay, whatever.
But the thing is, some of these guys are just not interesting characters. So it's like, it is what it is. Like, and I don't want you to make something up. I don't want you to lie to pretend you're something you're not.
Gretzky to be a public speaker because he just,
he's hard to listen to. Sometimes.
He is.
Like, I'm not talking about even subject. I'm just talking like Wayne Gretzky has personality, the way he tells the stories. Sometimes it's like, eh.
Yeah, I know.
He's not a
some
great.
People got it and some people don't. And that's okay. And there's some folks that can do that and can literally tell you the story, and you'll be engaged because this is actually interesting, and the way they're delivering it is interesting.
On a storyteller, we joke all the time, but just spend 10 minutes around Marcel Dion for sure, for real. Just stay there and listen.
It's got to be the right 10 minutes, though.
Yes. When he's happy,
he can lose his cool. Like honestly,
but great storyteller.
That was pretty something. I went
great. Not only a great storyteller, the guy is there at all the main key events of the 70s and 80s. You're like, wow, the story he tells. So
he went through a lot of different stuff. So yeah, played baseball, a lot of other stuff. There's a few guys that are really good at that. I get to see a lot of those guys at the NHL luncheon, the alumni luncheons. Henderson's a great storyteller. There's a few other guys that are really, really good. Even Pat Quinn's brother was there. It was like, wow, amazing. PK Subban's dad, freaking amazing guy to listen to. But some other guys are just boring and just like, I'm just going to eat my burger and get out of here. I just want to go. It's the way it goes.
Yeah. It happens a lot. It happens a lot.
Palmentier is pretty good. He tells some great stories. I think that it's the story sometimes that will make the storyteller even better. Just the uniqueness of the stories, I got to tell you a story about this and that. And it's like, wow, holy geez. Here's some great stuff. I videotape some of them, but I never have enough storage on my phone for some reason. They always say buy more storage. I don't know.
Well, this is where a lot of times, if prior to the internet age where everybody could just record everything, this is where somebody could have had a little bit of fun if they had like the microphone cut off, and then when the microphone gets flipped on, it goes, and that's where I buried the bodies.
That's it.
And everybody just looks over and it's like, what?
I wish I would have took more videos. I had a camera that was a video recorder too, and I did take a lot of stuff early 2000s and through 2010, 12, I guess. So I did a lot of pack openings and stuff with the expo, which is really kind of nice, but I wish I would have done more. There's so many other things I wish, looking back now, you sit there and go, shit, I wish I would have done more. Now everybody does it. Like, how many videos do you see of a show? You got that guy who walks around all the time, that Canadian guy who does that, and he doesn't say anything. He just kind of walks around the show and just puts it on. Like,
the real Canadian Explorer?
That's the guy. Yeah.
Well,
This is like,
I remember I
we saw him
told
come
you
around, man. He was just
yeah,
like,
well, as I say, he came to that show we said about him
rock
too.
show.
Like
Yeah.
the thing is, I'm good. I've said this before, and sometimes if any of you have ever, any of you here have ever been to one of the
Nice
expos,
overview.
I'll
Yeah.
always ask, like, if somebody says, "Oh, I like the show" or whatever, we always appreciate it. But I always say, I might know your screen name, but introduce yourself. And because once I see somebody, I may remember. Now, sometimes you may have to do it a couple of times for me because I remember faces. I'm really good at remembering faces, but names I struggle with unless I am using it or conversing with you on a regular basis.
Well, there's two names.
Then I
Usually
can
have their online name and their real name, so it's like,
and that's the thing. So like sometimes somebody will be like, "Oh man, I watch your show all the time," or I comment in the comments section. Okay, great. Who are you? Give me some information because
I'm
like,
Westergriff. Oh, Ed.
Yeah,
Oh.
exactly. So it's like you can see my face, but I don't have the same ability on the other end. So you got to help me out a little bit.
Well, it's nice when they've come up to us. So that's probably been about 5 or 6 times, I guess, since we've all been kind of together, and somebody comes up and goes, "Hey, I know your voices. I remember you guys."
Exactly.
Harvey's.
Well, that's the thing. It's super
We're at
helpful.
the Hamilton
but
show, and somebody comes into the Harveys and watches.
Just a quick handle. Just give me the handle so that
fun.
I know, and then that's super helpful because then happy to engage you, happy to talk to you.
Who was that guy again from Hamilton? Remember, we were in the Harveys.
Again, I'm bad. Great with faces. Bad.
Remember what he looked like? I just can't remember.
I want to say it was Sean. Sean, maybe. Because I remember he came on the next show after and was in the chat
and said something. Yeah.
So I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
But it says I'm the guy with a really heavy woman. Listen, Bob, I always appreciate that you got it on lockdown.
If you're a skinny guy with a heavy woman, it's everywhere in Hamilton. Anyways,
I was gonna say depending on where you are.
Sorry. That was just an observation. That's all.
It's an observation. Huh?
Nothing more.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing more. Just saying. Yep.
We can speak from experience. Hamilton's a fun place.
It is a different place. Actually, I went out there the last time. It was really. That was the snowstorm kind of ish.
It was
factor.
By the way, for the record,
unpredictable.
For the record, when I booked the hotel for that one, I didn't get the refundable one. So I literally paid for a hotel I never attended.
Oh, you had to pay for it?
Well, I paid for the hotel, ahead of time.
But you got your money back, right?
No, I had the non-refundable.
Oh, shit.
That's what I mean. Like, I didn't think the snowstorm would be quite that bad. When it was that bad, I go, well, I'm not even going to try, and I'm not going to try to get out there.
Fine though. Like they did.
Well, I'm sure, but I'm saying the day before is when I would
you
come
wouldn't
in.
know. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was the problem. If I was already there, then not a big deal. The problem was getting over. At that point, it was like, I'm not risking that.
Yeah. No, I understand. I went, and it was actually really good. I bought some good stuff. I bought some really good stuff. It's funny. There was another guy there that I haven't met in a long time. He just moved up from Nova Scotia, and he goes, "Yeah, we'll meet at the show the first time." So I'm meeting at the show, and I'm doing my deals with my guy. And everything that I say no, I don't want, he would grab and go, "Okay, I'll take it." It was like, hey, don't tread on me. Watch out.
Should have worn the flag.
Exclusivities here.
Mm-hmm.
And then he sets up another show that he goes to, and then he picks up these great things. And I go, why didn't my guy bring them? I tell him before I'm coming. I'm coming to the show, Tim. Bring your hockey stuff. Okay, no problem. And then he brings some good stuff, but then he brought some other stuff to show after, which wasn't there. It wasn't Hamilton. It was another St. Catharines. And then he said, yeah, he bought this and this and this. And I went, $40 for that and 50. What? Anyways, you can't win them all. And I've won enough. So I'm happy. I win enough, I'm saying.
I see.
Yep.
Now, I was trying to take a look. I was trying to remember if there was something else. I touched on the main stuff I wanted to make sure I hit on. Just checking my links here to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Well, there was tag.
Well, the thing is, nothing has changed though. Like, what's new about that?
Somebody said that Jeremy wasn't really jumping on the bandwagon on it, but he did on the one show. But he didn't. Afterwards, he put some. Oh, it was about him and Brad. Oh yeah, he was telling about. Brad had said something. That he put something online.
You're talking about So you're talking about Jeremy complaining about PSA, and then Brad was like, "If you have an issue, just reach out to me or whatever."
Just reach out, yeah. And that's one thing is you rather get a video out than it's sort of like seeing somebody raped and you rather videotape it than help the person. We're at that point. It's just like
a bit dramatic, but sure.
I went extreme. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
sure. Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, look,
It's
I'll
like
put it this way.
Eric Ray.
I always enjoy whenever we discuss the matters of the
necrophilia
floating
kind
head.
of thing, but whatever.
Whenever we discuss the matters of the floating head, I always, it's important that I reiterate that that I have my reasons for the reasons that I poke fun at the floating head the way that I do. Swing like a piñata, so to speak. But I have my reasons. But
Remember,
the
I
point is
posted
that
something on the group there that he said, and I wasn't too happy about the way he said it. I can't remember what it was.
Look, if I had $1 for every time the floating head has done or said something that he shouldn't have said out of turn.
No, this was a little extreme, I think, at his point. Oh, yeah, if you crack the case, I hope you cut your finger. And I'm thinking, well, Carlos did crack the case, cut his finger. So it was kind of funny in that regard. Yes, exactly.
It's all healed up?
But, to say that online, I don't think that was nice of him to say. I think it was sort of the backlash that he was trying to pull in from, people having negativity about their slabs. Like, nobody should push on it in that way. It's like, it's a slab. Are you kidding? And you can't. Remember I told you I could crack out the PSA slabs? And I couldn't do it because the new slabs are so much better. But before, I could crack them in those 2 seconds. And say,
look, the thing is, there's a difference between, I think here's the key from the original discussion. So like I said, unlike some floating head posers, I will demonstrate professionalism. This is how it's done. So in the original discussion, the point wasn't just to pick on the coaster makers. Although I do enjoy picking on the coaster makers. Let's be clear. I do enjoy picking on the coaster makers.
However,
that was just extra bonus.
I was going to say that was a bonus. It made it even better.
Play. It wasn't. No.
Yeah. And importantly, it wasn't something I went and sought out. It's something I came across and then it became a thing.
We all got to remember at first, you're a man at peace, Carlos.
I am a man of peace. I am a man of peace.
So we understand that going forward. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the thing is, once that happened, curiosity got the better of me, and I conducted my own scientific experiment. I wanted to see for myself because how else? And and what was funny was that Ham showed me that somebody actually tried to do a couple of tests on a couple of the slabs and everything, but their test wasn't like a bend test, whatever, because the question was how brittle it is. Now, if you basically put pressure, it holds up okay. But the reality is that's not a real use case. Like, you're not worried about pressure necessarily.
Even pressure.
Unless you're like, what are you doing? Running a car over it? Like, what are we? What's the scenario where you're applying that kind of pressure? But the reality is, in practice, if you're shuffling a slab around, if a slab ever gets twisted for any reason, it doesn't have to be like a big twist. No. If a slab gets twisted, which can happen, yeah. Well, the point was that a lot of the other slabs, including like the PSA slab, for example, if I twist it, it will bend a little bit. It'll actually have a little bit of give to it. The advantage of that is that it means it's not immediately breaking. The issue that I had with the one in question when I tested it, I didn't do it the same way the guy did it, where he put pressure with his thumb on the one side. But originally he was grabbing the side of it, and again he has a bigger hand than I do. The problem was that when it broke, it didn't go from like a tiny crack into a bigger crack. It went from basically nothing to shattered.
Yes.
And again, I didn't apply I didn't maximize my pressure. It broke a lot more easily than I thought.
Close to, yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't trying very hard. Let's put it that way. So that's the fundamental issue. But at the end of the day,
but anybody who tries to crack that out and do that should have their finger cut and damage their card. I think that's what was said. And when you say that, it's just,
but it speaks to immaturity and lack of professionalism.
I didn't say that, but you did. Yes,
I did. But that's the key point though. So I wanted to give the preamble first, but that next piece is the reaction of the company speaks to lack of professionalism from top to bottom. Because, and by the way, this is not new. Every time there's any issue, they always have an explanation, and the explanation is always over engineered or emotional. And what happened with the one guy, the original guy, finally they actually reached out to him, and then they decided to do the charm offensive, and they decided to go like. But the best part is, presumably in the latest update, they reached out to him and said, yes, there's an issue. We need to resolve it. We should have conducted ourselves differently. Basically, backtracking all the other stuff that should happen in the first place.
Yeah.
And he goes, We're going to figure it out. And when we figure it out, we'll send you another slab so you can try it.
And fuck off.
Yeah.
Basically.
But that's the upshot. The point is that right now, a lot of the Pokemans peoples are desperate to like, there's a segment of them that wants so badly to be like, why do you need another grader so badly? There's plenty of them already.
I think, I think a lot of people want to run down a track that has been run, and they want to support something that, they want to be on the next train to.
Yeah, they want to get in on the ground floor. And we had this discussion when HGA originally showed up. One important thing that's consistently forgotten. This is important.
What?
One thing that is consistently forgotten, because I pointed this out when originally I started being critical of the coaster makers. I told them that the skepticism I use for the coaster makers is exactly the same energy I brought to HGA.
Yeah.
And what happened to HGA? My point was, not so much. My point is that I said, why are we so desperate to crown somebody before they've proven anything? Why don't you let them hang around a while?
Because
a couple of years.
Everybody has a 10-point scale. They have a 1,000-point scale, and everybody knows
well, now they don't all the time either. Now
more than a 10. So
the problem is, if you want a 1,000-point scale, Bobby, it's $75.
There you go.
They jacked up. Now you're
it's 10 points. $75.
They jacked it up. They don't want to give you the 1,000-point scale. They're too slow. They're too slow.
For a shattering case? Like, really?
Yes.
Wow.
The shattering case is a feature. It's a bonus.
That's KSA price.
That could be a sale. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, you want to bust it out?
But listen, it's the important thing is that investors want you to hurt yourselves on their slabs.
I think so.
If you have the audacity to crack them
and damage your card.
Carlos almost needed stitches.
Yeah. Might have been a lawsuit. I was planning on suing.
I know.
Bob Wiesel said, Carlos may not realize it, but he's creating a new chapter in sports card forensics. Facts. Fortunately, I had superior bandages, and I've healed. The content gods have healed me.
Is there any scars? You have to look.
The tag scar.
It says tag on it.
Tag. The Band-Aid says tag.
You were tagged. Yes.
I was. KSA has as good a grading skill as any at this point, basically. I'm just amazed at people who put their trust in Johnny Come Lately companies. Anybody can launch a grading company. Exactly. That was the thing. So, and I'll see if I can pull it up here. So you say they charge now more for the full 1,000-point. Yes. So let me pull it up here. That way I'm not misquoting anything here. I'll get you.
Don't.
Yes, please. Let's just make sure we're okay.
Well, heaven forbid. In the spirit of scholarship, heaven forbid.
Scandal.
I know, it'd be scandalous. Scandalous.
Infinite rage.
Infinite rage, yes.
Bathroom break.
I do love me some infinite rage. Okay. So here it is. All right. So this is straight from the Coaster Maker's own website. All right. So here we go. Straight from there. All right. So here are the different price levels. Okay. So your lowest level is your value bulk. Value bulk here, 30 days. It's a 20 card minimum. This is 20 card minimum for that. Okay. So you got to have a 20 card minimum to get the value bulk. Right here, 0 to 100 to 1,000 scale. You do not have that at the $15 level. To get the first check mark is the third option here. The third option here is $75 a card. It is the Express. So now to get the 1,000-point scale right here, per them, with a precise 1,000-point tag scale, you need to do the $75 level, and it's limited drops only, or the $150 level. So that's how that works. And apparently the submission kits are all sold out. And by the way, you only get a standard dig report. So if you want the dig plus report, which is the full super extra fancy dig report with the sub scores to 1,000-point scale, you need the $75 level. That is the answer. And you don't get a 360 slab view unless you pay the $150 level. Bam!
You need the super duper level.
Yep. But the important thing is that you have UV protection. That's very important. This is what I've been told.
At every level.
Carlos' cut was healed so quickly by Kurt's card care kit.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Special.
So how is this 1 to 10 graded care compared to the 1 to 1,000 using the goofy scanning? Basically, they took away a lot of the extras. The fancy dig report, it's in the higher level. And the basically they got rid of the 1,000-point scale, so you don't get the subgrades. You only get 1 to 10. So basically, in effect, it is basically the same shit that everybody else provides, and you lose a lot of the frills.
The same other than if you get to BGS for 9.5s. Other than that, it's the same everywhere. Wow.
Is it the same thing? Nope. So they scan it and give you a 1 to 10, but they have their 1,000 scale internally. So my understanding is no. They run it through their faster, because part of the problem, the reason why they bumped it up to the $75 thing is because it was slower and because they had to have a human check it. Again, the answer keeps changing every 5 minutes. There's always an excuse. So I don't know what today's excuse is, but one of the excuses was that it required additional heavy lifting, hence why they had to bump it up to the higher one, because they couldn't turn the cards around fast enough if they did the full fanciness. The future. The future. Hashtag the future. So I hope you all got that. I feel better, don't you?
I do.
Sounds like a load of poopy pony poop to me. Listen, man, I have already been labeled a hater. I have already had an investor of Tag wish harm upon me for the audacity of opening one of their garbage slabs. I've had harm wished upon me, Yannick. Yannick, that hurts my feeling. I am wounded. I am wounded. Wounded. I've heard worse from better people. All I'm saying.
Yeah.
I've heard worse from better people. Sorry. Moving on. Allegedly, of course. Allegedly, of course. Of course.
Weren't you customer service for many years?
Listen, I know how to do some good customer service. Listen, if you're going to do snarky fucking customer service, Yannick, I am the subject matter expert on this shit. I could make a multi-billion-dollar company on the strength of this. I can consult. I'll teach y'all how to be condescending assholes and actually get away with it. There's a way to do it. It's an art form.
Yes.
You fools. Carlos says, I miss HGA. They returned cards and promised customer service is great. They graded well. The slab match card authentication, not so good. Yes, that was an issue. And then they were late. Then customer service tanked. Yes, yes, yes. Bubbles says the grading machine probably sounds like the AOL connecting to a modem at the same speed. Yes. That's what I say. Like,
can we still submit to HGA or it's over now?
HGA is claiming that they're still alive, but they're claiming they're still alive. The problem is that you can't send them anything because they're not ready to reopen, but they're claiming we're not dead.
But if you go on their webpage right now, what does it say?
I have no idea. I'll have to check. Was it a certain thin-skinned careening cranium? Perhaps.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
I can't believe it's $75. Like, honestly, who is grading with them at $75?
Well, the thing is that nobody is really. Right now, the only thing left is...
Do you think it's the nail in the coffin?
The business is the Pokemans. Was that?
Do you think it's their nail in the coffin for them at this point?
It should be, except for rule number 1.
What's that? Yes.
Yeah, yes. Rule number 1 dictates no. It doesn't matter how stupid they are and how many dumb things they do. They will be able... Right now, the majority... So when Neo gets GemRate to pull the data, they've been able to pull a little bit of data from the grading reports that they've got. Mm-hmm. Like 95% of the grading they've done is Pokemon. Like literally like 95%. Really, eh? Pokemon is basically...
Why
the Pokemans is basically keeping them alive.
Pokemon be going that way?
Because repack products. There is a company that is doing a big repack, and they literally will send them a crap ton of cards, and they're basically the ones keeping them afloat.
At $75?
So they're not... I don't think they're doing the 1,000 point. I think they're just doing the cheaper version. Because the cheapest one was $15 for a 20 card minimum.
Oh.
Yeah, if you just do the 1 to 10 scale and you don't give a crap about the 1,000 point scale, and you just need to churn out slabs in bulk, you can get them for $15. Yeah.
The Pokemons you see people throwing themselves at Costco, is that like actually a product, or that's a repack product?
It's something like that. Product. Yeah.
It's a product.
Yeah.
But they manufacture it and they put it out, and they don't manufacture enough because it just came in, and they don't realize that there's a billion more coming. It's just that first to market. Right.
Yeah. Right now it's the TCG Pokemon category. That's basically what's keeping them going. That's pretty much it. And it's been lately. Remember, the video that I showed you was a Pokemon guy. And right now, the majority of these videos are Pokemon folks that are trying to prop them up and being like, they're the future. And because all the sports car guys already rejected them. So it's just the Pokemon kids keeping them going. Like it's done.
And
but
it is done, yes. You're right.
Yeah. So right here. So here's HGA. So please note we're under construction. As of July 15, 2024, HGA is not accepting new orders. Please read our full announcement for complete details. So it's been since July. Nothing has been going. Nothing has changed. Nothing's been going
on 8 months.
And who would send to HGA at this point? Honestly,
you wouldn't have a choice, even if you wanted to.
Yeah. So at this point, they're finished. You know, you got the top 4, and that's about it. And Beckett is still a question mark. Whatever they're doing, I have no idea. Maybe Eric knows.
Bob also says, I'm heading to Pokemon aisle at Walmart after the show because I'm looking for a fight. That's right.
Yeah, basically, that's it, right?
You got to be the very best. No one ever was.
I saw one today. Someone bought the returns from a shelf at Costco and basically like thought he would get away with people returning Pokemon, didn't think it through. And once he gets home and he opens it, basically every pack was basically sliced open, searched, kind of just put back together in the packaging. And
really?
Costco takes everything back, apparently. Like, if you return something at Costco, they'll just take it back. So
it sounds like Winners. People can return stuff that they bought at Walmart at Winners. It says Joe Fresh on it. And they'll go, yeah, I bought it here last week. Do you have a receipt? No. I bought this a year and a half ago. And they just take it back. My wife works there. I know. It's like,
anyway,
what do we do?
This sounds like, Yannick, this sounds like an excuse to try something out. It's like, I'd like to return this. Sir, that is a dead body. I would like to return it.
Oh, did you
that's
see
that Rayborg.
Did you see the it's not even CT scanning, it's just a metal detector that they can put on the packs? They were doing that. Beep, beep,
oh yeah,
beep,
just a metal detector. You're probably good. Yeah.
No, they did that.
I have no doubt. Yeah.
I saw a video and the guy goes, okay, these are all junk and these are all the ones with the hits. And what did they do with the junk ones? They put them up for sale for the it's just like, oh my God.
All right, so Carlisle, you are in luck. You are in luck, my friend. Have I got something for you? Carlisle says here, I'd like a grader that doesn't use 3 initials.
Yes.
Sir, I am here. I am ready to help.
There's no such thing as a grader without 3 initials.
Oh, that's not true, Bobby. There is.
Which one?
I happen to know for a fact there's one.
Please.
And I remember them from back in the day, and I'm going to share that with you right now. Carlisle, I got you, man. I got you. Allow me to present a grader with 4 initials.
What?
I give you NASA.
Oh,
my friends.
NASA. I remember them.
Let me give you the North American sports and authenticators, I guess. Well, sports card authenticators. North American sports card authenticators. North American sports card authenticator. NASA. Look at this is a slab that you can set time to. Look, it's basically, now I understand it looks like a recessed holder, but it's got rivets, you see. It's got rivets. The 4 corners. It's a screw down with 4 rivets. But with rivets, Bobby, they've got rivets.
You can't open the rivets.
That's what I'm saying. So you got it on there with the recessed, and then check it out. Look. The finest Avery labels.
Oof,
oh, BCCCC. That's not even a graded. That's like a top loader, soft sleeve, kind of whatever.
OPG Premier Medano Rookie.
See, and you want to talk to me about the fucking coaster makers when I've got this? This is NASA. This is advanced shit. This is rocket science shit. This is rocket science shit.
Go down, Carlos. What the hell is what's the grade? An NHM plus?
I don't even know what that is.
It's a near
it may as well be.
It's near plus. Near plus.
Yeah, it's something like that. It's
what's the H? Oh, the H is silent.
Carlisle, boom.
Carlisle, silent. Yeah.
Boom. Look, all I gotta say is, boom. To the moon.
NASA. Wow.
Yes.
I had a list.
I knew we get a little bit of mileage out of the
for real. I found a list.
Y'all ask. You ask and I provide.
Yeah.
I provide it. See, this is why you tune into the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is, because I bet your favorite sports card influencer could never have brought NASA to the table.
No.
None of them.
And I do remember them.
They were there for like 5 seconds.
I remember seeing there and hey, what do you think of this grader? I went, what the hell is that? One small step for man, and what? Anyways.
Yep. How about a grading company that doesn't use initials? We could get Prince on this. The estate of Prince could probably do one. It could be simple.
Maybe. Yeah.
Just saying.
You can't identify the letters. So, anyways.
Yep. It's a new one to me. NASA values to the moon. Exactly. Riveting. Bam. ROI. Hashtag invest. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Near.
We still don't know what the H means yet. Near.
It's near heckin' mint plus. Bricks trump the coasters, right?
Almost near mint.
It hurts to laugh. That's right. Because Larry, don't be ridiculous. That might be 4 initials, but they only use 3 letters. Wow.
True enough.
Hey, listen, you're being picky now. You said more than 3 letters, and I provided you more than 3 letters.
That is true.
Yeah, but 2 were the same.
Doesn't matter. He did not specify. He did not specify.
Neither did they unspecify.
I have a list here. I know what I do.
Hobby Champ says, where the hell is Mayonnaise Man? It's unacceptable. Mayonnaise Man is dying of the plague.
He's dead. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a good chance. Like, he was already dead on the inside.
He won't even be on Tuesday's show.
Now the outside is dying. It's pretty brutal.
He's a sickly man.
And on his birthday, no less.
Oh, yes. I know.
Happy birthday, Eric. Happy birthday.
Sick on his own birthday.
Remember when he was 50? Now he's 51. Where does the time go?
Sally O'Malley.
Disintegrating.
Yeah.
Mayo Man is sick. Mayo poisoning. Facts. And
9.5
on his birthday, no less.
FUC.
And Hobby Champs on his birthday, no less. Dying of
FUC,
bubonic plague.
that's a name I can get behind.
There you go. I have a list here. I call it the Slab Graveyard.
How many do you have now? How many are on the list now?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. I got over 15 names here of all basically used to be grading.
So these are defunct ones. These are ones that are no longer around.
First.
Okay. AGS, Advanced Grading Specialists. I don't know if you can find them.
Aren't those still around? Are you sure?
There's ASA, Accurate Sports Card Authentication.
Oh.
Capital Grading.
Go ahead.
CSA, Certified Sports Authentication. CTA Grading Expert. FG, Foremost Grading Authority. JAI, everyone remembers these guys.
Yeah.
Global, right?
Global Authentication.
NASA, I have that one here. NASA, North America Sports Authenticator.
That's right.
You
said AGS, right?
AGS, Advanced Grading Specialists.
Yeah.
So AGS, I think, is still around.
In what context, though?
So let me share with you Bobby. I'll actually be able to circle it back around to our original conversation. I can actually circle it back around.
Sure.
So let me first show you the website, and then I'll show you where we can circle it. So here first, and they literally call it Robo Grading, powered by AGS.
Oh, is that thing? Oh my God, I remember. Yeah.
There you go.
It's going to be in every store.
So hold on for the record. No, the one that was in every store was AccuGrade or whatever. That was the
crowdsourcing. Okay.
No, this one apparently is also robots and artificial intelligence. So the point is, y'all, I don't ever want to hear about the coaster makers again, because do you see what's in big bold letters? It's there. It says the fastest, most accurate way to grade your cards.
Look at that.
Boom.
Lasers, man.
They got laser beams and shit. Look at it. My God.
I like that video.
Look, it's got a guy in a lab coat. That seems legit.
Got a guy with a lab coat, sunglasses.
Done. I like it. What are we even talking about here?
I don't know.
See, look, currently accepting modern sports cards, Pokemon, MetaZoo, Dragon Ball Super, Yu-Gi-Oh, and more.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Look at all.
And look, $10 a card, unlike those peasants over in Coasterland. Bullshit. Look at that. Amazing. Oh my! And it's got a detailed grade breakdown. Look at that. It's got charts. It's got charts and shit.
Amazing. Yeah.
I'm blown away right now. I'm sold. Done. And look, smarter than human grading. It's got an icon, man.
Oh, it's smarter than human grading. Oh my God.
Yes. Hell yes.
So humans program machines, and it's smarter than humans. So what?
Anyways. Oh, look. And not only that, they've got a testimonial from King Pokemon.
Look at the motley crew there. My God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sold. It's done.
Trust us. Look at that. That is.
I'm sold. It's
funny.
done.
That is
So the reason why it's particularly funny, though, and I can actually circle it back around to the original discussion, is that the guy who broke the tag slab, Ramsey Rips Packs, there was the original video where the guy did it. He's now made this into a cottage industry for his channel, by the way. The response of Tag reached out to me and blah, blah, blah. His video from today, brand new video, Tag Ratings, biggest competitor reached out to me and wanted a review. AGS.
Really?
Yes. That's how it comes full circle.
Holy shit.
AGS says, literally on the screenshot, he goes, "Hey, we saw your video on the tag slab. Sorry to hear about your experience. We do AI grading ourselves. If you're interested, we can get you some free grades to try us out." Bam!
Of course.
Boom.
Why not? Drop the mic. See you later. Oh my God. Isn't this funny? The hobby funny. It's so stupid. Don't trust them. Trust. What was the other guy out of Detroit? What was his name again?
Was it the trimmer guy who claimed he graded like the third most amount of cards?
Yeah.
The name is escaping me right now, but he was the trimmer guy. He was the one that Geoff helped promote for like 5 seconds.
I can't remember all these guys now. So many
There's a lot of like I don't even pretend to remember all the names now. Does this list include label changes like the old SEC green label? Maybe. Hobby Champs
and now you
have Burbank.
Who else? Now you have what's his name? From GAI from PSA.
Mike Baker.
Mike Baker. Yeah. He's grading cards with his ugly freaking. Anyways, his holder. Where is he going? I'd like to know.
I think he's trying to follow. Like I said, we've done this before.
I see where he wants to go, but I don't think he can get there.
He wants to be CAC grading for cards.
Well, it's sort of like your Moody's, and you're kind of doing stuff, and then you want to be in the game. You want to be in the action, and you're taking a step out of your comfort zone, I think, at this point.
Well, listen, I think he's one good article on Yahoo Sports Collectibles away for being gold.
Let's use Hobby News Daily as a reference. Anyways.
Hobby News Daily is semi-dead. It's semi-dead. Hobby Champ says Rob Veros of Burbank has an amazing collection of buddy slabs. I think he has hundreds of different third-party graders, maybe. A NASA 10 is an HM Hot Mint. There you go.
Hot Mint.
Eric claims bicyclists are athlete, but he rides a bike and he seems to be the unhealthiest of all of us. Yes.
I agree.
Actually, I remember when I quit Hobby News Daily. I quit, and I think Victor was like a minute behind me. He says, "Yeah, I'm out." Both of us left at the same time, because I was talking to him on the side, and I said, "Listen, I'm out of here," because he doesn't care. He doesn't care what's going on with his thing. And I left, and then he posted, and I went, "Oh, okay, we're both gone. Good. Time to move on. This hobby is not big enough for." To promote guys like this that are moving on with their, I think he wanted to, look important at SI and whatever. SI, actually, for SI, I think it's, you have to have a membership, do you not? Or you have to pay? I'm very sure.
Well, for the page there, the articles are free. You can look at the articles.
Yeah, but there's a membership thing that you can get.
Oh, I'm sure they've got another level to it. Sure.
Yeah, they do.
But I think like the regular articles that I saw
there
there on the front page.
I think it's on the paywall. But yeah, they do have the introduction, but I think there's a paywall there too. So going forward, we just went, well, okay, if you want to spend all your time on that, that's fine.
So you're saying that behind the paywall, I get part 2 of Moberg?
You do.
Wow. Maybe that'll be where the pictures are. So
that's where the fun
is near Hot Mint. You know what? I probably knew that at one point.
Mint? What?
I probably knew that at one point.
It might have been.
That's wild. Yeah.
That's near.
I completely I blanked that out of my memory. I probably knew that at one point because again, they actually set up at the expo for a little while, so they were there.
After that, no.
Yeah. Like it was another thing there. Yeah, it kind of looks like they ripped off PBS.
That's probably what's keeping you up.
It's not quite hot. It's just near hot.
It's brutal, man. Hobby News monthly news alerts. Screw collect.
Click.
Yeah, but as soon as Yannick mentioned AGS, I was like, wait, the Ramsey pack, the cracker, the slab cracker guy actually got reached out to by AGS. I'm like, yes, it's full circle. I can bring it all together.
Isn't it funny how we're documenting all the shit that's going on in the hobby?
It's one of those, like, sometimes, like, you think, like, hey, man, I'll go get one of those junk slab thing and I'll just kind of crack it open and maybe the card is good in another slab, right? So,
a lot of people do that. People do that professionally. Like, really, that's their job, is to crack it out, fix it up, use a little Kurt jizz, and then have some fun. Jizz.
Oh, here's one. I actually forgot about this one. Since Carlisle was asking, what about rare grading?
I remember that one.
Yeah, rare. So that's four letters.
You know, it's funny. If I go back to the late 90s and the early 2000s, I do remember there were so many grading companies that were coming out at that time.
That's what I'm telling you.
You would buy a card, or you look at a card and you go, who's this grading company? They're really.
I have a 4-letter one here. It's called Certified Baseball Card Services.
Oh,
yeah.
Be curious to look at the slab.
So the reason I'm asking is twofold. Number one, because it has the 4 letters, but number two, I remember the rare grading slabs were tanks. So speaking of, because these ones were very heavy duty,
like screw down, like ice cube, whatever at that point. Yeah.
There was a company called USA Sports Grading.
Yeah, USA was the one that did all the trimming. They were the ones that had a million trimmed cards, like literally a million.
That's true, right?
No, but here's the thing. USA, if you go back a million videos ago, I did like a retrospective on Kenny, and when he was doing the shop at home, and USA Grading was one that a lot of his stuff had
Moser
USA graded slabs. So and you knew that if it was a USA graded slab, it was like an 80% chance it was trimmed. Because a lot of trimmed cards got sent over to them and they graded it all.
Because some of those companies that tried then, they did have good, like, like Sports Collectors Digest. Some are pretty nice, and then there's JAI, right? But there's 20 others in between that tried and failed.
Now check this one out. So this is from the rare grading thing. So they talk about the high-end label and slab, blah blah blah, are basically bulletproof case. Well, now this needs testing. Ultrasonically welded. Tiny sounds move really fast. A certain blue hedgehog to keep your card sealed. Listen, you're invoking Sonic the Hedgehog. All right.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Bobby. The second sentence. Hold on. The second sentence is important.
Yeah.
No pulling apart with your hand here. Oh!
Oh my God!
Wow! Burn!
Shot across the bow. Did y'all see that shot across the bow? I saw a shot across the bow. And you know what's next?
Shots fired. Oh my God.
Next one. UV protection. What? You're saying the coaster makers aren't the only ones with UV protection? They're claiming UV protection? Oh my God. Now here's the best part. Last one. With Corning Gorilla Glass, our slabs are designed to last a lifetime.
Ooh.
Whose lifetime?
Bold words, rare graders. The problem with rare grading was the slabs look pretty hefty. They look pretty solid. I got to be honest though, the price is too expensive. Their cheapest is like $39. It's like $40. It's expensive.
I would love to try the bulletproof just to prove it.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, look, you're making some pretty heavy promises. I heard you don't crack them with your hands, Yannick. I'm like, ooh, shots fired. Dang. My goodness.
Pliable.
Cold plasma grading has to be the next gimmick, maybe. Hobby News Monthly, Collect, and Yahoo will partner on the first hobby article over 300 words. Man, that's strong. Found an eBay listing of photo of Tiger Woods clipped out of an SI that graded to 10. Yes. PSA magazine clipping department. Yes. You're just being picky, man. Look, you keep this up, and then I'm going to personally start LMNOP grading. That'll show you. Grade it. It's not bulletproof. It's bullet resistant. Lifetime guarantee is valid because the bullet will deflect off the slab and kill you, which would be a great feature. See, Yannick muted himself. That's how exciting he is.
That's like 5 letters. elemental P?
He wanted more than 3.
Well, you got.
I'm giving you an extra.
4, you went to 5.
Listen, I would go to 7 just to make him feel better.
You think?
Yeah, listen, the Carlos seems like a very picky man. He needs a lot of very specific things.
Yeah, true, right?
You know what? We're going to start up a new company. Bobby's going to go in on this with me. It's going to be Goddamn Atlanta Grading.
Who?
Goddamn Atlanta. It's all going to be all together, no spaces. Goddamn Atlanta.
Yep.
Plenty of letters.
And I think
all the letters you want.
We'd probably get Geoff to endorse it.
Yep. Well, if you don't put a space in it, he won't realize that it's actually a phrase. He'll just think it's a bunch of letters.
Yeah.
Pretty exciting.
He won't get that.
Our graders were fed burgers with grass-fed cows at lunch to ensure clear-headed evaluation. Facts. It's tough here in the ATL.
It's a little better.
Here you go. Fick grading. Buck ice cream cake grading. There you go. You get behind that one, Bobby.
I like that.
All the name of the grading company is just us sending a message to the people grading. Yogo, you only grade once. We trim pinhole, place gum stains on your card, sonically seal, and send back your card in a hermetically sealed canister of salt water. I'm liking where we're going with this. We're workshopping some good ideas here.
Mm-hmm. Being hermetically sealed, there's nothing else that salt water is going to get. It's going to last forever or dissolve.
Well, remember, the whole idea of the coaster makers was that originally they claimed it was a feature to prevent tampering. What if the holder that we developed self-destructs? If you actually try to open it, it destroys the card.
If you actually try to handle it.
Yeah, it actually sneaks in acid, which destroys the card.
Why has it taken this many years to find out that those cases break this easily? That's my question. Is I think somebody.
Sorry. Which one are we talking about? We're talking about the coaster maker now.
Any bad news, right?
We're talking about the coaster maker now.
Yeah.
Bobby, that would necessitate them actually grading cards. Sorry, go on.
Okay, enough said.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that would be like us. It's like, I didn't realize NASA ones were riveted. It's like, because most people never seen one because they barely graded anything.
Yeah. You never know until it's before you.
Yeah, you need to actually know it exists first. I may just surround wrap my cards going forward. Legit. Built-in ink packs, yes.
It's cheaper.
I'm just saying, I think there should be like a self-destruct sequence of some kind. Like, you try to get into it, it's like, oh, you're trying to get into the slab. Self-destructs.
There's things they could do to the slabs that, would know if they're compromised. There is different ways. When they seal it, they could put a piece of metal, a piece of aluminum, whatever it is, thin ribbon, and as soon as it breaks, it compromises the whole thing. So that would be the easiest way.
Do it like bank robbing style, like
when
the money gets out the bank and it just goes paint.
Yeah, it just goes. Yeah, exactly.
Glitter bomb.
Yeah, so the ink comes in really good at that point. Yeah,
a glitter bomb.
A glitter bomb. That'd be even better. Wouldn't that be fun?
It's like, I can't get it off of me. It's like, I got the card on the slab, but at what cost? At what cost?
At tag glitter.
My goodness. Well, the problem is that they try to grade it on a 1,000-point scale and it costs you $75. Lord,
that's crazy.
I think there is a video of Flipping Steve that he actually takes every slab maker that we like and all use, and he actually throws them in his pool.
Well, there was a handful. He did a video where there was a handful of them. Yeah, basically just to see if they're waterproof.
Yeah, waterproof. Yeah.
Like he leaves them, I think, overnight in the pool.
I want to say that.
Well, those are hermetically sealed if they float. If they don't,
wasn't it SGC that failed that one?
Yes.
I couldn't remember. I remember the video, but
yeah, I think it was SGC, the one that let a little bit of water in. Yeah.
I enjoy some of the videos he does that way with he's got a little dog too. So he did the waterproofing test. But now we have that company that Carlos just showed us that they claim bulletproof almost.
Listen, if you've ever seen, like, I want to get one. The problem is I want to get one of those cards in hand. Like, but like I said, just from what I showed you in the grading, like, it's too damn expensive. Like, I'm not paying $40 for a test.
No.
Let me just see. I wonder now if I can find.
If only.
Could I find a rare graded slab somewhere? Let's see eBay.
Send me all the slabs. I'll do tests, video, everything.
Do Google search with the parentheses there, or the
Mythbusters.
quotations. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do. I'll do a little examination while we're talking. But it'd be interesting. I would love to get one in hand because it always looked pretty. It always looked like it was a pretty heavy slab based on the design. But again, you don't know until you get one in hand. Well,
that's the early formation of a lot of guys doing that out there. Sorry, basement and stuff like that. And they just said, hey, this is the best way to go. Why do I have to get somebody to design anything? I can just use something that's already out there and just rivets.
Put some rivets.
Rivets.
Well, the rare grading one is where I can say that I think it's interesting that they went through the trouble of actually indicating that they use Gorilla Glass, because Gorilla Glass was the material they use on iPhones. So it's a very specific material. It's not cheap. So I can understand where the cost is going. Like Gorilla Glass wasn't cheap. And if you're Apple, you're ordering millions and millions and millions and millions of units, you can bring the unit cost down. But if you're not ordering that much, you're not going to get that cheap. So if it's
Gorilla Glass, then it's tempered. So it's going to shatter in a million pieces, but it's actually stronger than normal glass. So
but that's what I mean. So with the Gorilla Glass, the big thing is that it would be very scratch resistant. Yeah. So it would prevent the front of it from getting scratched up and scuffed up as badly as the other one. And then the ability to withstand shattering would be depending on how the edges are done. If the edges absorb the blow correctly, then it won't shatter necessarily. But if it lets all if it basically lets it hit the glass, then yeah, it'll just shatter like an iPhone would.
Yeah.
Because that's basically what happens with like with my cell phone. I have a case on it, but this is not necessarily a hard case. It is a little bit, but the real protection is the edge. The edge is actually what does a good job protecting it, because otherwise there's nothing on the front here but the back of it. I've actually dropped this a few times, even on concrete. And the fact that the corners are so strong is actually what keeps it from breaking. This has not been shattered or damaged in any way.
Yeah,
but it's the outside of it that protects it.
Tempered glass is very strong on a straight on. Like if you throw a hammer at it, it should be fine. If you hit an edge, then you hit a cracking point, and that's where it will shatter into a million pieces or whatever it is. So that's a big factor. I was in the glass business, so I know about that kind of stuff.
Just trying to Google, see if I can find anything else. A lot of these smaller graders, unfortunately, it's very tough to find. That's always what part of the reason why I laugh that these companies exist. Like, have you guys actually got anybody to actually put any of your stuff on the market? Like, who's grading it?
No idea.
I haven't seen it. But have you tried to shoot your phone before?
So tempered glass is made when it comes off the line, then they cool it very fast, and that's how they make tempered glass, and that's why those little shatter pieces happen. You see the broken subway kind of, or bus stops and stuff like that, shattering a million pieces, keep people from getting cut. So
keep them getting cut, unlike some coasters.
Well, actually, you get small cuts.
Coasters cut. Coasters kill. Coasters kill.
Coasters can kill. Yes.
Just saying. Deadly.
Well, look at your
dangerous.
Thumb. It's not even healed.
the thumb is healed. The only part that actually so the thumb is actually healed for the most part. There's a little skin left on it from where us. It was actually the finger that had a little bit of a cut on it that actually stuck on it. Yeah. Like I said, deadly. That's just dangerous. Acrylic. Imagine
they endorsed that. Well, somebody did.
Well, except now they don't. They say, "Oh, we need to correct it."
They hope you hurt yourself and
well, listen. I have heard 3 different stories on this. One, I heard it was a feature.
I heard it.
Two, I heard that you would want you to hurt yourselves, and 3, I heard, sorry, that's something we need to fix. So I've heard 3 different answers.
How can you fix something that you're 4 years into, 5 years into?
Listen, they're only in year
10
12.
years into.
They've been developing it for 12 years.
Yeah, 12 now. Yeah.
Yes, it's true. They waited
since
10.
we've been talking about
they're
it. 12
brand new.
Time.
They're brand new.
They're brand new.
Brand new. Like I said, the story keeps changing. Every day it changes a little bit.
It does.
I don't know what to tell you. So anything else going on with you folks? Anything you want to chat on for a little bit? We'll go for a little bit longer, but yeah, it's been, I'll be honest, it's outside of like personal collecting stuff. Collecting has been good. Personal collecting part has been good. You guys picked up your stuff.
Slab, shield building. What else have we talked about?
Well, look, we got a lot of mileage considering that in reality, it's like it's not like the biggest thing that I had this week on the channel was talking about an antiquated model of getting the news out there.
Yes,
and it's mostly because it was fun.
Yahoo,
which is yeah, and that was really it.
But I did Yahoo. It was actually, it brought me back to a time that I remember, going to that homepage and, stuff was sitting there for you. And you could choose whatever you wanted to choose. At this point, now it's very much directed. Like, it's funny, you can even talk about, hey, we're going to get a new barbecue this year. And all of a sudden you get barbecue advertisements on your phone when you flip through it and you're going,
See, now my freaking box is going off, Bobby.
What's
trying
that?
to sell me barbecues.
Yes. They will.
Did you invoke the barbecue? Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's what happens. So anything that has Wi-Fi, like actually, it's funny. Most microwaves have your Wi-Fi now, so it's sort of like, oh, okay, we know what you're talking about. They're smart.
Yeah. I got a card show tomorrow morning.
Oh, you lucky bastard! I got one Sunday. Leaside.
There's another bigger player who's trying to here provincially, but I would have to drive about 2 hours to go there, so I don't really feel like it. So yeah, that's probably what's going on here. The one at the mini mall, I think it's probably the last one before September. Maybe he's got one more in April, but I'm not sure yet.
Well, we have the Rob show, which is it this weekend or next?
You guys have way more than we do. Like,
yeah, but Leaside is very small.
Even if I go to every show during the winter, and if I drive hours away, I would have maybe 5 to 6 shows to go. You tell me you go to a show almost every weekend. So.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, I can go to whatever. Did you go to the CSC show?
Nope.
No, neither did I. Yeah.
No, I looked at it, but I'll be honest. Unless there's something really interesting, I'm basically trying to sit back. I want to basically.
So do you save your money for the expo, or are you just not buying right now? Are you waiting, or what do you do?
Well, I was trying to buy. I was trying to bid on that one Medano card. If I hadn't been outbid, I would have bought it. I understand that. If I see something that interests me, I will go after it. For the most part, I'm kind of sitting back. It's just waiting.
Said he put money away for the show, but does that mean you're not going to buy online, or you're going to wait till the show, or what?
I like stuff, Bobby. If I see something I like, I'll buy it. I don't care.
No,
I never have any conscience about that.
Yannick said he put money away in an envelope. And
what I mean by putting money away, it's probably for my pre-war.
Yeah,
it's like if I have to pull the trigger, there's gonna be ammo, but there's always more ammo if I need more ammo.
Sure.
Right, like Carlos, I don't necessarily have a budget, but me and my peace of mind when I'll go to the show, knowing that I have to pay for this, and that. Well,
it's
I
nice
like buying at shows.
I have an envelope, right?
Now,
and if I run out of this envelope, then I got another envelope, and then if there's a really sweet deal, then I might have a freaking suitcase down the van.
Yeah. I was happy about that. I was happy about that sale the other day though, because right now I was able to funnel that money into a savings account. So right now it's I'm going to try to sell a couple more things out of the pile of cards that I set aside. So if I can move some of those in the next week or two, I would
list. You can get 140 for yours.
If I am half tempted to go into that box, grab the card, and go, I dare you guys. If you want to pay me that for it, you can have my copy. I don't care.
I would put 140 by it now.
Yeah, just to see if anybody played. But it's one of those things. I was saying that y'all are weird.
Where's that second? Y'all are weird. I'd like to know.
Y'all are weird. First, I want to see if they pay for the first one. That's what I want to see. I want to see if it actually gets paid for. That's kind of the big thing. If it doesn't get paid for, if it gets relisted, then I'm not counting it.
Well, you actually screw up their jam if you put yours out there.
Yeah. So here in the Wayback Machine, we can actually pull up the old URL. So this is about, this is a pretty good approximation of what it will look like right around 1997. This is a 1997 snapshot.
Yeah.
And this is basically all it was. But you look at the icons on top. Today's news, more Yahoos, cool, new, and then here, NBA and NHL finals, French Open College World Series. So they stick that up top. But then look, yellow pages, people search, maps, classified news, stock quotes. But then you've got all these subcategories, right? So if you look through this, you've got all these different little sections. And inside of the little sections, that's where you would go in. So you'd start off at the top level and then you go underneath. And that was what it was. It was an index. It was like you'd start off at the top layer and you could, so if you wanted, recreation and sports, so you click on sports here, reference, libraries, whatever. But yeah, literally you have a section for dictionaries.
Oh my God.
Welcome to 1997.
Yes.
It doesn't apply today. Nobody's looking at that today, but
I'd like to
there was a section for dictionaries. And look, computers and internet, World Wide Web, www.
Yep.
That's what it was like with the old dial-up on the internets.
I remember that. Actually, there was just list of things that you would go into, and like there was no site development. There was just whatever, a few pictures and low res, and you go into sites and you would I was looking up Rich comic books back then. It was like it's a lot of stuff, but what do? You just looked at it. You didn't even really buy it. There was no hosting. It was weird. It was weird.
When you tell me when they said Yahoo Sports Collectibles, that's my brain saw that screen in my mind. That's what my brain saw.
That's it. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Back then, but back then that was my homepage. That was the homepage because that's where I would start and then go from there. Maybe click on
Alta Vista too. So
and there was a spot. At first it was Yahoo, and then Alta Vista came in. But what happened was initially in the little index, there would be a sports card section, and then there was a little subheading underneath. There wasn't a lot of sites, so that's why, like at that time, that was the only way that you could kind of figure it out because there wasn't much.
It wasn't even sites; it was just listings. It's very weird because you would go in, you could see the pictures, but you couldn't really purchase. It was sort of like you had to call somebody or something. It was different, definitely different.
A lot of times, yeah, that's all it was. You'd have a phone number. All they would give you is an inventory list. It was basically an electronic version of the old newspaper list. Call us for availability, pricing, or whatever.
Yep, and it could be all over the world too. That was the funny part. Usually more North America, but
Yep. Zach here says, any NFL free agency interest you, Carlos? They are going to Vegas Viking soon. So we did touch on the darkness a little bit. We joked about him fulfilling his destiny and going there. For the most part, the NFL free agency doesn't interest me too much. I'll keep a kind of a side eye to it. The Discord I'm on, basically the guys like talking a lot in the NFL section of it. So they'll talk it up. And if anything interesting catches my ear, I'll kind of chime in briefly and pop in there. But for the most part, I'll just let it happen. I want to basically get to the season. Once we get to the season, we'll get into it. Right now, Yannick, the only thing I'm doing, I'm watching my wrestling, and I'm watching my episodes of Reacher. It's one episode per week.
I'm in a situation right now. I have the baseball fantasy pool, and it's been
you play a money one, or you play a money one, or what?
No money, but we've been playing for over a decade. The same guys. I think we went from like 14 to 10 to 8 to back to 12 to we had expansion. We went around. But now it's the first year that I'm kind of like, I'm so not into it. I haven't watched anything. I don't know anything. I got to make decisions. Sunday, I got to draft. I haven't put 2 seconds effort in anything. So,
Yannick, you have entered into my world. What's funny is that most of the time, so kind of playing into, so Dan earlier tonight was joking about the vintage thing, right? We didn't show any vintage cards yet. And then you guys fixed that problem for him. But I've said this before. The reason why I don't show too many cards on the live is because I want to talk about other stuff. For the most part, it's more interesting to me. But if you've got something a little bit more interesting that's got a little bit of a story, like the packs and stuff you had, that's great. I think that's a little bit more interesting. But just regular cards, just Yannick, literally, as we speak, I have a little table beside here. I literally have a box of cards right here. I got a box of cards right here. I got a little pile of cards right here. I got a pile of cards over here on this desk. I am surrounded by fucking cards.
Everywhere.
I don't need to talk about cards, show cards for the majority of the show. That's always been my thing. So here, hold on. Chosen Rosen. That one came from my Burbank order. Got some rascal on the front of it.
I'm sure you have a video for us coming in the morning.
That's going to be exactly
Pretty
it.
much,
Yeah.
yeah.
Here's a good one. I got a Dennis Hall, which is an upgrade on my 7071.
Yeah.
Hey, Bobby's got one of those autographs still.
Now you know what the reason why? So do you know why? I think I've got the other one. I can compare it. So the reason why I grabbed this one, this one I got from Burbank. So the reason I actually grabbed it is because I actually had a copy of this card, but the other copy, I'll pull it up here. Yeah. Okay. So this one is the copy that I just grabbed. It's not like super minty or whatever, but it's fine. It's decent enough. Like I said, I'm not trying to build a high condition set, but the other copy, literally, there's pen right over his chest hairs.
Oh, I don't like that. Yeah.
The shag going on.
Look at that.
Pen bothers me. Yeah.
Yeah. So much cleaner.
How much was that? $3?
Like
$5?
Like $2.
$2. Okay.
Yeah. So I was like, great. I upgraded the card. Done.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta have a whole list so gonna try to finish that set during the show.
Oh no, I've got my list is done. I'm ready to go with the list. So I'm gonna actually I'll print out a copy just so I have it with me. I can put it on my phone, but I actually just want to scratch it off the list as I go. It'll be quick. Just zip through.
Here's a project I have for the expo too. I'm missing 7 of those. So it's 109 cards set. I got 102. So there's gonna be an expo project, maybe. Although
well, it depends what shows up, right?
That's what's going to make it a little bit more sporting, Bobby. That's going to be the fun part. Obviously, I'll be there to hang out or whatever, but this set is totally doable inside of the expo, totally. So that will give me a little bit of a challenge as I go around. I'll go to certain dealers and it's like, all right, you got a stack. Let me take a look at the stack.
Grab a couple dollar boxes. So
exactly.
Okay.
So and I've got a lot of the key players and key cards and key rookies. So like I've done a lot of the heavy lifting. So now it's just filling in some of the blanks. So Carl said I developed web pages for SI that would compare 2 teams, NCAA football or baseball. It was visited more than the swimsuit pages. Look at that. The traffic numbers.
Wow.
Gambling was apparently more attractive. Yes. The people like the gambling. Yahoo was my go-to for many years. Have a good night, Baz. Damn you cars, you're my biggest burden. I know. Is that a game you use UCLA? Swatch? All right, hold on. Let's see. Let's see what they say. This is player worn. So player worn, not game used. Whatever. Again, this was super cheap as well. So I got a couple of wrestling cards off the front. I actually did grab, like I said, I grabbed that Dennis Hall. So that's an upgrade without the pen. So that's a little bit nicer copy. I did get a Medano in that. Boom. Great. And then another Chosen Rosen as well. So a small stack of cards, combined shipping, whatever. But that's the kind of mail day that's nice. Like there's nothing too crazy about it. I got a little combined shipping to go with some stuff. It covered a couple of different projects that I'm working on, a little bit of everything for different things. And so for me, that's the perfect kind of, if I'm going to shop from you and you've got a couple of different things, I'm like, let me grab a couple of different things and get one shipping done.
Cheap enough too.
Yeah. But that's the thing. It's like, so I still get cards in all the time, but it's like, for the most part, it's like, well, how much discussion do you want to have on that? Why'd you buy the card? Well, because I'm working on a project and I wanted the card. That's it. It's not that exciting. That's the reason why. Anybody remember those old super collector articles in Beckett? Yes. Somebody needs to interview Carlos about his passion for Josh Rosen.
Remember, I wrote for them in 2008 and 9. So
no, but he's talking about specifically the super collector article. It was like the super collector of the month.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you wrote articles, but not the super collector one. That was a very specific one.
I wrote information articles. Yeah.
Do you grab a lot of the Rosen cards in College? Only once in a while. That one was super cheap, and it's an on-card auto, so I figured why not. But no, for the most part, I'll stick to the Arizona Cardinals. The important thing, though, is it has to be 2018. My only rule is I only will grab the 2018 stuff. That's it. I won't grab any other year because I want it to limit it. I want it to limit the scope. Otherwise, I could buy a bunch of stuff when he played for the Dolphins. Most of that stuff's dirt cheap, but I don't need that. I don't need that much extra. I already got plenty without that. But that's basically where a lot of this sits. So I've got that. I've got one more ship my cards thing that's going to be coming in. Oh, I do have one thing from ComC because I did buy something that was on ePack, and I actually had ComC ship it to me directly. I will say, very slow to get it shipped out. It took forever. It would have been quicker, I think, sending it directly to ComC and just having it sent from there, even though it's the same thing. It's the same factory. It was weird because I did it through the Upper Deck site.
I haven't sent home in over a year at ComC. I probably have a good pile right now. I should look into it.
Are you grabbing stuff on a regular basis though?
No, I haven't in a while. I've been selling, and actually, I have a nice stack of money in there too. I'd like to do something with it, but I'm not looking. I'm not finding anything I want to buy and cash in and out. They're charging you 10%. So,
Oh, really?
yeah. So
Well, if you
I
want to
got
take out
one
the
of those.
cash, yeah.
What's that?
If you want to take the cash, yeah.
Yeah, that's why. So I'm kind of looking for. Eventually, I'll find something. I'll buy it. I guess it's not necessarily what I want to do, but I got rid of a lot of unwanted cards the last couple of years. And every expo, I usually take advantage of, like you, Carlos. I drop at ComC at Barrie. They have a deal usually, or some kind of incentive that is cheaper to submit cards. And so I unloaded a lot of unwanted cards on ComC that way. But now I'm not finding anything I want to buy. What I need to buy, or it's not like you buy a lot of pre-war on ComC and stuff.
No.
Well, exactly. The problem is that you're being very specific now, because if you're talking pre-war, ComC is not going to be great for that. There are other there's a little bit of vintage that you can find in there sometimes. Like I actually grabbed a couple of 63 Fleer cards. A couple of the 63 Fleer graded. I found there
lately, just to see what else is out there. So.
Did you find anything, or are you just looking?
Looking. I like historical tobacco again, related that way. But no, nothing lately. Basically, that's been telling me that you want that yet. So
you should find the lamest cycling card in the world and save it for Eric.
Yes. Ship it straight to his address.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what everybody does.
Seems the obvious play to me. Zachary says, now I want to find the article Bobby wrote in Beckett. I think it's more than one, Bobby. I think you were doing it for a while, weren't you?
Yeah, I did it for a year. So I think there's probably at least a dozen or so. Yeah, I think so.
What year was it?
2008-9.
Okay. So there you go, Zach. That should help narrow it down.
Yeah. You'll see it there.
So you actually had me looking.
Pauline's. I wrote about the CCM photos. I wrote about... I have all the articles, but I didn't keep the magazine. I only cut the articles out, but I wish I would have kept the whole magazine at this point. So I'm kind of trying to backtrack and see what ones that I did right there, because I think I have them all in my book, but I might have missed a few somewhere along the line. So
it's always nice to have a copy of the
original, kind of an archive. Yeah. But I took the pages out that I wrote, and I have them in a whole binder of things that I've written for the Canadian Sports Magazine and a few other places. So
very nice.
Somebody had to document that shit.
Now it's the documenting of your own shit.
You don't think about it.
You lose it if you don't keep it. So what do you?
You don't necessarily think about that at first to keep. Hey man, maybe I should keep that, right? Like paper will disappear. And
well, I kept the paper, but I didn't keep the whole magazines because it was a stack, right? So.
But like as paper as a medium, like.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, trying to find the old Beckett's is very difficult actually to find 2008 and 9. So I'm sitting there going, shit. And the CSC, very hard to find those too. On top of that,
well, you basically need so Mike, who's been in the chat sometimes, had some of those, and basically it's got to be somebody who was subscribed or had it for a while, and then maybe has a stack of them, and that's usually where they come out. Yeah, not a lot of folks have like onesies, twosies.
I don't see them at the expo though. That's the funny part.
I just don't think if you're a dealer, unless you're local, and got some space, why would you bring a stack of old magazines?
Well, some people actually, there's one guy who was at the last show at that Rob show there. He had a whole stack of different ones, but he only had certain ones from certain years. So it's trying to find that perfect year is like difficult. Like 2008, that's a while ago now. So
yeah, here we go. So this is Mike here. So good evening, Mike. Picked them up at local shows back in the day. So yeah, that's basically how somebody would accumulate a stack of them. And that's basically how you did it. And there would be where it used to be a little bit more is where you had like say the player collectors. So for example, I have a copy in a binder of all the Medano Beckett's there were. There weren't a ton of them, but where he ended up on the cover. So there was one earlier in his career in the 90s. I've got that one. And then there was one after the Stanley Cup. He was on there. And I think it was him on one side of the cover, and I think Hasek was on the back of the cover. So you had both, obviously, two main characters there in the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
But if you have like a more popular player who's consistently on there, you could put together a collection. Well, Canadian Sports Card Collector, same thing. If you got like favorite, like I think Steve maybe had a couple of Joe Sakic ones, Canadian Sports Card Collector. So he was on some covers. Gretzky obviously will be on covers all the time.
Lots.
Some of the key players will be on a
Richard
bunch of
Scott
them.
was there, yeah. The O-Pee-Chee guy.
It's all about the O-Pee-Chee god that is Richard Scott. That's right. But as it says, I got 99 to 07 or 08, but not most of them since they were
be somewhere in there if you have some. Yeah,
there's some 08 on eBay.
Oh, is it really?
Oh yeah, certain.
I don't listen. You look and they're not there, and then you don't look for another month or two or something like that. So yeah,
that's why I say, like in the example, Mike actually sold a small stack to me because I want to go back to doing that series that I was doing where I would go through the magazines.
Yeah. I remember.
So Mike actually sent me a box with a couple of them. So I'll go through them in a little bit. But the Canadian Sports Card Collector one, because they actually have articles, means I actually got to sit down and read them to get the gist of it and be able to give a little bit of a synopsis. I actually got to read. With Beckett, to be blunt, sorry to old Jimbo. Most of the time I can skim through those articles in about 12 seconds. There's not much. Most of the articles, there's not a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can kind of skim through. There's not a lot going on.
I wrote factual ones, so I was looking for putting out new information to the collector. So that was my even Al Muir, who was the editor. He said, we never know what Bobby's going to write, and we always look forward to seeing it. so yeah, that's good. It was needed stuff like that back in the day.
My favorite stuff was the letter. To be honest, my favorite takeaways were always the letter to the editor. It's the best. Literally, it's sitting there like, all right, what are you all complaining about?
That was Al Muir who would answer all those. He was kind of funny.
Still got a handful. Not sure what year. Yeah. Dumb question. So was it Beckett hockey that you did it predominantly in?
Yeah. It was only Beckett.
Yeah. I also seem to remember a Charlton Cards annual price guide published here. Yeah, they had a Charlton price guide. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is in there too because I gave them a lot of information on stuff.
I used to have a couple of editions of that because there was a is it Carlton or Charlton? I want to say it's Charlton.
It's Charlton.
Yeah.
Yes.
There was a baseball edition as well, I believe. That covered a lot of Canadian issues and such. Because I'm pretty sure I own a copy of that one.
More than likely. I can only remember the hockey, really. They did the coins, too, and stuff like that, but yeah.
Yeah, I had the Charlton coin ones, for sure.
I have a few old ones from 83, 84, 85. I used to collect coins back in the day.
Let's see here. I kept my first one and then some random ones. Yeah. So that's what happened with a lot of people, though.
Yeah.
Because a lot of different folks because again, unless you just had unlimited space, like let's say you had a gigantic basement and you just stacked up a bunch of stuff somewhere in a box, most people would be like, get rid of that shit. Like, unless you got a good reason for keeping it around.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Like, unless you got a good reason for keeping it. It's like, do you really need a Beckett from April 1997? Do you really need that hanging around your house for some reason if you've got a space limitation of some kind? Probably not.
No, yeah, but you can't just dump it. That's the part that is tough.
Oh, a lot of people did, Yannick, and to be honest, 85% of the magazines I had got dumped.
I know, but I still have I'm in moving, right? I got cases of Sports Illustrated from 1980 that I can't just throw them out. I know I should, but I just can't.
You are the sick man.
Someone's gonna buy it. Maybe.
It's like one day someone will want this stuff.
One day.
I swear.
No, they will not.
Probably not, no.
No.
The dream lives on. The dream lives on. Alas. Yeah, it was the Charlton Standard Catalog. That's what it was called. Yep. The Charlton Standard Catalog.
Yep.
Man, that's old school right there. Remember that. Hockey is probably tougher to find. Well, depending on where you go. Around here, it's in somebody's basement. All of it's in somebody's basement.
Yeah.
There's going to be a guy who's like, why do you have 12 copies? Dude, you don't understand. One day, Someone's going to need this. They're going to need the April 2008 edition of Hockey Beckett, and God damn it, I've got 6 copies.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a guy somewhere out there.
Oh, $1 per copy.
If you're lucky, right?
That's I was going to say that live the you know what the funny thing though is even if it was $1 a copy, even if somebody said okay to that, shipping.
Oh, forget it.
Because we just talked about a second ago the shipping.
Not worth the shipping.
The weight, man, the weight.
No, it'll cost you.
Put it in a box, and that's the part that's killer. It's the shipping cost. I had no problem throwing on a Beckham when the new one came in. Yeah, that was the most case for most folks. They just hang on to it for a while. I've still got a cat puller that occasionally will hang around, but that's
monthly.
about
What do you
it.
want, right?
Well, it's the thing. If you were looking at it again, what I said a moment ago about the articles, even if you legitimately wanted to read the article, it's not like it takes you that long. Most of them were not that crazy. Like you could skim through it pretty quick.
Yeah.
You want to sit there and in-depth stare at it by all means, but unless like there's an article that maybe has, oh, I like collecting this player, and you want to read into it a little bit more and really kind of study the one article, most of the articles are going to be like, you'll skim through it pretty quick. There's not.
Yeah, and then you had a lot of Hirsch Bornstein writing, and it was just fluff, who I met, this and this, and it was just like there was nothing really interesting in there. Like beyond my articles, I thought that were new information I was bringing to the hobby after I put out my book. I figured it was great, because I was correcting stuff as going along, or adding stuff, whatever, and it was good for the hobby. But at that point, there was nothing being written by anybody else. Honestly, the only time you can go back is to the CSC, and you go back into the early '90s. There was another writer, I forget his name. I remember contacting him too, and he was a very weird guy. And he wrote some really early articles about 3940 Opeachy, what happened there, and what have you. He was a really good writer. Did a very good job. But as those guys fall into the abyss, and it's guys like me who keep going on and still around, I guess. So, but I'm not doing much now, anyways. It's all about the app. There is an app, yes. But I'm going to bow out on that accord and
bow wow.
Bow out. And have a good night, guys.
Sounds good, Bobby. Have yourself a good night.
All righty then. Good night.
All right, I'll finish reading a couple of these comments, and then we'll do one or two things, and then we'll call it a night. Will here says, I think my first Beckett was May 1988. Futures Hall of Famer Matt Noakes. Listen, there's still a chance. My first Beckett cover was Mike Piazza. A rare photo without Eric Karros. Wow. Classic. Kind of playing off of what you said though, Yannick, is that when it comes to hanging on to some of that stuff, that's the only reason I hang on to that one copy of McLean's that I was in. I was like, but it's the thing is, I could rip out just the pages that have the article, but it's like, no, I'll keep the whole magazine. I'll keep it intact.
Yeah, I mean, like from what I used to have compared to now, like I dumped 95% of everything I had, but there's still a few things I'm kind of I can't just chuck that in the recycling. Like I will eventually. I know it will end that way eventually, but kind of like probably not emotionally ready yet.
That's basically what happened. Listen, eventually you may have to let some of those things go, but in the meantime, you do you figure out.
If I was born, let's say, without never had a relationship, let's say, with magazines, right, or cartoons or comics, or I mean, we're all that age that before those screens, all you had was whatever you had in your hands, right? So maybe if I never had attachment on paper that way, I know you read, Carlos, too. Like did you hold on to books once you read them, or that's it?
So when I was younger, yes. Then as time went on and I started filling up certain shelves, my mom never gets rid of anything until, all right, you're about to have the side of the building collapse. You may need to get rid of some of this shit. You may need to get rid of some of this shit. We may need, because I swear you're going to buy 50 more books. So you might
I don't have that many books, but I still like my books.
We have shelves and shelves and shelves and shelves in the house. Shelves and shelves and shelves. It's bad. Like it's and even like in this room, even in this room, there's a shelf right here, and there's a shelf right here. The top section has got books up here, but this section's got some of the stuff. Half of it I've already read. Some of it I have at least partially read. I used to do a better job of getting through most of the stuff. I think the problem is, and this is just a kind of a truism, and this goes back to one of the videos that I made where I was talking about some of the stuff. I have 24 hours in the day. I'm actually a lot busier than I was when I was younger. When I was younger, I had more time for the same amount of time. But the problem I ran into is that I watch a ton of YouTube. So in reality, I'm watching this thing, and even as I'm watching it, I may end up making a video on it. So I'm actually kind of paying attention, like making some mental notes and stuff and whatever. And then I realize eventually I run out of hours in the day, and I've literally got some books that I want to get to reading. I will still read a little bit, but now sometimes I've got a Kindle, which makes my life a little bit easier because I can be like, all right, it's electronic, it's inside of the one thing I can read here and just read for a little bit. But I used to read like 50, 60 pages in one sitting or 100 pages in one sitting, so I'd be able to blast through these books. Now today, it's like if I got enough time to read 20 pages, I'm like, oh my God, this is great.
Yeah, I still read. I always been a book guy. I still read. I always have books, but I don't as much as I used to it the same way. It's sometimes I even find it harder the more with all the electronics to just like to focus on like a book.
I think it's more than anything concentration. I just don't have like all it would take is be like, okay, so there's a book. Yeah, here's an example.
See, there you go. You don't have to reach that far.
No, like it's literally on the table. Like it. So this is one that I got a little while ago. It's called Hands of Time. This is actually a book written by a watchmaker, and I'm a watch guy, so this is interesting to me. So it's something that I'm very curious. I want to actually read, and I've heard good things about it. So yeah, there's actually an award-winning watchmaker and talks about it, and it's maybe about what was this, like 300 pages, 400 pages? Yeah, oh, not even 217. This shit should be very easy to get through. I literally would be able to do this in a weekend.
Yeah,
back in the day, and now it's going to take me a while, not because it's big text and it's got pictures and shit. Like it shouldn't be that tough. The problem is like I literally have a watch list of shit that I haven't gotten around to watching yet.
Same.
There's and podcasts and a bunch of like.
I can just focus on it,
I don't have enough time to literally say. I literally don't have enough time to watch and listen to all that stuff and then sit down and read 50 pages. I could read 50 pages of this book in 4 sittings and I'd be done. It should be totally doable. Like it's not that hard. It's not a big I used to do that all the time. It was easy. And when I was in school, I was a history major. Yannick, in order to graduate with a history degree, you probably read 50,000 pages.
Yes.
Or more in the course of that undergrad. Like we're not even counting articles. If you're talking about journal articles and all that, probably add like another 30,000 pages. Like you read hundreds of thousands of pages over the course of that time. And now, like, I'm lucky if I read 10,000 pages in a year.
See,
not even close. Like, there's no way. I've sold bulk lots of McDonald's toys from my parents' home. People will buy anything. That is true. People today rent everything. They're content owning nothing. That is a big issue, yes. All attention spans have turned to shit because of modern tech. Yeah. It's so tempting to just do this. And then you lose focus. And then all of a sudden it's like an hour went by and it's like, oh shit, I was going to do something else.
You just go, oh, what time is it? Then you see a little notification and it open fucking, like, no, forget it.
Well, the problem, Yannick, like, look, I'm sitting there, even when I'm at work, I'm sitting there trying to mind my business. And I got a text message thread full of a bunch of dorks. And then Eric will say something stupid. And then we have to spend 20 minutes making fun of him. And then I lose track of time.
I'm part of these groups.
Like, can you imagine? Like, I'm sitting here trying to mind my business, being a man of peace.
I know.
And then what happens? What happens?
Eric sends you something that you can't not make fun of him.
It's like, then he'll talk about cycling or bicycling, or he'll pretend he knows a hockey player. And then I got to spend the next hour ridiculing this man mercilessly.
Exactly.
I'm duty bound. I have no choice. Carl's a big Rolex guy. Yes, I do enjoy my watches. Rolexes are a little bit tough, though. They are expensive. I would look. You want to talk about expensive hobbies? Trust me, I would love to have. I would love to build out my watch collection more. Although I will say, I am pleased to report that recently I have been able. And this, speaking of, again, same vein of what I just said, things that were not doing as much because of technology. Maybe a year or two ago, I got an Apple Watch, which is very handy. It's useful for a lot of things. It's good for keeping track of like steps and stuff. And I wanted to like monitor that so I would take more steps because I work an office job, so I don't walk around as much as I should. It reminds me to be like, hey, by the way, move around a little bit. And I would go, good. That's actually a good thing. I want to do that. But the problem is then because I'm wearing that all the time, and you can pretty much just charge the battery and everything, you can wear it like a full day. Then I wasn't wearing my regular watches. And I really like my regular watches. So it started to piss me off that I wasn't wearing my nice watches that I spend good money on. So I was having an issue where I had actually cut my wrist. So I was like, all right, I had it off for a while. I've still got a charge over here. But in the last month or two, I've actually been wearing my real watches for a while. I was like, man, I miss this. I like wearing these. It's like, I've got my collection of them. I want to wear the real watch.
Watch, the nice weight of a watch, the feel of a watch. I still wear a watch.
Well, the worst part, Yannick, is that like I literally had it sitting on my desk. I finally got to, a couple weeks ago, I finally got to rewind it. So that's my Omega. That's the Planet Ocean. But this one I bought for my 31st birthday. And I've had it since then. I bought it brand new for my 31st birthday. I love this watch. They don't make this model anymore, but honestly, I think this is the best model they made. I love this one. And I was like, I remember when I got it, I was like, oh man, this is an awesome one. And then a lot of people though have gone back and tried to get these ones. And I was like, yes.
Can't get it no more.
Yep. They've changed the model. Like there's certain things about the newer one that are nice, but I really like that version of it. Plus I like the orange. And then I put the straps on it with little accents of orange and black. It's very Halloweenish. Got a very Halloween theme going on. So, text message thread. The 2 watch, 1 wrist trend. So I joked about it with a buddy of mine. I could technically put a watch on each wrist, but number one, that makes you a douchebag. And number two, it's weird. It's actually very uncomfortable because you've got your dominant wrist that you put a watch on. Putting a watch on the other wrist feels weird. Like it actually feels a bit uncomfortable. It's like it's
goes awkward. On the left wrist and that's it.
Yeah, I'm an Apple Watch guy. I changed it up from Fitbit since Google bought Fitbit and ruined it. Yeah, that's fair. Like here's the thing. The Apple Watch actually did a good job of reminding me to get up and move around. Now I'm trying to just do it myself and be like, let me remind myself to move around. But no, I like wearing my real watch, Yannick, like the real proper watch. I missed it. I was like, I've got a collection of these damn things. I want to wear my freaking watches.
Yeah, I love nice watches. One odd thing I love is like I love to watch videos of guys that repairing old watches that basically would be like, but the
Or you're talking about the restoration ones? Because I actually watch a couple of channels, and some of those guys are magicians.
I find it very quite relaxing and satisfying watching.
But the reason why I've been into these things is because number one, it's mechanical. But the guys that know what they're doing, it's a small engine. Like you really are putting these little pieces together. But the guys that know what they're doing, it's brilliant. Like it's like you reassemble, like look at all the little tiny parts, and you got to look at it through a loop to be able to see these tiny little parts. You put them all back. You take them apart, clean them, do everything you need to re-oil them, and put them all back together in this tiny little box. And inside of this thing, it's operating. I've had this thing for 11 years. Well, 12 years now. So 12 years I've had this thing. And it's still running beautiful.
Quality?
Yep. And that's what it is. It's like you get one that's decent quality, like you're good, man. Now, at some point, I'll probably get a watchmaker to give it a little bit of a tune-up just to get everything back in because the oils do occasionally need to be replaced and all that. So probably in the next couple of years, I'll get them to do it. I'll get one of them to do it for me. And then we'll be back. We'll be good for another 50,000 miles. We'll be good.
There you go.
Anyway, all right, so there you go. There's our watch talk conclusion. And also that we don't have enough time to read. The important thing is that we don't have enough time to read, Yannick. We've learned a lot today. Our attention spans are crap. Home pages are doomed. We don't have enough time to read, and we need to wear our goddamn watches.
What a time to be alive.
Perfect. Any other profound statements that we should include? I don't know.
No, I think I'm good for this week.
Here, what about pocket watches? Man, if you get them with a monocle, Maybe that's what we should do. Maybe now that Eric has proven himself to be very weak, I think he's going to need to get himself a monocle and be like the Monopoly man.
Yes, that would make him to a whole other bougie level.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Like,
I know what you were trying to say. I know what you're trying to say, Will. Now listen, what you do with your brick phone in the comfort of your own home is your own business. One of my favorite things about Will's on the Discord. One of my favorite things about Will is that he'll take like a random picture of something, and like half the time it looks like a grainy picture. It looks like the pictures you see of Sasquatch or a UFO, and we're sitting there like, you have a phone, don't you? Can you take a photo that looks like it was made this century? It's a digital photograph. Like, what are we doing?
Probably use the same phone as Billy's internet provider.
Billy, look, only Billy's internet provider is the only one that gets the homepage. he has Yahoo Sports Collectibles as his homepage when he logs into his dial-up. It's brutal. It's brutal. All right, that's it. All right, longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. This was episode 230. So there it is. I'm trying to think. We've got, I said what, about 6 weeks till Expo, give or take?
Yeah, like 30.
It's like the 27th or whatever for April, I think.
40 days. We're just over 40 days.
Yeah, okay. So we'll call it that. So let's say about 40 days. So that means I don't think we're going to get to episode 240 before the Expo. But what I'll say is for folks who are in the area, start planning now because we're just over a month out. So it might be time to start finalizing your plans. If you need to start setting aside some cash, do that. If you need to make any hotel accommodations or anything, you might want to start getting that prepped. There's enough time, but you don't want to be last minute.
We're not the national hotel situation, but if you want to have selection,
maybe you get way better choices. If you're about a month out, you can probably get whatever rooms or anything you want. You'll probably still be good. And you can get ones that are well located, and there's some good ones nearby. I need to go shopping for comfortable shoes. You damn right, Bob Boozle. That's right. You think Yannick, as we get closer to before we should give like really lame, terrible card show advice, including the comfortable
100%,
shoes?
100%. We still have to do a top 5 most comfortable shoes of wearing.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Right. So,
Yannick, I actually want to do that. It's such a garbage video that I kind of want to do it.
Yes.
Atrocious.
Compare our group, what kind of shoes our group wears without even telling. So,
well, look, I would probably assign Eric to pick top 5 favorite most comfortable clogs. We'll do it for the Dutch. For the Dutch viewership who are hate watching me
so much.
Yeah, listen, for the Dutch that are hate watching me, I will. This will be our concession to them. That'll be it. All right, so that's it. So thank you to Bobby for joining in. Thank you to Yannick for joining in as well and sharing some of his newest pickups. So we'll talk more about that as we get closer to it. And then Eric's probably dead. I thank him, but he's probably dead.
Only we'll know.
Yeah, look, I can't promise you. We may see Eric again. We may not see Eric again. It depends on whether he survives his plague. If we do, then maybe we'll see him on the podcast episode. We'll see. So he's got at least until Monday to figure that out. Otherwise, on the channel this weekend, there will be a pickup video because I did get some new cards in. So that'll be it. And then probably a video on the wrestling channel. So that'll be coming up as well on the weekend. All right. So that's it for us this time around. Thanks very much. Like if you like the video on your way out, hit the like button. Remember, Eric pays for it. Eric literally pays for it. Just saying. And lastly, thank you to AMG for indirectly supporting the channel, the podcast, and the live stream. Have yourselves a good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll catch you later.